In this video, we are going to build a fully functional chat application that has authentication, real-time messages, online indicators, notification sounds, and image uploads. We are going to build our own authentication system and socket server from scratch, which means we are not going to use any third-party services in this project, so that you can see the entire process of building all these features by yourself. One of my favorite features in this application is sending emails. So as soon as a user signs up, we will trigger a function in the background that will hit their inbox with a beautiful welcome email. In my opinion, this is one of the best projects that you can build as a beginner to level up your skills and have a better understanding of full stack web development. Because you're gonna learn how to build a REST API with Node.js and Express. You will learn how to set up your own socket server with SocketIO, which is going to allow you to have real-time features in your applications. You will learn how to create your own authentication system with JSON Web Tokens, how to send emails, setting up a database, image uploads, implementing online and offline users, building a beautiful front-end design, and you will even learn how to rate limit your API, which is something that most beginners don't really know, but hopefully in this video you will learn how easy it is to integrate. In the front end, we will add a typing effect, so whenever you press a key, it'll make a satisfying keyboard sound. So here's an example. So this sound is not coming from my keyboard, it is coming from the chat application itself. And if you want to turn it off, you can do so by clicking to this button. In this course, you will also learn about Git and GitHub, because at the end of each section, we will create a new branch, commit our changes, create a pull request, and eventually we will merge that request. When it comes to the tech stack, in the backend, we will use Node.js and Express to build our API, SocketIO for real-time features, MongoDB as our database, Resend to send emails, Arcjet to implement rate limiting, JSON Web Tokens for authentication, and Cloudinary for image uploads. In the front end, we will use React as our library, Tailwind CSS and DaisyUI for styling, and Zustand for state management. And as always, we are going to deploy this application so that you can put that live link on your resume and even share it with your friends. So overall, I think you are gonna love this project, and the best part is you don't need to pay anything to be able to follow along with me, because every tool that we use is completely free to get started with and no credit card required at all. So if you're ready, let's jump into it. The source code of this project will be free in the description. Give it a star and feel free to use it however you wish. One last quick announcement, I have a premium Udemy course with more than 120 hours. We are building all kinds of projects from React to Next.js to Python and Go. If you're interested, there are over 5,000 students and everyone enjoys it so far. You can find the discount link in the description. Thanks for watching and let's get started. Alright, so to get started with, I have an empty folder on my desktop called Chatify. This is the name that I came up with. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Just before we start coding, I'd like to mention that you have to have Node.js installed on your machine. Probably you already have it, but just in case if someone doesn't, just go ahead and get the long-term support from this dropdown. Okay, and for the editor, I'll be using VS Code, as you can already tell. Now let's go ahead, create two different folders. One is for our backend, for our API, and the other one is for the React application under the front end. Now initially we're going to build the backend once we are done with it, and then we are going to jump into the front end. But while we are here, I'll just try to initialize a React application. I'll open up my terminal with Command J or Control J. So here I'll just say cd into the front end. I'll say npm create vite add latest, and I will say initialize it under the current folder, which is frontend. So I'll put dot at the end. Okay, we'll go with React and JavaScript. We got all the files and folders. We can run npm install. This is going to get us the Node modules. And in the first 1 hour, I'll be going pretty slowly just to make sure that we understand everything and I explain everything, right? Once you understand the basics, then we can speed up the process. I'll clear up the terminal. I'll say npm run dev. And here we can see that it's going to start from 5173 as the port. Okay, so we have a basic React application which is working fine. Now we can kill this, open up a new terminal, and then just start a backend like Node.js application under the backend folder. I'll say cd under the backend. I'll say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file. Now I'll clear this up and we're going to install a couple of different packages. So I'll just kill the left hand side with Command B or Control B. Now let's say npm install Express, which is going to be our web framework that will allow us to build APIs pretty quickly and easily. Now the latest version is version 5, but in this tutorial we'll be using version 4. Now this is not old, not at all, like it is completely valid version, and most of the code bases are still using version 4. So don't feel like this is deprecated or obsolete, absolutely not. So we'll get this version, let's say 4.21.2, and then we are going to use Mongoose so that we can communicate with our database, which is going to be MongoDB. And again, I'll give you a specific version so that if you're watching this video in the future, it should still work out as expected. Okay, so this is the version, and let's say JSON web token, let's say JSON web token. This is the package that we are going to be using for the authentication. And then, just make sure that you put the exact same version as I do. Then we'll get the bcrypt.js, and the version is going to be 2.4.3. I can just zoom out so that you can see it clearly. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so I just zoomed in. Everything has been installed clearly, right? Without any errors. I'll just clear this up and I'll say npm install a couple of other packages as well. Let's say .env with this specific version 4.7. This package will allow us to access our environment variables from a .env file. And then let's get the cookie-parser. As the name suggests, this is going to allow us to parse the cookies from the request, right? So I'll say 1.4.7. Let's install all these packages and just get into the backend folder, try to build a basic API. So first I will create a server.js file. Now some people call it as app.js, index.js, or server.js, even main.js, but in this case I'll be using this name. This is what I prefer in this project. Okay, now let's try to build a basic API. I'll say Express. Let's try to require it from the Express package, and we can get an app instance from Express. I'll just say app.listen. Just put a port. This is what I'll be going with, 3000. And let's say once we start listening, I'll just say server is running on this port. Now, how do we run this file? Well, we can create a script under the package.json. I will say delete the test. This is for development. We will say we want to run the server.js file with the node command, right? So now under the backend, you can just say something like npm run dev. But please notice, if this was something like hello, then you would say npm run hello, right? Okay, I hope that makes sense. I'll say npm run dev, and we can see server is running on this port. Now, the problem here is that if you add some changes, like 1, 2, 3, and if you save, you're not going to see the updated version. You have to kill the terminal with Ctrl+C and rerun this again so that you can see the latest changes, which is not really optimal, right? We're going to be saving this file a lot every single time. We don't want to kill this and restart it. So to be able to make that work, we will just say node -- watch. So this will basically listen for any change under the backend, right? Under the server.js file. Now let's run this. I will delete this 1, 2, 3, save, and it's going to restart our server with the latest changes. If this did not work, you can install another package. So for some reason, I've seen some comments that says like the watch flag did not work. So you can say npm install nodemon -d, and just before we run this, make sure you save this file. Okay, run this now. This is going to get the nodemon under the dev dependencies. So you can delete this part and just say nodemon instead of node. And you can say npm run dev. It should be working out with the listening, right? With the listening, the changes. Okay, and in this case, actually, I'll be using nodemon because why not? Now let's try to use something different. So instead of using this syntax, right? Instead of using this one, I'd like to use import export syntax. So say import express from express to be able to make that work. Now this is currently working, but it says you should put the type as module in this file. Otherwise, the performance is not going to be good, right? So you would like to say type is going to be module. By default, it is common.js. Once you make module, this is going to work without any warnings, right? Now we don't really have these warnings. Initially, it said like you should put the type. Okay, so now we can get rid of this common.js syntax. And let's put a couple of different endpoints. Let's say app.get, something like /API, /auth, let's say /signup. If user hits this endpoint, we're gonna say something like res.send signup endpoint, right? And here, let's duplicate it. We're gonna have one for login and one for the logout. Let me select this. Let's say logout. Okay, now just make sure that you're running the API, the server. We can test this out. Localhost 3000 /API auth login. This is the login endpoint, right? Let's say logout and sign up. So we are getting the related responses. Now under the backend folder, I would like to follow a best practice. So if you take a look at our frontend, our React application, everything that is related to application code is going under the source folder. And this is what I'd like to do. I will create a source folder and drag and drop it, the server.js, into this source folder. Now, if you take a look at the terminal, it's going to crash. Let's kill this with Control-C. And the solution is basically updating this script. So we are saying run the server.js file, but path is not correct. It is under the source. So we'll say just go under the source and then run this file. Now, if you run this, it should work out correctly, right? And for the production, we are going to have the exact same script. This time it'll be start. And instead of running it with nodemon, we will just run it with node. Because in production, when we deploy it, we don't really need to listen for the changes, because code is not going to change if you deploy it, right? It is only changing when we are developing this application. So that's why we are running it with nodemon. And later in the video, we'll have a couple of different folders like controllers, let's say routes, and everything is going to be under the source folder, right? So just keep that in mind. Now let's do one more thing. Here we have the port as hard-coded. So this is not what you really do. Instead, you would create a .env file, not under the source, but under the root, okay, under the backend. So you would create a port environment variable, I'll put 3000, and later in the video, we'll have something like Mongo_URI, which is our database connection string. I'll say my DB connection string, which is something not correct. We are going to update it later in the video, but this is just to show you an example. So we would put our configuration variables as well as the secrets, right? We don't really want to share this with anyone else. So that's why we are not going to put it in our code, but we'll put it under the .env file. Now, how do we get this value from the .env file? Well, we'll first just say, like, this is how we can get it, process.env.port. let's console log this. Let's say, oops, maybe console log process.env.port. If you save, you're gonna see undefined in the terminal. But you might be asking, we have this, why are we getting undefined? It is because you have to use the .env package. So say import.env from .env and call this method. Now you can get that value from the .env file. Let's update it. Let's say 5000. Save that file, also server.js. As you can tell, it is coming from this file. Okay, so just keep that in mind. You have to use this package. So we got the port. Instead of console logging it, I'll just say const port, and it is equal to this value. Just in case if this is undefined, you can put 3000 as the fallback value. Now let's put the port here, and let's say server is running on port. We can put it like this, right? It's gonna get the variable. And you can open up your terminal. It is still working as expected. Now another environment variable that you would like to have is node_env, which says if you're in development or in production. Since we are still developing this application, this is going to be equal to development, but once we deploy it, this will be equal to production, right? And if you don't know what that means, I'll just show you that once we deploy the app. Okay, so this is the basics. I think this is the basics of our code base so far. We have a .env file, a front-end folder, a backend folder. Everything is set it up. We can test out our API with the GET requests, right? So they are GET requests because from the browser we can send GET request to these URLs at the moment. All right, so everything is working as expected. Now, just before we end this section, I would like to optimize this code base a little bit more. Because currently, if you take a look at it, we have 3 different endpoints. In the future, we will have more, let's say API auth, maybe something like update profile, right? And every single one of these endpoints will be, let's say, 50 lines of code. This is going to be, 70 lines of code, so on and so forth. This file is going to be unmanageable. So for that reason, we don't really want to put our endpoints like this, right? So we're gonna put them under the routes. So these are related to authentication. For that reason, I will create something like auth.js file. Now this is what you can create, but I'd like to follow a convention. Basically, I'll say auth.route.js. So this is the same thing as saying auth.js, right? The extension is still JavaScript, but I'll just put this so that, I have this kind of a file structure. I can just see, okay, this is a route file that is related to authentication. Okay, now let's see how we can clean up this code base. Basically, first we'll say import express from express, and we are going to create a router. We'll say express.router, and then we'll say export default this one. Now, instead of putting, login, logout, and sign up here, we are going to delete them. So let me copy all of them and paste it right here. And instead of app, we have router. So I'll just say replace them with the router, right? So router.get on this endpoint, we're gonna send this response. Same for this one and this one. Now let's save. Here, instead of having all of them, I will say delete everything. I know that it's kind of confusing, but it's going to make sense. Let's say app.use, so /API/auth. So in this case, we would like to import this file. So let's try to first import it. I'll say import auth routes from this file, and make sure to put the .js at the end. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Since we are importing a local file from our codebase, you should put the extension at the end. So here I'll say auth routes. Now, since we have /API/auth here, we can delete it from this file. So I'll go ahead and delete them. Now let's see what we have done. I'll just put them side by side. Okay, so this is the server.js file, and this is the auth route.js file. Now, if user sends a request to localhost 3000 /API/auth/signup, they're gonna see this result. If they send to /login, they're gonna get this one, and same for the logout. So basically, we took these and prefixed them with /API/auth. Now this file is a lot more cleaner, and we put every single route to this specific file. Let's take a look at the terminal. We don't really have any errors, and let's test it out. I'll send a request to /API/auth/signup and see if it is going to work. I'll refresh, right? So we're getting the same response. Let's say login. We got the login endpoint and logout. Now everything is working the same way, but our code base is a lot more clean, right? A lot more cleaner. Now what we can do in the future, if we want to add something related to messages, we can basically duplicate this and say API messages, and we can just say import the message routes, right? And we would do the same thing from here. Let's actually do it. I'll say message routes. So from this file, let's say message route.js, which is something that we will create. And let's get the same setup, express, from express, create a router. Let's type this out. And for now, we can say export default is router. And for now, I'll just say router.get. So /API/messages, let's say /send. And I'll say something like send message endpoint, right? Okay. So this is what I'll have. And I think we can save this. Take a look at the terminal. No errors. Let's test it out. /API/messages send. Okay, send message endpoint. Now our code base is a lot more cleaner. Everything that is related to authentication is in its own file. Same for the messages. And if you can imagine, like maybe this project would be really large, you can put all of your routes into this folder and just simply import it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We basically prefixed our routes with whatever that we have here. All right, so I think that's it for this entire section where we set it up our API and our front-end application. Now, just before we end it, I would like to create this as a Git repo and push it to our GitHub account, right? So here under the, let's say under our terminal, I'll kill this, and under the root, I'll just say git init. And I'd like to basically have a git ignore file under the root. And here in this file, we would like to ignore the node modules as well as the .env file. So if you save, now you're going to see that node modules have been grayed out as well as the .env file, because we don't really want to push this file to GitHub. We have our secrets here, right? This file should be only visible to ourselves locally in our laptop. Okay, now let's say git add everything and git commit -m, something like project, or I'll just say initial commit, and we're just gonna commit this. Now in the upcoming sections, we will actually create separate branches and send pull requests. Since this is the very first commit, I'll just have it in the master branch. Now let's go and visit our GitHub account and create a new repository. So from here, select new repository. For the name, I'll just say Chatify. You can put anything that you wish, and you can leave it as public. For now, I'll make it private, but once I publish this video, it's going to be public. So while you're watching this video, it's going to be public. So let's say create the repo. Here we'll just scroll down, copy this, which says if you already have an existing repository, just go ahead and push it. In our case, we have one, right? We have initialized it. We'll just paste this in, and it'll take our code and hopefully push it to this repo. Okay, so here we can see we have the entire code base, but we cannot really see the .env file as well as the node modules, which is what we have. like this is what we want. We ignored it in the first place. Okay, so that's it for the very first section. I hope it wasn't really confusing. I tried to make it as beginner friendly as possible and try to explain every single concept that we have used here. If there are things that you don't understand, I think it's gonna make more sense in the upcoming sections. So for that, I'll just leave it here and hopefully see you in the next section. This course is kindly sponsored by Sevalla and Codebase. They both have free plans, so you don't need to pay anything to be able to follow along with this course. Thanks for watching and let's get into it. So this is where we left. We have a pretty basic API that we have just built in the previous section, and we have a React application. Now I would like to take this app and deploy it so that in the upcoming sections we can see the live end result on the internet, right? Not just on localhost. To be able to deploy this, we'll be using a platform called Sevalla. You can find the link in the description to get $50 for free, so you don't really need to pay anything to be able to follow along. And Sevalla is a platform where we can deploy and host our applications, storage, and databases. In this case, we'll be using it to be able to deploy our apps. Now, you can't really use something like Vercel or Netlify for this application because in the upcoming sections, we are going to have SocketIO in our backend. And like Vercel and Netlify doesn't really support SocketIO. So for that reason, we'll be using Sevalla. With the link, go ahead and sign up with your GitHub account. This is what I have done. Now I'll go into my dashboard. So you can deploy any kind of application, and you have even like demo applications. If you just click to it, it's going to deploy them, but we'll just do it from scratch. And just before we deploy it, I'd like to, show you some concepts or explain some concepts. Now, what does that mean? So this is the current state of our application, right? We are running our backend under localhost 3000 and localhost 3000, and in the front end, we have it under the 5173. Now, what I'd like to do, instead of deploying these separately, I will just take the front end. Let me just shrink this. Okay, so I will serve this from the backend. So we will have only one URL. Let me do it once again. So instead of having something like my backend.com and my frontend.com, I will have something like myapp.com, right? I'll just say mychatapp.com and that's it. So we don't really need to deploy this twice. I will get the front end and serve it under my backend, which is going to be just one URL. So from the backend, we can both serve our API endpoints and we can serve our React application, right? Let's say our static assets, which is our React application, right? Our front end. And to be able to make this work, we just need to write a little bit of code. And let me try to walk you through it. So we're gonna write this code under the backend, under the server.js file. First, I will open up my terminal. So this is what we had in the previous section. Let's open up a new one. Under the root, I will say npm init-y. Now we are not going to install any packages, but here we will have some scripts so that we can prepare both the backend and front end for deployment. Now in the when you want to deploy a React application, this is what you would like to do. You would first cd into the front end and you would say npm run build. This is going to take your React application and make it production ready, right? It's going to optimize it and put everything under the dist folder. So this is your React app, but it is the optimized version, right? Okay, so everything has been served under the index.html file. Now we are going to have this dist folder, which is going to be our front end. So I know that this is kind of confusing, but I promise it's going to make sense in a second. Okay, now let's go ahead and delete the dist. And just remember we have index.html file. So we would like to run this build script under the front end. And just before we write some code, I'd like to show you our GitHub repo. Let's say this is the repository. Sevalla is going to take this repository to be able to deploy this application. But for Sevalla to be able to deploy it, it needs to have the Node modules, both under the backend and under the frontend. So we need to run npm install in both of these folders, right? Both under the frontend and backend. So how can we let Sevalla to do it? Here we will basically have a build command. We will say, hey, Sevalla, just go ahead, run npm install, but just make sure to run it under the backend. So we'll say prefix backend, and then we will say, now that you have the Node modules for backend, just go ahead, run the same thing under the frontend. So I will copy this, give a space, paste, and I'll say, run this under the frontend. Now, right after this, you would like to get the dist folder under the frontend. And to be able to get it, we just typed npm run build, right, under the frontend. So we will say, once you have installed the packages, say npm run build and do it under the frontend. Okay, so this is our build command. Sevalla has everything that it needs. It just needs to run this application. So we'll say you need to have the start script. Just go ahead, say npm run start, but make sure to run this under the backend because backend is our entry point. Okay, so that's the first configuration. I hope it wasn't really confusing. Once again, when Sevalla takes your source code to be able to deploy it, it needs to get the Node modules. So we're going to have the build script so that it can install the Node modules for the backend and for the frontend. And also for the production ready React application, it needs to get the dist folder. And we're just going to say run the npm run build under the frontend. And to be able to start it, just run npm run start under the backend. We're just going to run this script. Okay, so under the server.js, we're going to just write maybe 5 lines of code to be able to make this ready for the deployment. So I'll have this file open. I will get this, let's say, their name. I was going to say constant. Okay, let's say their name, and the value is going to be equal to path.resolve. And we need to import the path. Let's say import path from path. Now we didn't install this package because it is built into Node. You don't need to install it. Right after all of our API endpoints, we will say something like make ready for deployment, right? And I'll say if, let me just kill this AI. It is kind of annoying. Here, I'll say just use this for maybe 20 minutes. Okay, I'll press Command-Shift-P. This is how I open the, like this tab, and I'll say toggle status bar visibility. So I'll say if process.env.node_env is equal to production, which means we are in the deployment, right? Here I'll say app.use. Just follow along with me. It's going to make sense in a second. Let's say express.static. And here we would like to pass path.join. And within this, I'll say __ their name and put a comma. We'll just go one up under the frontend /dist. Now, what does that mean? Basically, we would like to take our dist folder under the frontend and make it our static assets if we are in the production. So here we just went up because we are here, right? So we are here under the backend. We went one up. Now we are here. Let me do it again. We are under the backend. We went one up. We are here. From here, we went under the frontend, and then we got the dist folder. Now this is our static assets. So once again, here we had to go one up because we are currently under the backend. We went one up, then /frontend, and then /dist. Okay, so this is our static assets. And if we want to have the React application, we'll just say app.get. So any other routes other than our API routes, right? Any other thing other than API, we would like to serve our index.html file. So I'll just say here have the request and response. This is basically just a controller. We'll say res.send file. And the file that we're going to send is going to be path.join. And again, we will basically do the same thing. Let me copy this, paste this in. This is going to be dist/index.html. Now, if you wanted to, you can make this also string separated or comma separated. I'll just say their name, frontend, and put a comma. Let's say go under the dist, and under here, just go ahead, get the index.html file. So this is that file I showed you, if you remember, right? Just go ahead, save this, and now we can test this out. I will go ahead under the .env. I will say, just imagine as if we are in the production. And we are going to run this app. Let's kill all of our terminals. From here under the root, first I'll say npm run build. So this is what Sevalla is going to do as well. Let's delete the node modules. Right? This is what we have in our GitHub repo. Let's say npm run build. So it's going to get the node modules now for backend and for the front end, and it also got the dist folder, right? And then we can say npm run start, which is going to run the start command on backend. Okay, now it says server is running on port 3000. So when we visit 3000, normally we would see our API, but now we can see our React application, right? This is exactly what I have explained. Under one domain, which is for now is localhost, we can get both our React application and our API. So here, if you visit /API/auth signup, you're going to get the signup endpoint. But if you visit something else, you're going to get the React application. So this is exactly what we have explained right here. And this is what we have typed, right? Just say anything other than these, you should send the React application. Okay, so believe it or not, that's the entire thing for authentication. Sorry, for deployment, not authentication. This is the entire thing for deployment. We can now just deploy this. And just a quick thing that I'd like to mention, here we are not using the request, right? So you can put this as an underscore. This is just a convention that you can keep in mind if you haven't seen it. Okay, what have I done? I think I didn't do anything wrong, right? Accidentally pressed it, but okay, I think we're fine. Now we would like to take these changes and push it to our GitHub repo. Here I'll open up the terminal. So I will open up a new terminal and just push my changes. I'll say git add all, git commit -m, let's say ready for deployment. Say deployment. Okay, so this is what I have typed. And commit this. Now we'll just say git push. And here there is an extension that I'm using. Just before I say git push, I'm using CodeRapid's VS Code extension, which is going to review your changes if you really wanted to. If you want to test it out, you can use the link in the description. It's going to give you 14 days free trial, and we're going to be using it in the upcoming sections. So just keep this in mind. You have the VS Code extension as well if you want to get this. Okay, so this is the one that I have installed. It is free to use here in VS Code. If you go with the link in the description. Now I have my commit. I'll say git push, and after this section we are going to create new branches for the new commits, right? We are going to create pull requests. So I'll say git push, and let's take a look at our code base. So we just got the latest changes, right? Now we would like to go under the Sevalla. I will say under the dashboard, maybe applications, create a new application. We're going to get it from our GitHub repository. And here from the repositories, I selected the Chatify repo that we just created. And here I'll just select this checkbox, which says automatically deploy on new commits. Just make sure to select it so that you don't really need to deploy this app again and again. So this is the location that I have. We can change it, put it anything. I think this is the one closest to me at the moment. Under the resources, I will get the $5 per month, but we have $50 for free. So feel free to select it. You don't need to pay anything. Okay, so I'll just say create, and I think, should we say like create and deploy? I think I'll just say create for now, because we need to put some environment variables. So I'll copy everything, go under the environment variables, let's say add, paste this in. Now we can delete this one, we are not using it, or you can leave it, it's not really important. Node.env is going to be equal to production, and you can leave your port. So even if you delete it or not, that's fine. In the future, we are going to update this value. So actually, I'll just delete it for now because we don't really need it. Now just have both of them. Let's say save. Okay, now we can go, I think, under the overview, and we can just say deploy now. Okay, let's say master branch, deploy the application. This is going to take a couple of minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back, and you can like click to it and see the logs. So here it's going to have a couple of different steps. Once it is done, we should be able to visit our application. So this is my URL. In your case, it could be something different. But then once it is done, we should be able to see the end result. So let's wait for this to be completed. So in my case, for some reason it has failed. It says we cannot see the vt.svg, which is something that we have right under the frontend, source, I think the assets, or even public, we have the vt.svg. So I don't know why this is the case. For that reason, I'll go ahead and give it a go once again. Under the deployments, I'll say redeploy. Let's say redeploy the changes. Hopefully it should be working out correctly. If not, we can see a different solution. So it has just failed again, and I just realized it says, let me zoom in. So it says you're using Node.js version 18, but Vite requires Node.js version 20 or 22 plus. So please upgrade your Node.js version. Now this doesn't mean in your local machine, but in the package.json. So here under the root, right after the main, I'll put something like this. We'll just say the Node.js version should be greater than 20, right? So under the engines, just put this configuration, and we'd like to add a new commit. Let's see if this is going to fix it. Now we are getting some errors. That's completely fine. This is how real world programming works. You get some errors and try to come up with solutions, right? So say git add all, git commit -m, let's say node, or maybe engines field added in package JSON. Okay, I'll say git push. We can have a code suggestion or a review, but for now I'm going to ignore this. In the upcoming sections we'll be doing it. Now we have committed, and we just say git push. Now if you take a look at under the deployments, there is a new deployment that is happening. And this is the beauty of Sevalla. In this case, on commit, we will get automatically deployments. And let's wait for this to be completed. And let's see if we are gonna get any errors or not. Alright, so looks like this time it did not fail and deployment has done successfully. So here, that was the point, we were getting the errors, but now we don't, and it says server is running on this port. Now you might be asking, we just said 3000, why this is 8080? This is because what Sevalla uses, they use dynamic ports, which is completely fine. We don't really want to run it specifically on 3000, so it is not a problem. Now let's say visit the application. Okay, so this is our React app, it is working correctly. We can say /API/auth/ something like sign up. We can get the sign up endpoint. And later in the video, we're going to build the sign up endpoint, which is going to allow us to basically sign up, right? Make the user authenticated, save the user to the database, so on and so forth. Same for the login, check for the credentials, etc. Now everything is working. We have our own domain, and under this we can get both our front end and our back end. Okay, so I hope it wasn't really confusing. Let me pretty quickly walk you through it, what we have done in this section. So under the package.json, under the root, we have created two different scripts, which is the build and start scripts. The build script is going to install all the packages for the backend and frontend, because in GitHub, we don't really have Node modules. They have been deleted. So this is going to install it, Sevalla is going to install it, and then it's going to build the frontend folder. And that build is going to give us the dist folder, right? This is our React application that will be served, which is the optimized version. And then under the backend, we have the server.js file. We have written like 5 lines of code where we make the dist folder to be our static assets, and we said everything other than our API endpoints should be served as the index.html file, basically, right? Which is our React app, our front end. Okay, so I hope this wasn't really confusing. At the end of the day, we have only one domain, which is serving both our API and our front end, our static assets. So with that, that's gonna be it for this entire section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we would like to connect to a database and then make the authentication routes work. Specifically, we're gonna build the signup endpoint. So user will be able to sign up where we save them to our database and then authenticate them, and maybe even send them a welcome email. So we're gonna get into it, but first we need to set up a database. Now, if I were to use something like Postgres or MySQL, then I would just grab it from the Sevalla databases. So they have a couple of different options. And this is pretty cool because you can have your deployed application as well as your database in the same place, right? You don't really need to go anywhere else and to make them work together. Instead, you would get everything in one place. But in this project, as we promised, we'll be using MongoDB. So head over to mongodb.com and create an account. I already have, so I'll just try to log in. And then we are going to create a database and then hopefully connect to it. And maybe in one of the upcoming projects, we could use these databases and deploy our application into the same place so that you can see the benefit. So definitely feel free to play this if you want to have Redis or Walkie, MariaDB. Probably you have never tried these. Maybe this is a pretty good option where you can basically experience it. So here let's try to create a new project. This is the very last one that we have created, but let's say we all of them, and we are going to create a new one. So I'll say chat fi. You can put anything for the name. And then we would like to create a free cluster. Again, you don't need to pay anything. So just select this, leave everything as it is, and say create the deployment. Okay. So make sure that you copy the password, and this is the database user. Let's say create that. Choose a connection method. Let's say drivers. Now it says you should install MongoDB, but we are using Mongoose, so we don't really need to install it. Alright, so once again we'll be using Mongoose, not the MongoDB driver. Here we copy the password. I think we can just copy the connection string because the password is already within this, right? So this is your password. You can toggle this. Okay, so just copy this and go under the .env file. Now we will put the actual connection string. So just paste this in. By using this, we can connect to our database. So let's say done. And then we just need to do one more thing under the network access. So here just say add the IP address and say allow access from anywhere. Just say confirm. This will take a couple of seconds and then it should be active. Here we go. So now we can go under the database clusters and we can say browse collections, but we don't really have anything. So we'll just get nothing, right? Okay, now maybe it is time to connect to our database. and handle the user's sign up functionality. So first, under the source, I will create a folder called lib, and within this I will have db.js file, which is going to allow us to connect to our database. So I'll say import mongoose from the mongoose package, right? And then we're gonna have a function, let's say const connect db. This will be an async function, and we're gonna have a try catch block. So under the try, we can say something like await mongoose.connect. Then we're gonna put the process.env.mongo_URI. So this is going to connect to our database by using our connection string, right? And then we can say something like console log MongoDB connected successfully, right? And here we can even get the connection. Let's say con, here I'll say the host, right? So I'll say connection.connection.host. So this is just something if you want to have in the terminal. And in the catch, we can say console log or even console error. Let's say error connecting to MongoDB. And we can put the error right here. Now, since this has failed, we can just say process.exit with the status code of 1. I'll put a comment. 1 status code means fail. 0 means success. Okay, just keep that in mind. So this is the function that we have created. We are going to run this once we start listening our application. I will cut this for a second. And here, let's say, server start on this port, and then go ahead, call the connectdb method, which is imported from this file. Make sure to put .js at the end. Okay, now let's try to run our application. So here I'll go under the backend. Let's say npm run dev, and just make sure this is equal to development. That was just for testing purposes. We're actually in development here, not in production. Okay, server started, right? It is running, and then a couple of seconds later, MongoDB connected, and this is our host. Okay, so MongoDB has been connected, right? Now it's time to build our route. Now again, instead of having the function here, instead of having like 100 lines of code here, and then another here, what I'd like to do is basically cut this and put it under the controller. So we'll cut this function, which is basically a controller. Okay, for some reason. Okay, I just cut that. I will put it under the controllers. Let's say auth.controller.js, and this will be a function. Let's say export const sign up, and just paste this in. Okay, so it's the exact same thing. We can even make it async if we really wanted to. Let's say once user hits this endpoint, we're gonna get the sign up controller from authcontroller.js file. Once again, put the extension at the end. And this is going to be a post request, not a get request, right? So if you save it, hopefully we shouldn't really have any errors in the terminal. Now, if users wants to sign up, they would like to send a couple of different fields, right? This is the screenshot under the sign up page. This is what we're gonna have at the end of this tutorial. But basically, if user wants to sign up, they need to send the full name, email, as well as a password field. But to be able to grab these fields under the backend, under the server.js, we need to add this line. So here, right after the port, just say app.use express.json. So this is a middleware that we are calling so that we can get access to the fields that user sends. So it is going to be under the request.body. Okay, so let's see what I mean. Under the sign up, we have request, right? We would like to grab the fields that user will send us. Things like full name. Let's actually grab this. I will delete this response. So here I'll say const, we're gonna get something from request.body. which is going to be things like, let's say full name, it's going to be email and password. If you didn't put this line, right, if you delete it, this is going to be equal to undefined. You cannot really get them. So for that reason, make sure to add this. And let's close these files. Okay, so here I'll have try and catch block. Let me kill the left-hand side and maybe zoom in again. Okay, so under the try, before we save the user to our database, I'd like to do a couple of different checks. So first, I'd like to make sure that if user filled in all of these fields. So if they didn't provide full name, we'll just say, hey, you should provide this one, and same for these. Then I would like to check if they put a valid email. So if they put something like abc@gmail, so this is not a valid email account, right? It should be ending with something like .com or anything, right? So we will just check for these kind of thing. Here I'll say if there is not full name, or if there is not email, or if there is not a password. In this case, we would like to just immediately return out of this function and send a response. So this is going to be an error. So we'll say status. So the status code is going to be 400, which means a bad request, right? And then for the message, we can say something like, let's say JSON message, let's say all fields are required. Okay, so that was the very first check. The other one that I'd like to have, if the password is, let's say length, if it is less than 6, we don't really allow this to happen, right? We want to keep our application a little bit safe. So I'll basically duplicate this and I'll say password should be at least 6 characters, right? Say password must be at least 6 characters. Okay, so that's the second check. Now the third one is to check if the email is a valid address, right? I'll say check if email is valid, and for this we'll be using regular expressions, regex. Now let's see what does that mean. I will copy and paste 2 lines of code and I'll tell you where you can grab these. For now, just watch me. Okay, I'll just save. So there is some gibberish code, which is like a regular expression, and we will say, let me format this a bit. Okay, so here it says, just test out the email that user sends us. If it is not valid, we'll say invalid email format. So this looks really confusing, and to be honest, if you delete this and ask me to type this out, I cannot really. So this is something that you don't need to memorize, and I don't even know either, right? You can grab this from the source code, visit the Auth controller file, and find this code, just copy and paste it. This is something that you would get normally from AI or from somewhere like Stack Overflow, but nowadays you would just get it from AI. Okay, so that's our email check, and then we can have finally the user, right? I'll say const user. Now we would like to check if this user already existed. Here, let's take a look at the UI. So let's say if user wants to sign up with an email like jondo@gmail.com, but if this email already existed, we'll just say something like try a different email, right? So again, we will have some checks, but now how do we get this user from the database? Just before we build it, we need to create a model. It's going to be pretty basic. Let's go under the source, create the models, and we would like to create a user.js file, and just make sure that the U is uppercase. This is one of the conventions that we can follow. The other one is user.model.js. Again, this is just a regular JavaScript file. The icon changes because of my VS Code theme, but it does just the same thing as doing this one. Here I'll be using this convention, user.js. Okay, so we will create a user model so that we can communicate with our users in our database. And let's see how we can create this one. So if you have ever worked with MongoDB, then you know how to build it, but if you haven't, I can explain it from scratch. So first we are going to import Mongoose, and we are going to create a schema. In this case, it's going to be user schema, and we'll say new mongoose.schema. Let's say call this, and then we are going to pass an object. So we will say every single user will have an email, and this is going to be type of string. So just say type will be string, and it should be with upper, like capitalized. Type will be string. Let's say it's going to be required. So required true, and duplicate this. It's going to be also unique, right? Let's say unique will be equal to true. Now we'll do the same thing for full name and password. I'll just duplicate this. Let's say full name is going to be type of string required, but it doesn't have to be unique. Let's do the same thing for the password and profile pic. Let's say password type string required. It shouldn't be unique, but we can say something like minimum length is going to be 6. And then for the profile pic, type string, it doesn't have to be required, and by default we can just say it's going to be an empty string. When user signs up, it's going to be an empty string, and then if they wanted to, they can update it. Now also, this is optional. I always added the second object with the timestamps to be equal to true. So this is going to add created at, let me type this out, created at, and updated at fields to the user. So you can use this field to show something like user is member since this date, right? And then you can use this to show something like last login, and you know, the updated date, whatever that is. Okay, so we have the schema. Now we would like to create a model. Here I'll just scroll to the bottom. I'll say const user. This is the actual model. We'll say mongoose.model. It's going to be the user model. Just make sure to type it out like this, capitalized, and then we'll say user schema. So this basically says create a user model based off of this schema that we have, so that every user has an email, full name, password, and profile pic. And then finally, we'll say export default user. Okay, so by using this import, right, by using this user object, we can interact with our users in the database. So this is what we'll be doing under the Auth controller. So here I'll say const user. You can say await user dot find one, and we need to import the user. So let's say user from, we'll just go one up under the models, user.js. Once again, make sure to put the extension at the end. So we'll say find one user, where the email is equal to this email that user sends us from the sign up form. Since they're the same thing, you can shorten this. Okay, so this is the user. You'll say if there is a user, then we can just return immediately and say res.status of 400, and we can say JSON message of something like email already exists, right? So please try something different. But if this is not the case, we can take the user's password and hash it. So let's say user has this password. We don't really want to save it as it is to the database. We would like to, you know, make it something gibberish, like let's say $, some letters, underscore, like not exactly like this, but it will be something unreadable. You don't really want to save it as it is. So this is what we call password hashing. And for this, we have installed a package, which was bcrypt. Let's say import bcrypt, if I can type it out, bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Okay, so now we'll be using this. I'll say const. First, you need to create a salt. Let's say await bcrypt.gensalt. So bcrypt.gensalt, and we're gonna call this method by passing 10. So this 10 is going to determine how long the string is going to be Now you might say, okay, let's make it 100 so that it is really secure, but then this will take a lot longer than 10. So 10 is a perfect value that we can use. And then I can say const hashed password. We will basically say await bcrypt, let's say bcrypt dot hash, just call the method. We will say hash this password that user sends with the salt that you have. Okay, now that was the password user sent us, and this is the hashed password. It is this value. I hope that makes sense. Now we will say basically create the new user. So I'll say new user, call the class, the user model, and then we'll say pass the full name, here's the email, and here is the password. Password is going to be the hashed password, right? Okay, then we can go ahead, basically say if there is a new user, we can do something else. We can throw some kind of an error, right? I'll say res.status of 400. And then here I'll say .json, something like message invalid user data. Now in the if case, we can basically say generate token. So this is going to authenticate the user, which is something that we're going to do. We don't have this function. We are going to create it. Let's say we would like to pass the new user dot underscore ID and also the response. You're going to see why in a second. And then we can say await new user dot save. So this is going to save it to the database. Then finally, we can say res.status of 201, which means something is created, right? And then let's say JSON. So 200 means success and 201 means something created successfully. And for the response, we can basically send the ID of this user. Let's say new user underscore ID. We can send the full name. So these are the things that we send back to the client to let the user know that they signed up successfully. Let's pass the email. I think I can just duplicate this and we'll do the profile pic. So here I'll say email. Okay. Now let's save. I think our server is going to crash, or maybe it doesn't, but if you call this method, it would crash because we don't have this method. And just before we create it, let's handle the catch case. The catch block, I'll say console.log, something like error in signup controller. Let me turn this down. Say controller and put the error. Then we can say res.status of 500 JSON, and we can say something went wrong as our message, right? Let's say internal server error. Okay, now we need to create this method. I promise once we create it, we can test this out and everything should be working out as expected. So I'll copy this name. We will go under the lib. We can create some utils.js file and create this method. So first we are going to import JWT from JSON Web Token. This is the package that is going to allow us to implement the authentication. And then we can create this method. So this was getting two different arguments, if you remember, right? We passed the user ID as well as the response. So let's double check. This is the user ID and then the response. Now here, basically, we would like to create a token for the user, right? So that we know that which user is which one and if user is authenticated or not. So let's first type this out and then I'll show you some kind of a diagram that I have here. You can access them under the in the video description. Let me actually walk you through it first and then we can write the code. Okay, so this is our authentication workflow. User is going to click to a button, which is going to send a request to our endpoint, which is like API, Auth, sign up, or login, right? So then if it is the sign up case, we would like to create a user in the database and then generate a token, right? So we're going to save the user to the database and then generate a token. And this token is like saying user that, hey, you're authenticated, just keep this token with you. So we will create it from the server and send it back to the client. And since we are sending, we will be using response, right? So that's why we are getting the response in the first place, because we'll be using it here. So we created the token, we are going to send it as the response back to the client in the cookies, okay? So just keep this in mind. We will create the token and send it back in the cookies to the client. And we can show some kind of a success message, like you signed up successfully, right? Okay, then there is another part. This is to check if user actually authenticated. This is something that we'll get into. For now, I want you to understand only this part. User will send a sign up request. We are going to save it to the database, generate a token, and send this token back to the client with the response. Okay, so it'll be under the cookies. So let's see how we can create this token. I'll say const token, and here we'll say JWT.sign. Here, this wants you to have 3 different objects, right? So the first one is the payload. I'll explain what that means. Let's say user ID, and we can just pass the user ID as we are getting. So you can say like anything, but in this case, it should be something meaningful. So with this user ID, we can basically know which user owns which token, right? So this is like an identifier. And since they are the same value, we can shorten this. The second object is the secret key. Here we can see secret or private key. And we are going to get this from .env file. Let's say .env JWT_secret. And then we're going to pass the option. Let's say this will expire in 7 days. So just put 7D. Okay, now let's try to create this under the .env file. For the value, you can put anything. For now, I'll just say my JWT secret. Okay, so we created the token. Let's send it back to the client with the under the cookies. So I'll say res.cookie. The name, it could be anything. I'll say JWT. Just follow along with me so that we can have the same code base. I'll say pass the token. This is what we'd like to set, right? The name, the value, and then some options to make it a little bit more secure. So for the first key, I'll say maximum age. I will say this is going to be 7 days, but you cannot say 7D. Here, this should be in milliseconds. So I'll say 7 times 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000. So this is in milliseconds once again. Okay, so this is like 7 days. And then we can put the HTTP only. I'll say true. This is going to make it to be a little bit more secure. And let's say prevent, like this will prevent the XSS attacks. So that means this token is only going to be available via HTTP. With JavaScript, no one can access to the token. And this is what we call the cross-site scripting. So this is the name of the attack. If you really wanted to, you can check this out. Scripting. And then we have the same site. I will say this is going to be equal to strict. Again, this also, let's say strict. This will also prevent the CSRF attacks. You can check this out if you're really interested in that. And finally, I will say secure. And this secure field is either going to be true or false. But how do we determine it? Well, it's going to be depending on the environment that we are at. So if we are in development, that means we have HTTP localhost, right? But if we are in production, we have HTTPS somedomain.com. So if it is in production, it is secure, right? We have HTTPS. So this as stands for secure. But if you are in development, it is not secure, it is false. So that's why you will just say, if we are in the development, this is going to be equal to false, but if we are in production, it's going to be equal to true. So I hope that makes sense. This is what we're gonna have, and finally, we'll just say return the token. Okay, so that's pretty easy, I think, right? Like 10 lines of code. We generate the token. Let's try to call it and make sure to import it from the utils.js file. Okay, so let's save and try to give it a go. I'll be using Postman to be able to test this out, which is a free desktop application you can download. I already have it. Let me put it right here. Let's try to create a new collection. Okay, maybe I just need to zoom out, make it full screen. Okay, so let's put our endpoint, which is localhost 3000 /API /auth /signup. So if I just send a GET request, it's not gonna work, but let's say post, and under the body, let's say row JSON. Here, let's try to send the full name field. So I'll say full name is going to be John Doe. If I just send the request, it says all fields are required. That's correct. Let's pass the email, and I'll put a wrong email, like just John. This is not a valid email address. And let's put the password. And let's say from 1, 2, 3, that's it. First, let's send the request. Password must be at least 6 characters. Let's put it. Invalid email format, right? Let's put that in. Let's say johndoe@gmail.com. Send. Okay, user has been created successfully, as you can tell. And I think we should have some cookies as well. I don't know if we can see it from here, but okay, so under here, under the cookies, here we can see we have JWT token, and this is going to expire in 7 days. Today is September 3rd, and it's going to expire at September 10, right? Now let's take a look at our database, if we have the user or not. Well, I'm pretty sure that we have it. Okay, so under the database, which is called test, I'll show you how to fix it. Under the user collection, we have the user, and as you can tell, the password has been hashed. We just say from 1 to 6, but now it is something completely different, which is what we would like to have. Now the database name is test. Let's try to fix it. And you might be asking, how can we fix it? Just under the .env file, before the question mark, you should put your database name. Otherwise, if you don't put anything, it's going to be test. Here I'll say chat, like chatify _db. Let's save. Just go here. Let's try to delete the test database. Okay, now we can create this user once again. It's been created. Okay, for some reason this name didn't update it. Well, it's because if you update the .env file, you should save one of your backend files. Okay, just save it. Let's delete it once again. And sign up. User created. Okay, now we can see chatify.db, and this is the latest user that we just created. Let's try to create this user once again. It should say something like email already exists. Now let's do Jane Doe this time. And if you don't pass the password, again, it's going to say all fields are required. So everything is working as expected. Here I'll just send the request. Jane has been created. Let's try to refresh. We should have both of these users, and that means everything is working as expected. So I hope you're able to see how everything works. Let's try to pretty quickly go over it. We have API Auth endpoint, right? And from here we have the signup. We created a controller. Basically, we get all these fields from the user And to be able to get these, we need to have this middleware, right? And then we have a couple of different checks to make sure everything is working correctly. Then we got the password, hashed it, created the new user, and then generated a token. This token is basically creating a JWT token by using this package and sending it to the client under the cookies. We just add some options to make it secure, save the user to the database, and send a response back to the client, right? It's pretty basic. I don't really think if it is any confusing, but here I'll just leave a to-do. Let's say send a welcome email to user. So I have a screenshot. Okay, so once user signed up successfully, we're going to send them an email, like whatever their full name is. In this case, it is like my name, 12, and then some text with a link. So if they click to this link, it'll take us to our application. So we're going to see how to build it. This will be in the next section, but just before we end this one, I think we can create a new branch and commit our changes, right? So I'll kill everything. Let's close it all. I'll say Command-Shift-P and toggle the status bar visibility. And from here, I'll create a new branch. So here, I think I can just call this as sign up. And if you join to a new company, they're going to create a new branch for you, right? This is what happened to me when I first joined to a company. They said, we're going to create you a branch and you will have your changes here. Once you commit something, send us a pull request so that we can either reject your changes or accept it if we like it. So this is the similar process that we're going to see. In this case, we have a new branch for the sign up section. Let's say create this one and go right here, just say add all these changes to the staging area. And you can shrink this one. For the commit message, we can say sign up controller added, and I'll say commit. Okay, now we need to publish this branch. So this is going to publish that. Here we can see, without even refreshing, we can get the new, we can create a pull request. Okay, just make sure that, even you don't need to make sure, but this will be in default. The base will be master and you will be sending the pull request from signup, right? So this is what you would have in default. Just say create the pull request. Okay, so your teammate would be coming here and it would take a look at your code. If they like it or not, here they can add some comments. Maybe it would say this code isn't really clean, just go ahead, fix it a little bit, I don't know, any kind of thing, and they would say start a review, and then you would fix it, and then they can let's say publish the branch or merge the changes. I hope that makes sense. Basically they can see your code, and if everything is fine, they would just come here. Let's go back again. They would just say merge the pull request, right? But since this is our account, we can just do it ourselves as well. And here also you can see something like CodeRabbit review in progress. If you don't know what that means, basically I have integrated CodeRabbit to my repos so that I can get some suggestions. So this is your AI senior developer teammate. Basically, it'll give you all kinds of suggestions, any kind of critical bugs that you have in your code, and it'll tell you, hey, you should fix this part, this doesn't look correct, you have some potential issues, things like that. And especially if you're a beginner, you're not gonna know all the best practices. So it can give you all kinds of suggestions to tell you, hey, you should follow this best practice, or here in your code, you're leaking some credentials, things like that. And if you want to use it, you can find a link in the description, which is going to give you 14 days free trial without paying anything, no credit card required at all. So every single time when you do a pull request, it'll take a couple of minutes. Let's refresh. Okay, So it'll take a couple of seconds and you should be able to get a summary by CodeRabbit with all the features that you have, and then also it'll give you some coding suggestions. So again, it is taking a couple of minutes. Let's wait. Once it is done, I'll show you how that would look like. Alright, so just after a couple of minutes, here we go. We have an entire walkthrough of every single file with the changes that we have added and a huge sequence diagram. This is actually insane. I can just zoom in and walk you through it, what we have in this application. So first, user will send a post request to our signup endpoint where they pass full name, email, and password, right? So we would check some validations like the email format, password length, if user existed or not, things like that, right? And then if it is existed, we would say user already exists, but else we would hash the password, create the user, sign a JWT token or JSON Web Token with 7 days. Then we would say, 201 user created, and here is the response that you would get. And the other things that we have implemented are things like, the connectDB method. We pass our environment variable. If it is done successfully, we would say connected to host, but else failure, process exit with the status code of 1. So this is insane. You can even put it into, into your website right after the project or in the README file if you really wanted to. This sequence diagram is really helpful. Okay, then let's scroll to the bottom and see what kind of suggestions that we have. So first, it is this one. Here it says you can get the name and check, then trim this down. So basically, it says if user has something like Jane, couple of empty spaces, you should delete these empty spaces and then save it to the database. For the email, it says if user puts something like Gmail, all uppercase, then you should take this, lowercase it, and then save it to the database, which is, I think, pretty good suggestion, right? It says take the email, trim this down, and lowercase it, and then save it to the database. So this is something that you can do if you really wanted to. This is what that is. Let's scroll a little bit down. Here we have a potential issue, which says before you generate the token, make sure to save the user to the database. So let's do it. I will copy this code, go under the Auth controller. Let's close these. Here, instead of having it in this way, I think he says do it in this way. Okay, so first we are going to save the user, persist the user first, then issue the Auth cookie, right? Okay, so let's say before CodeRabbit and after. So it looks like this is a better solution, and here is the reason. You can take a look at that. Then what else do we have? This is some suggestion. I think this is pretty extreme. We can skip this, but if you want to have the best code, the most beautiful code, you can copy this and add it into your code base. Then here under the db.js, we can implement this one as well. Basically, it says check if you have the environment variable or not. You can go under the db.js. So instead of doing it immediately, you would say if we don't have this in the first place, if this is undefined, just throw an error, right? So this is what they do, I think. So you can get this entire code if you really wanted to. I just want to keep it simple and don't change our code base too much. So here it basically does the same thing. It checks if token existed or not. Now this is actually a better code. I would recommend you to do it. So this is a lot more better than what we had previously. And you can do the same thing under the utils file. So before you add it here, let's do it. You would like to have this kind of a check just before you create the token. So right here, let's delete these plus signs. Okay, we can delete the node.env, but Here, let's paste this in. Okay. Then let's see what else do we have. Now, of course, I'm not going to implement everything that CodeRabbit has because I don't want to waste too much time. But as you can tell how beautiful this is, especially if you're a beginner developer, right? You would learn so many things just by reading. Like 10 minutes reading this is a lot more better than watching a 1-hour tutorial. You would see all kinds of best practices, the edge cases, things like that. Okay, one more suggestion. It says before you start listening on your app, maybe you can connect to the database, and this is something that we can do in the future. For now, just before I say merge the pull request, I will send another, like these changes as a commit. Here, let's say sign up section, let's say code refactoring. Okay, commit, sync the changes. These changes will be in the sign up branch, right? Now let's refresh. We just had one commit, now we have 2 commits with the latest changes. So again, you can wait for a code suggestion on this one, but in this case, I'll go ahead, basically say merge the pull request, confirm, and this should be good to go. Now we will finally switch back to the master, which is this one. Okay, now if you take a look at the master, you don't really have the latest changes. So under the auth route, this looks as it was in the previously, right? So we'll say sync this up, basically get the latest changes from GitHub. Now we can see everything is right here as expected with the latest changes with the latest commit. Okay, so I hope it was easy to understand what we have done. I can pretty quickly show you again. We created a new branch, put some name, created that, and then we have committed, then published the branch and merged the pull request. Okay, so I'll be doing this a couple of times in the upcoming sections, so I think you'll get comfortable with it. And this is what you would be doing in real world implementation, right? In a company, you have to create some pull requests and then, send your commits. Okay, so with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So in this section, let's try to send a welcome email to our users when they sign up. For the emails, we'll be using Resend, which has a free plan that we can use. So under the pricing, here we can see without paying anything, we can send 3,000 emails per month, which is pretty cool, right? So here we can go ahead and sign in. This is what I'll be doing. I'll use my Google account, but you can use your GitHub as well. And then they have basically a bunch of different SDKs for any kind of application, right? So here we'll go ahead, use their Node.js SDK, and it is pretty easy to get started with. So under the documentation, copy this npm install resend command, open up your terminal, make sure you're under the backend, and just say get this specific version. So 6.0.2. So install it under the backend. Then let's see what is the next step. I think we need to get an API key. So once you are logged in, go under the API keys. If you wanted to, you can put your own domain, by the way. But in this case, I'll be using the resend domain, which is onboardingresend.dev. Now you can use this, but the disadvantage is that you can only send an email to this account, okay? So like your Google account, so whatever the email, whatever the email the admin is, which is fine. We are just testing it out, but in real world, you would like to add your own domain. Okay, so let's go ahead under the API keys. Let's say Chatify app. I'll just say full access and let's say add. Okay, copy the API key. Let's say done. We will go under the .env and we can say something like resend API key. Okay, paste this in, and then I'll also have the email from, and then let's say email from name. So I'll put my name, and email from is the, it's going to be this value. So the email address, onboarding@recent.dev. Okay, let's save and see the next step. Basically, we need this kind of a function call with the email template. So we'll be using HTML to be able to send it. And here I have prepared a template, which is this one. And I'll show you how you can copy and paste this. If you didn't like it, you can get your own version as well. So under the source, I will have the emails folder. And let's say email templates.js. And let's say email handlers.js. So go into the source code, find this file and copy the content and paste this in. This is what I'll be doing. It is like 50 lines of code. And here you can see this is just an HTML file with some images, p tags. Basically, it is this end result. And here there is two different things that is dynamic, the username as well as the application URL. Okay, so we are getting this as an argument, the username, where we say hello, whatever the username is, and then the client URL, it's going to be under the link. So when they click to this link, it should take us to our application. So this is dynamic because we don't really know what the URL is going to be. So here, this is my URL, but yours could be something different, right? And I don't know why this is unavailable, but we can fix this later in the video. Okay. Now let's go ahead, save this file, and we're gonna build the email handlers now. And actually, just before this one, let's go under the lib, create a recent.js file. And here we would like to import recent, just like in the documentation, from recent. And then we can say export const create a recent client. We'll say new recent. And then we'll like to put the recent API key. Now to be able to get this, you need to import .env and call the config method. So you can either do it in this way. Okay, so either like this, or you would say import .env from .env and call the config method. So this and this is basically the same thing. Now there is even a better usage that I'll show you. We will create a .env file here, not .env, but just env.js file, and we're gonna put our environment variables here. So we're gonna get into it. So this is like, let's say to do. For now, let's use it in this way. So we got the recent client, and I'll get an export const sender object. Here I'll say email and then the name. Okay, so we're going to be using it. You'll see what that does. So we got the recent client so that we can use this and send emails, and then the sender information. So in the email, we can see who is the sender. This is the name, is probably your name, and then your email. Okay. Now we'll go under the email handlers, just create a function. So here I'll say export const send welcome email, and this is going to take a couple of different options. Let's say the email name and client URL. Okay, so this email is to email. Like, let's see what that means. I'll say const grab the data as well as the error by calling recent client. Make sure to import it and put the extension. So we will say emails.send, and this is going to take an object. So here I'll say here's the from. Let's make this to be dynamic, and I'll say sender.name, and we're gonna put these carets and I'll say sender.email. Okay, then the receiver, let's put the email. You can put the subject, which is going to be welcome to Chatify, right? This is the subject. You can put anything. And then the HTML is not going to be this, obviously. It is going to be create welcome email template. And this is under the templates. Here we can see it is the function. Now this is a function so that we can pass our variables, the arguments. Okay, let's say name and client URL. Let's import it. I think this is not the, let's say email templates.js. This is the correct path. Okay, so everything looks fine. I'll say if we have an error, here I'll go ahead, put some console logs and throw some error. Okay, but in the else case, that means it is done successfully. We can just say welcome email sent successfully and console log the data. Okay, now everything is done. All we have to do, just call this method when user signs up. So I'll go auth controller.js. Here we have a to-do. Let's say try and catch. I'll say await send welcome email. And we need to pass the email, which is the, let's say, saved user.email. Let's say saved user.fullname, as well as the client URL. Again, I think to be able to use this, we need to import the .env because we are using environment variables. And in the catch, we can put like fail to send welcome email. So now I will delete this to do, save this file, and let's see if it's going to work or not. I'll try to sign up with this email, like it should be this one, right? Because we are using the onboarding recent domain. Here I'll say put my email for the name, let's say my full name. Okay, let's go ahead and just say send. We are not running the application, that's why it failed. Let's say npm run dev. Let's do it again. Okay, so it looks like user has been created. I'll check out my inbox if I get the email or not. Alright, so here we can see it. It says 0 minutes ago. This is the full username. Everything is working. This is the sender email. It just works out as expected. And if you click to this one, it should take you to the undefined. It is not correct. Let's see why this did not work. And by the way, we have welcome email sent successfully. This is the email ID. Okay, so everything works out other than this client URL. Let's try to debug it. Okay, we have the client URL under the .env. So here, since we are in development, our client URL is our React application. I mean, it's localhost. So basically, client URL means front-end URL. And in this case, it is localhost 5173. But in the production, this is going to be something else, right? Whatever the URL is, right? So in this case, it would be this value. But we're going to make it dynamic in the upcoming sections. So in development, once again, our front-end URL is localhost 5173. So if we save it, everything should be working out. If you try to sign up again, let's do it actually. I will delete this user so that we can sign up from scratch and get the email. Okay, so I'll delete this one from the database, delete it. Let's send the sign up request and we should get a new email. Okay, so let's say show. And if we say open messenger, now it's going to open up our front-end application. Okay, so that means this link is also working as expected. Now, since we are not running the front-end, we can see 404, which is completely fine. We just make sure that the link is working as expected. Let's pretty quickly go over what we have done. So we have created our API key and put this in with some other fields to see who is sending the email and what is the full name. And then we also put the frontend URL to make the link work. Then under the lib, we set up the resend, right? It's pretty easy. Like we just have one object and another one for the sender. Then we have a template. You can change this, make it however you want. This is what I provided. And then a function to be able to send welcome email. And we are calling this once user signed up successfully here under the try and catch block. So we wrap this with try and catch. It's because if this fails, we don't really want to break our application. If this fails, we'll just see console log, that's it, right? Okay. So that was the entire section. Just before we end it, let's try to set up our environment variables in a better way. The problem that we have currently is every single time if we want to use an environment variable, like here, we need to import .env and call the config method, which is not really optimal. Instead of doing it in every single place, we are just going to do it here only once, right? So here, let's say import .env and call the config method. Then we can export an object like env, and then we're gonna put all of our environment variables. So I'll copy this, but we're just gonna put the keys. Here I'll just comment this out so that we can see it. So we'll have port, which is coming from process.env.port. And then we'll do the same thing for Mongo URI, JWT secret. So as you can tell, I'll just get the node_env. And I think we can delete the fallback values because we will always have them. And then here we can put the client URL, resend API key. Okay, so I think that's it. Now, if this doesn't make sense, I think it'll do in a second. Now in, let's say, resend.js. So instead of doing process.env, we're going to delete this import and we will just say env. Let's import it. So let's say from lib, oh, actually just from the env.js file. Okay, now we don't really need to say process.env and import .env on every single file. We'll just import the env object and get all of our environment variables, right? Let's try to do it in other files. I think we did it from the auth controllers. Can delete this. And here, if we want to get the client URL, we'll just say env, env.client URL, and we need to import it. Okay. And let's see where else did we use it. In the server.js, I'll delete .env. And here we are using the port, right? So instead of doing it in this way, I'll say env.port. Also, let's say env.node.env. So currently we're just refactoring our code. Let's put it at the very end. And let's check if we have any other process.env calls. So under the db.js, we can just say grab this from env, right? Import it. And here you can see we have all these fields. So we have it here. Let's try to fix them. Say env.email from and email from name. Finally, under the utils, let's say env.js. Okay, so I think that's it. Hopefully it is not really confusing. Let me close everything and walk you through it once again. We have created the env file and we are basically getting all of them from the .env file. And we are only calling this .env config once, right? In any other files, if we want to use an environment variable, we would just import this object, just like this one. And then we can say, env.port, env.node.env, whatever that is. I hope that makes sense. Everything is working as expected. So we can create a new branch. Here I'll say create a new one. Let's say welcome email for the name. Let's say welcome email sent. Let's say welcome email implemented. Let's publish the branch. We'll go into the source code and create a pull request. Okay, so just before we merge it, I'll wait for the suggestions from CodeRabbit. And once it is done, I'll just be right back. So here is a quick summary by CodeRabbit. Here are the new features that we have introduced, such as sending a personalized welcome email to new users after they sign up. And we have some refactoring, such as centralized environment variable configuration, right? And you can take a look at the rest. Now here it says this is transactional email, which is correct. And here I have a screenshot. So if you don't know already, the transactional emails are the things like we send to one recipient at a time. So they are like personalized emails, things like welcome emails, confirmation emails, and password resets, right? This is what we call the transactional emails. And then we have bulk emails, which are things like you send it to multiple recipients at once. And this is great for newsletters. You send the same content to multiple users at once, product announcements, and then term and conditions updates. Okay, so just keep that in mind. As a developer, you need to know these terms. Okay, transactional and bulk streams or bulk emails. And then we can scroll down, see the sequence diagram. Basically, once user has been created, we will send a response back, and in the background, we will try to send an email without blocking our code. And then let's scroll to the bottom to see some suggestions. Here it says recent use Node version 18 and above. That's fine. We already have 20 and above. Here it says instead of wrapping this with try and catch and awaiting, you can just do it in this way, which is fine, but it is not potential issue. It is just suggestion, so I'm going to skip this. If you wanted to, you can replace this code block with this one. And then let's see. Again, some suggestions. Here it says if you do not have these environment variables, just throw some errors immediately. That's fine. Like I would normally implement them, but for now I don't want to waste any time, so I'll just skip that. And then here it looks like in the email we say something like welcome to Messenger. It says this should be Chatify. So this is such a beautiful refactoring suggestion. I think we should fix it. Maybe I'll do it in the upcoming sections. Basically, this should be our application name. It is not Messenger in this case. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. Now, if you didn't use CodeRabbit, you would not be able to see this error, right? Unless your users tell you. Okay, let's scroll. Okay, so we have a potential issue. It says escape interpolated values and code href to prevent. Okay, so HTML injection. So some users might put some malicious code here. It says maybe you would like to make this URL to be safe first. I think that's perfectly valid. This is what you should have in production. You can update this function with it. I don't want to waste any time, so I'll just keep going. And then here, again, a suggestion. It says you can put some errors like validations if any of these are missing. That's fine. Same for this one. Okay, so these are all the suggestions that we could have. And in this case, I'll just say merge the pull request. Let's confirm it. We will go into our code base. And then we can basically switch to the master. Now we don't really have the latest changes such as resend, emails. But if we just say sync this up with the GitHub repo, we should get everything in a second. Okay, so this is what we have. The welcome email functionality is working correctly. So with that, I think that's gonna be it for this section, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So now that we have built the sign up functionality, let's go ahead and visit the Auth route and get started with the login and logout endpoints. Now they're not going to be GET requests, right? So let's make them to be POST, and let's try to delete the content. Instead, we're going to give the login method as well as the logout, and they're going to be coming from the Auth controller. So for now, let's say login and logout. Save, and let's go into this file, just shrink the sign up method, and we are going to create the login as well as the logout. So I will duplicate this. Let's say it is going to be logout, and let's first get started with the login method. So if we take a look at the login page, user is going to send us an email as well as a password so that they can sign in, right? So we'll go right here and we will just grab those values. Let's say email and password. This would be coming from request.body, and we can have a try and catch block. So under the try, first I'd like to check if this user existed with this email or not. So I'll say const user, say await user, find one, and check it with this email. Since both of them are the same thing, we can shorten this. Now I will say if there is not a user, in this case we can say something like res.status, and by the way, just make sure to return immediately out of this function. Let's say 400, which means bad request, and we'll say JSON, let's say message. Now we don't really want to say something like email is not found, right? Or password is incorrect. That's not a best practice. You should always say something like invalid credentials. So never tell them, the user, which one is incorrect. Let's say credentials. How do we even type this? I think like this. Okay, invalid credentials. Once again, never tell the client which one is incorrect. So password or email, don't say it. Just say something like invalid credentials, because there might be some malicious users. They can just check if this email existed or not. And if you say something like email doesn't exist, you would be making them happy, right? Now let's check for the password. I'll say const is password correct, and we'll say await bcrypt. We'll be using the same package. This time we would like to compare. So we'll say compare the password that user sends us to the one that is in the database. So we'll say get this hashed password, compare it with this one. And then we can say if password is not correct, we can say return. Again, basically the same thing. I'll copy this line, maybe just this part. Okay, and just paste this in. But now if this is not the case, that means user is actually authenticated. They send us the correct email and password. So we can say generate token, and we're gonna pass the user ID as the first argument, and then the response. Then finally we can send a response back to the client. In this case, I am too lazy to type this out, which is 4 lines of code. So we're gonna say 200 success, and here is the ID, full name, email, and profile pic of the user. In the catch, let's say something like console.log, or maybe error in this case. Let's say error in login controller, and just put the error. Okay, let's say res status of 500, JSON, this is going to be pretty classic, internal server error, let's say. Okay, so that's the entire login functionality. Let's build the logout and then test them out. So logout is a lot easier than what you think. Actually, this doesn't have to be an async function, and we will never use the request. So I can just even skip this completely or put an underscore. Okay, So here, basically, we would like to get rid of the cookies. So I'll say res.cookies. We would like to get rid of this one, because if you take a look at the utils file, here under the generate token method, we said we would like to set a cookie that is called JWT. So if this was called something like token, right? If you say token, then here you would say token as well. Just make sure that they are matching. Okay. Now we would like to say new value is going to be nothing. Basically, we clear this and let's try to kill it immediately. We'll say maximum age is going to be 0. Okay, and then we can finally say res.status of 200, something like logged out successfully. Okay, so I think that's the entire thing. Let's try to open up the Postman and test this out. So we have a couple of different users in the database. Okay, so how do I close this? Okay, so we signed up with this account, right? Now let's try to log in. Here I'll say API auth login and make sure that you are running your backend. Here in this case, I'm running successfully. Now I don't really need to pass the full name. I'll just send the email and password. Let me send the wrong one. Invalid credentials. Let's make the password correct, but email wrong. Again, invalid. So now if we put the correct one, we just logged in. This is the result, 200 status code, and we have the cookie. Now let's try to log out. You don't need to send anything for the body. Okay, so let's just say send a request. Res.cookies is not a function. I think I just have a typo. This should be res.cookie. Let's save and give it a go again. Okay, now we are logged out. And if you take a look at the cookies, we don't really have anything, right? Okay, so I hope everything makes sense at this point. Let's try to log in one last time. We are just logged in and we can see the cookies. So now I think the login and logout functionality is also working as expected. We can end this section right here, and in the next one we can add the update profile functionality. Okay, so let's just get rid of these spaces. And now we might be asking why this is the post request and not something like get, because this is the best practice, because in logout, if you do it with get request, it might be cached, you might send it on refresh, things like that. So for that reason, the logout functionality has to be post method, right? Like you can go with get, but that doesn't make any sense. So this is the best practice, just keep that in mind. Here, if you take a look at the code, you say, okay, we don't really do anything other than clearing up the cookies. Yes, but you still have to go with the post method. Alright, so I think that's it for the entire section. Let's keep it short and sweet. I'll open up the status bar and let's create a new branch and call it something like login and logout. And we can commit our changes. Let's add to the staging area and let's say login and logout functionality added. Commit, publish the branch. Let's go to the source code. That was the very last PR that we have created. Now let's create another one. Okay, so I'll just wait for the CodeRabbit to give me some reviews, and at the same time we can take a look at our deployment. So I have just realized, like in the previous sections, that the server is crashed, and this is something that I said we are gonna fix it later in the video. Now maybe that's the time. So I just went to the deployment, and under the deployment logs I can see something like missing API key and you have some errors, and it says you don't have the recent API key. Now you might say, hey, how could this be even possible? In my recent file I have my API key and it is under the .env file. So it is right here. why does the deployment fails? Well, you have the environment variables, but it is local. It is existed locally on your laptop. So you need to take these, also include it under the environment variables, right? Currently, this is what you have for Sevalla. So let's try to actually get everything from here. Maybe I'll just copy everything, right? Just go here, just, what should we say? Like add environment variable. I'll paste everything. We can delete the port because we already have it. And what else do we have? Let me just kill this. So we have node.env and port, right? This is equal to production, and this is 3000. Okay, so let's do it once again. I'll add everything. We had the port and node.env already, so we can get rid of these and just have everything as it is, right? Now, client URL is not going to be a local host. For now, we can leave it, that's fine. But actually, this is the client URL. This is the front-end application that we have, right? So I can copy this and paste it right here, and everything should be fine. Just make sure that you get rid of the very end slash, right? Okay, so this is what you should have. In your case, put your own domain, grab it from here or from your dashboard, and just say save. Okay. Now I think it's going to deploy it once again. Let's say deploy the changes. This will take a couple of minutes, and then we should be good to go without any errors. Okay, so let's wait for this to be completed, as well as the code rabbit code review. Alright, so the first thing that is completed was the deployment. Here we can see it is running successfully without any errors, and we can go ahead, refresh this page. Previously it was 500, but now we can get our React application, right? So everything is working correctly in the deployment part. So the only thing that we need to do is just adding our environment variables. Once again, the client URL in the development, it is equal to localhost, because this is our React application that is running in development. But in production, it is this application, right? It is this URL. This is our both front-end URL and back-end URL, because we deployed it under the same domain. So for the client URL, we had to put this one. Okay, just keep that in mind. Now let's wait for the reviews. This will take normally like 5 minutes. I think it should be done in a couple of minutes. Alright, so it is completed, and let's pretty quickly go over it. So we have introduced login and logout endpoints, where the logout clears the authentication sessions and login returns the basic user details. And here are some more things that you can take a look at, like the refactoring. We have replaced placeholder routes with the actual post endpoints, so on and so forth. And then here is the walkthrough of the files with the changes, as well as the sequence diagram. So basically, let's try to zoom in. User is going to send a request with the email and password. Let's say they want to log in, and first we're going to check with their email and then compare the password with the bcrypt package. If everything is done successfully, we will generate a token and set the auth cookie. But else we'll say invalid credentials for the mismatch password, or if user is missing, right? And then we have the logout functionality as well. So that's really cool. Let's scroll to the bottom to see the suggestions. Here it says under the login method, just before you do anything else, maybe you can add this if check. Let's actually do it. Now I'll go under the auth controller. Now here, when you have some changes that you want to do before merging, you can basically come into your code base. Let's try to edit right here. Delete the plus signs. Okay, so if they are missing, if user doesn't have email or password, we will say these fields are required. We're going to have this. Let's see what else. So when you are clearing out the cookies, it says put the options. This is not a potential issue, so I'll just skip that. Okay, just before we merge the pull request, we need to add a new commit to this same branch, right? Here I'll go ahead and say something like login refactoring. Let's say sync the changes. And if you scroll to the top, now we had only one commit. Let's refresh. Now we should have two commits, right? With the latest change, which is this refactoring. Okay, I'm not gonna wait for the code rabbit this time because we already fixed our code. Now I'll just say merge the pull request. Let's confirm. And then we can go into the master. Okay, so we would like to just get the latest changes. Okay, so I think now our code base is up to date. We have the login and logout endpoints, just like what we have created in this section. Okay, so I think that's it for this one. Maybe in the next section, we can implement the update profile functionality. So it's gonna be under the auth controller.js file as well. Okay, so I'll see you there. Alright, so let's get started with the update profile endpoint. So under the auth route.js, I will go ahead and duplicate this one, and let's say it's going to be /update profile. Since it is related to updation, we should say something like put method. And then this is going to be the update profile method. And let's try to grab this from the auth controller.js. Just go ahead and create it. For now, we'll just leave it as an empty function. Okay, now let's think about it. If a user wants to update their profile, they have to be authenticated. And we can create a function right before this. We will say this route is going to be protected. So I'll say protect route. And this is a function that we are going to create. Basically, if user is authenticated, only then they can call the next function, which is to update their profile. If they are not authenticated, this is going to throw some errors and they cannot call this method. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. If not, let's take a look at a diagram. So this is the auth workflow that we see previously. We already have built this part. Now it is time to build this second part. Let's pretty quickly go over it. If user wants to sign up or log in, they're going to send the request, and if everything is done successfully, we will generate a token and send it back to the client with the cookies, right? Okay, now user is authenticated, they just logged in. For the next subsequent requests, things like if they want to send a message or update their profile, fetch messages, anything, we are going to say, hey, if you're sending the request, just send me the token with your request, right? And this is going to be done automatically when they send a request, because we can get the token from the cookies. I know that that could be a little bit confusing, but it's actually pretty easy. We will see. Basically, if user wants to update their profile, okay, so let's say they want to update their profile, they're going to send you a request, and from the cookies, we will see if user has a token. If yes, we will see if it is valid or not. If it is valid, we will say, okay, you're authenticated, you can update your profile. If not, we'll say you're unauthorized, you cannot do it. So I hope that makes sense. Here even I have a diagram. So user wants to update their profile pic, they would send a request to our server. And we need to check if user is authenticated or not. So before this request, we will check for that authentication state with the protect route middleware, right? And then here is the logic. If user has a token, right? If it has existed in the request. If not, unauthorized, they cannot do anything. But if they have it, let's check if it is valid or not, right? Maybe they have the token, but it is expired, so they can't do anything. So if it is not valid, again, we'll throw some errors. But if yes, if it is valid, we'll say you can update your profile or send a message. So I hope this makes sense. Let's see how we can implement it in our code. And I just said a word like middleware, right? Now, this sounds pretty complicated, but basically it is just a function that you would run before sending back a response. So let me show you what I mean. So user sent you a request, right? Before you sent a response back, you would do something in the middle. That's why we call it middleware. And in this case, our middleware is going to be the authentication check. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's see how we can build it. I will go under the backend, source, create a folder called middleware, and then we'll say auth.middleware.js file. And we would like to basically create this function. So here I'll go ahead and say something like export const protect route. And before we get into the function logic, I would like to import a couple of different things. The JSON web token, the package, the user.js file, as well as our environment variables. Now, first we said we would like to check if token existed or not, right? So let's say const token, we'll say request, and here we need to get the request and response, by the way, and we will also get something what we call the next function. So I just told you that if this is done successfully, we are going to call the next function. So this is how we can call it with the next argument. So you're going to see this will make sense. Let's first get the token from the request dot cookies, and we call this as a JWT, right? So once again, let me show you this. When we create a token, we call it as JWT. So that's why this should match with what you have here. Now, this would be undefined unless you do some configuration in server.js. So we have installed a package in the beginning of this tutorial called cookie parser. And I told you that we will be using this package to be able to parse the cookies. So let's try to configure it. Here I'll say app.use, just call the cookie parser, call the method, and let's try to import it. I'll say import cookie parser from cookie-parser. Okay, once you have it, then you can actually use this. It is going to work. Now let's say if user doesn't have a token, you will say something like return res.status. The status of unauthorized is 401, and for the message, we can say something like let me just first say message unauthorized, no token provided. But now if user has the token, let's try to decode it. Let's say const decoded. We'll say jwt.verify, and we need to use, we need to decode this token. We need to use our secret, right? The JWT secret, because this is a secret that we created the token with. Here we'll say if this is a falsy value, we will say return, I'll copy this entire thing. We'll say, okay, you're still unauthorized. You have the token, but it is invalid. So say invalid token. Okay, but if the token is valid, let's check for the user. Because if you remember, once again, under the token, we put the user ID. So that's how we can identify a token. So we'll say user await user.find by ID, and we will say decoded.user ID. So we decoded the token. We can get the user ID and check for this user in our database. And I'll say something like if there is not a user, we can say something like user not found. Let me paste this in. Okay, but in the else case, everything is done successfully. We can just call the next function. In this case, it's going to be update profile. Okay, and actually, before you call the next method, you would like to add this user to the request. So you will say request.user is going to be equal to this user. So this is a custom field that we just added into the request so that we can use this user in the next functions. So I know that sounds complicated, but we're gonna see it in action. And here we would like to get every single field of the user except the password. So I'll just say select everything but not the password, because we don't want to really send this back to the client. In the catch, I can say, you know, something like error in protect route middleware, and put the error. Then also we can put res status of 500 internal server error. So this is the entire function that we would need, just 20 lines of code, and this is going to be something that we'll be using a lot. Once again, we check for the token, if it has existed or not, if it is valid or not, and then if user is in our database or not, by using the user ID. And if this is the case, we can call the next function, which means user is authenticated. And just before we do so, we are going to add this user to the request. And you're going to see it why in the incoming minutes. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Let's try to import it. Import protect route from, let's go one up, I believe, under the middleware from this file. Okay, now we can handle the actual method. And this method will basically allow the user to update their profile image. And we would like to store the images in some place. In this case, I'll be using Cloudinary. Let's try to pretty quickly log in. I'll log in with my GitHub account, my Google account. And then we're gonna get some credentials. Now, just before we get the credentials, we would like to install the Cloudinary package so that we can use their SDKs, right? So here I'll kill the backend. Let's clear this up. I'll say npm install Cloudinary, and for a specific version is going to be 2.5.1. Just make sure you're under the backend. Okay, let's install it and then rerun our application. Oops, say npm run dev. Now we will go under the lib and set this up just like recent. We'll say cloudinary.js file. Here we'll basically put a couple of different environment variables with a function call. First, let's get our environment variables. The first one is the cloud name. I'll copy it. Let's go under the backend.env and let's say something like cloudinary underscore cloud name. Paste this in and duplicate this twice. We will have the API key as well as the API secret. Again, they have a free plan, so you don't really need to pay anything. Actually, I am also in the free plan. Go under the settings. We would like to create some API keys, right? Let's say generate a new one. We got a confirmation code. So this is my confirmation code. I'll just copy it, paste this in. Now we can copy the API key as well as the secret. Okay, now we are using the environment variables under the env file. So here I'll go ahead, add them right here as well. So whenever you add something to the .env file, you would like to add the keys to the env.js as well. Let's say it's going to be kind of annoying, but let's duplicate this. We will have cloud, I think the API key and as well as the API secret. Let me just put them side by side. Let's say API key. Oops, what am I doing? So API key, and then API secret. Let's do the same thing for this part. Okay, so once again, we got the Cloudinary cloud name, API key, as well as the API secret. These are the things that we get from the .env file. Now we'll go under this cloudinary.js file and actually set this up. This is going to be less than 10 lines of code. So I just copy and paste it. we are importing Cloudinary, right? So they have this object called v2, but this doesn't make too much sense. So I wanted to say something like rename this as Cloudinary. And then we get our environment variables, right? Then we call the config method, pass the cloud name, API key, and API secret, and then export this object. We'll be using it in our controller file. Okay, so let's see how we can build it. I'll have a try and catch block. The first thing I'd like to do is getting the profile pic from the request.body. And we can say something like, if there is no profile pic, just return immediately, say something like status of 400 JSON, and let's say profile pic is required, right? And then we can check for the user ID. Now, how can we check for the currently authenticated user ID? So say const user ID. And if you remember, we can just say request.user._ID. Now, why this is the case? Why can we access to the request.user? Well, it's because under our Auth middleware, we said we are going to add the user under the request and then call the next method. That means under the next method, we can access to this, which is our user, right? This is the currently authenticated user. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Without that middleware, this would give you undefined, or it would even break your code. Now we can say something like await Cloudinary, and we need to import it. Let's say import Cloudinary from, I think we need to go one up under the lib. Okay, just grab it from this file, and then we will say uploader, call the upload method, and we will just pass the profile pic into it as the option. This is going to give us the upload response. Then we can say, update the user's profile in the database, because if you think about it, we are uploading the image to Cloudinary, but we also want to update our database. So this is exactly what we're gonna do. Let's say await user.find by ID and update. Let's put the user ID. So this is the user that we would like to update, and here is the field that we want to update, which is the profile pic. Let's say upload response. It has this secure URL, which is the URL that the image has been stored. And then finally, I'll add one more object. I'll say new true. So this will basically return the updated user object. Let's say const updated user. Save. Oops. Let's save. And finally, just return, send a response back. So let's say status of 200, which means success. And for the JSON, we can just send the updated user. And in the catch, I think I'm too lazy to type this out. So I'll copy and paste, let's say error in update profile, and here is the message. Okay, so that's it for the update profile as well. That's the entire endpoint or the controller. Now we cannot really test this out, I think, from the Postman, because we are going to be uploading an image as a base 64. I think we cannot do it in Postman. I have never tried it, but this is absolutely working. If not in the upcoming features, we would fix it. But I promise this is working as expected. I have tested out already. Okay, so that's the entire thing. I think we can just basically commit our changes. And just before we end this section, I have realized we are missing one more endpoint. That's going to be just one line of code. And this is to check if user is authenticated or not. Now let's think about it. When do we want to use it? Let's say you are in the chat page, right? You're messaging with a user, and then accidentally you just refresh the page. You would like to first check if user is authenticated. If user is authenticated, you will see this page. But if it is not, you would see one of these pages, right? You would see the auth page. So we need to create a method to check if user is authenticated. And whenever they visit our application, let's visit it pretty quickly. Whenever they visit the application, the first thing we will do in the background is to check if user is authenticated or not. So I hope that makes sense. This is going to be a GET request since we are just checking. And I'll say check, this is the auth check. And first we'll say protect this route. This is how we can check for the authorization, right? The authentication. And then if user is authenticated successfully, we can say call this controller. I'll say res.status 200, and for the JSON, we will just send the user back to the client. Okay, now let's try to test this out. I will try to log in. So we are logged in. Let's create a GET request API auth check. We don't really need to send anything. Let's say send. Okay, user is authenticated, right? Let's try to log out. And again, call the GET method. It says like unauthorized, you don't have the token, so you are not logged in. Okay, so that's the method that we're going to be using in the front end. So with that, let's try to commit our changes. I'll close everything and toggle the status bar. Let's create a new branch, and you can call this as update profile. Stage the changes. Okay, I'll commit. This is my message. Publish the branch, and let's try to create a pull request. Okay, now I'll just wait for the CodeRabbit code review. So here are the new features that we have introduced in this section. You can take a look at the files with their summary. You can pause the video if you really want to read it. There is a huge sequence diagram at this point. So these are the things that we have explained. Basically, at the end of the day, we are just checking for the token, right, within the cookies, if user is authorized or unauthorized. Again, you can take a look at it if you really wanted to. In this case, I'll just skip so that we don't really waste too much time. Now let's take a look at the code suggestions that we have. Here it says potential issue where the size should be at maximum 5 megabytes. So this looks a little bit complicated. We'll do it in a better way. Basically, at the moment, under the server.js file, let's kill those. So this doesn't allow you to pass anything larger than 50 kilobytes, right? But what we'll be doing is basically say a limit is going to be 5 megabytes. So this is something that we can do later in the video. I'd like to show you the error. In the front end, we can get something like payload too large error, okay? And we can fix this by adding the limit. So this is something that I'll have later in the video. For that reason, I'll skip this optimization. Here, maybe one thing that we could do is just add this select at the very end. Here in the update, say auth controller. Okay, here maybe we could just say select dash password. You can do it. For now, I don't want to add one more commit. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you can fast fail if you don't have these environment variables, which is fine. And then another potential issue. Well, it's not really that much of a issue. Here it says you can check for the errors explicitly. Again, you can definitely do it. I'm going to skip this so that we don't really waste too much time. Okay, so with that, I'll say merge the pull request, confirm, and we're gonna get the latest changes in the master branch. Okay, let's go here, close everything, and sync this up. Okay, so we have everything up to date. We got our middleware, the Cloudinary, everything is coming from our source code in GitHub. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Now in this section, we are gonna learn about a new concept. which is called as rate limiting. This is something that most beginners doesn't really know, but hopefully we are gonna learn it in a couple of minutes. So what is rate limiting in the first place? It is a way to control how often someone can do something on a website or in an application, like how many times they can refresh a page, make a request to an API, or try to log in. So we are gonna put some limits. Let's say only 100 requests per user every 2 minutes. Now, you might be asking, what does that mean? I think it is pretty clear, but let's say like you just send infinite amount of requests, right? You just don't stop. In a minute, you send like 200 requests, right? We don't really want this to happen. We would like to put some limits, otherwise everyone can just send unlimited amount of requests, right? Which is going to break our server at the end. So just in front of our API, we're gonna put a rate limiter where the requests will be filtered out depending on if we should accept them or if we should reject them, right? Okay, so rate limiting helps with preventing abuse and protecting servers from getting overwhelmed. And for the status code, it is 429, which means too many requests. So we're going to see this in action. Now let's try to implement the rate limiting. And to be able to implement it, we'll be using a platform called Arcjet, which has bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, and a lot more. So they have all kinds of SDKs. We'll be using the Express SDK, right? So first we'd like to go ahead and log in. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just log in with my Google account. You can use the GitHub as well. Okay, so now we are in. We would like to get our API key, right? So here, let's actually copy it. And then we're going to put it under the backend, under the .env file. So I'll just paste this in, and for the key, I'll say arcjet underscore key. And then we also want to have arcjet environment. So I'll say arcjet underscore env, let's say development. Now in production, we don't really need to add this, but since we're in development, they say you should add this key. Okay, now let's go ahead, select the Node.js and Express SDK. Let's say continue with it. If you wanted to, you can read it completely, which is like maybe 3 minutes, but I'll just go ahead and implement it immediately. So here, first we would like to install Express, which is something that we have done. So we can just get the Arcjet. So we'll get Arcjet node and inspect. I'll copy it, open up my terminal. Let's kill the backend. And I'll paste this in, but we would like to put some versions. So just before I install it, I'll say Arcjet node. This is going to be 1.0.0-beta.10. So let's do the same thing for this one. Okay, so go ahead and install it. Now, since we have added some environment variables under the .env file, we would like to add them under the env as well, because this is the centralized place that we are getting them, right? So always get the keys, which is Arcjet key and Arcjet environment. Now this is going to be coming from process.env, and same for this one. Okay, so we have the keys. Now we can set up Arcjet. In the example, they are doing it in a single file so that it is easy to understand. But what I'll be doing is to get this configuration. Okay, I'll just copy it, and I'm going to implement it under a specific file. So under the lib, I'll say arcjet.js and paste this in. Okay, so we have our environment variable, but we would like to import it from env. And make sure to put .js at the end. Okay, and then we would like to get some more imports. So we'll copy everything here. Even this one, I believe. No, just this one. Okay, so we got the Arcjet, the shield, the tech bot, and token bucket. So this is an algorithm for rate limiting, but I'd like to use the sliding window instead. So you can use any of them, okay? Either this one or this one, which is what I'll be using in this video. Now let's see what is going on in this file. So we are having this Arcjet method, which is taking an object with a couple of different key value pairs. So first they say get your key, which is something that we have done. So I'll delete this comment. And then we have some rules to make it work properly, which is an array of different function calls, right? So here we are using shield, which protects our application from common attacks. To give an example, SQL injection is one of them, and the mode is live here, okay? And then we have the bot detection. So this is how we can do it. We'll just say detect bot, pass the object, mode is live, which is going to block the requests. If you use dry run, so you have another option like dry run, which is going to only log the requests, but we want to block them immediately. So I'll go with live. Now you can block all kinds of requests, but you can ignore some of them, right? So here we say do not block the search engine requests, because if you think about it, they are also some bots, right? But we don't really want to block them. And you can see the entire list under this URL. So I'll just leave it here as it is. Then they are using the token bucket as the rate limiting algorithm, but I'm going to delete this. Instead, I'll use a sliding window. Okay, we're going to call this with an object. Let's say mode is going to be live. And then for the maximum, like the maximum requests, I'll say 100, and the interval, let's say it'll be 60 seconds, which is like 1 minute, right? Okay, so basically we are allowing 100 requests per minute. And at the very end, we'll just say export default the Arcjet, the object, right? We'll be using it in a couple of minutes. Okay, so I think that's pretty easy to understand. We are getting our key with some rules like shield, detect bot, and our rate limiting algorithm. Now we'll go ahead and create a middleware. Let's say under the middleware file or the folder, I'll say arcjet.middleware.js. Okay, so we're gonna write a function so that we can we can call this in our routes. If that sounds confusing, you're gonna see it in a second. Please for now just follow along with me. So first I'll get the Arcjet import from, let's go one up under the lib from this file, arcjet.js. Okay, just go ahead and import it. Then I'd like to get one more import. So here we can see, let me zoom in, we have something like is spoofed bot. Now I'll explain what that means. For now, just import it. Then I'll create a function. Let's say const arcjet protection. Okay. So let's say this is going to be an async function. We're going to take the request, response, and the next method. So just like a controller, but this time it is a middleware. Okay, so here let's say we'll have try and catch block. Under the catch, you can do something like Arcjet protection error and put the error, right? And then just call the next method, whatever that is. And then in the try, we can get the decision. So we're going to have a decision, either that we want to, deny, either that we want to block or accept. So say await arcjet.protect, and we're going to pass the request. So depending on the request, it's going to get us a decision. And then I will have an if statement. So I'll basically say if decision dot is denied. Let's call the method. So here we will run something else. Let's say actually else if we will do something else if decision dot reason is bot. Okay, so go ahead and run this as well. And in the else case, we'll do something like something different. Now in the if, I'll basically say if decision dot reason is rate limit. Let's call this method. Here I'll say something like return out of this function res dot status. If you remember, I said the status code was 429 in these diagrams. So we are going to be using it. 429, and let's say something like JSON. We can put a message like rate limit exceeded. Let's say please try again later. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this if statement. And then in the else if, since we are checking for the bot detection, we'll say something like bot access denied. And then finally in the else case, I'll put some more general message. Here I'll say 403, which means forbidden and access denied by security policy. Now I just realized this if should be the parent. So that means I'm going to cut this curly braces and paste it at the very bottom. Okay, now this is the parent if, which says if it is denied, check for these reasons. Okay, now finally I'd like to check for spoofed bots. And you might be asking, what is a spoofed bot in the first place? Basically, it is the type of bot that acts like a human. So they are bots, but they pretend to be not a bot. So it's really hard to detect them, but thankfully Arcjet will do it for us. So I just grabbed this from the documentation. Basically, if decision includes some bots, we will throw this error. But if this is not a spoofed bot, and if there is nothing denied, we can finally just call the next method. Okay, so let's actually test this out. I'll go ahead, open up the Auth route. Now, just before the login, we can say something like Arcjet protection. But if we send the request from Postman, I believe it's going to think Postman as a bot. So let's send the request. Okay, so as I said, Postman is detected as a bot. Let's try to test this out from the browser. Here I will have a GET request. Let's say test. And we can have the Arcjet protection. And then, let's say something like test route. Okay, now just before we test this out, I'll visit the Arcjet file. And for the maximum, I'll say 5 requests per minute so that we can test this out quickly. Okay, let's say localhost 3000 API auth test. So test route is working. This is the first request, second, third, fourth, fifth, but now it should say something like rate limiting. Okay, rate limited, that means in 1 minute we can only send 5 requests. More than that is going to get blocked. Here we can see. Okay, so that means everything is working. Rate limiting works, bot detection works. We don't really have any issues. So I can delete this route, but now we would like to implement this on signup as well. Let's say Arcjet protection, same for the logout, same for this one. Now, as you can tell, it is kind of annoying, right? Every single time we need to add it one by one. So what we can do, instead of adding them separately, I'll just delete all of them. And here I'll say router.use Arcjet protection. So first, this is going to run. If this calls the next method, then it's going to call the related function. So I hope that makes sense. If everything is done successfully, we're going to call the next method, which is going to be one of these. Okay, so I believe that's it for this entire section. Just before we end it, I'd like to visit Arcjet and bring this back to the previous state. So this is more like a realistic goal, right? 100 requests per minute rather than 5 in a minute. This is just for the testing purposes that we have done. Okay, so let me pretty quickly walk you through it. What we have done, we set up the Arcjet with these environment variables as well as under the env file. And then we created the arcjet.js file to put our algorithm, detect bot, as well as the shield methods, as well as our key. Okay, then we created a middleware, which is to check for the decision if it is denied or not, if it is a spoofed bot or not. If it is not, we're going to call the next method. Okay, then finally, under the auth routes, we are calling it. Okay, so that's it. I hope it was not really confusing. The rate limiting is something that you almost always want to implement in any kind of application. So just keep that in mind. Now I'll say Command Shift P, toggle the status bar. Let's open up a new branch. Let's create a new one. I'll say rate limiting. Stage our changes and add a commit. Let's say rate limiting implemented. Okay, I'll commit this, publish the branch. Let's go ahead and create the pull request. So under the source code, and I just got a little bit sick. My voice could be a bit low compared to the previous sections. I hope it is not really annoying. Okay, so I'll create the pull request, and let's wait for the suggestions that will be coming from Codebase. And once again, if you'd like to get these kind of suggestions, you can find the link in the description, sign up to Codebase, get a free trial, and connect your repositories. This is what I have done. That's why I can get all these suggestions in my pull requests. Alright, so here are the new features that we have introduced to our codebase by updating all these files. And here is a quick sequence diagram to show you when it's going to get rate limited, when it's going to get bot blocked, things like that. You can take a look at it if you really wanted to. I'd like to pretty quickly skip to the code suggestions. Now, since we got everything from the Arcjet documentation, I think our code is mostly correct. So here it has some optimizations to determine the mode, but we can just go with the live mode all the time in our code base. So I think I'm just going to skip everything and just merge the pull request. Again, if you wanted to, pause the video, take a look at these suggestions, and update your code depending on this. Alright, so I'll say confirm the merge. And then let's get into the master branch. And then we're just gonna sync this up. Okay, so now everything is up to date. This is the code that we have written in this section. So with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so in this section, let's try to get into the messages. So the first thing that we would like to do before creating routes or controllers is to create a message.js model, right? So I'll say message.js. Now here, every single message in our database will have a couple of different fields, like who is the sender, who is the receiver, if message has a text or an image. So for that reason, I'd like to just copy and paste it to not waste any time, and I'll walk you through it. If you want to copy and paste this, just go into the source code under the models, find this file, and copy paste the content. Okay, so we are importing the mongoose, then we are creating a schema, right? We pass an object which says every single message will have a sender ID, and this is a user ID, right? So it is required, and if you want to make a different model as ID, you have to pass the reference. Okay, so this basically says the sender ID is going to be an ID coming from the user model. I hope that makes sense. Same for the receiver, because sender and receiver are gonna be the users in our database. Then each message could have a text or an image, right? So let's take a look at it. Here, this is an example. Message could either be a text or just an image, or both of them at the same time. So if this had a caption, you would see it right here. In this example, we cannot see it, but you can have both of them at the same time. And for the created at and updated at fields, we're gonna add the timestamps to be equal to true. Okay, finally, we create the model and export it. So nothing complicated in this file, just go ahead, create it. And then we can get into the message routes. So first we are gonna visit the server.js file. We already have the message routes. I thought we didn't, but looks like we have. I'll go ahead, open this up. Okay, so instead of this test endpoint, we can actually create the correct ones. So let's delete this one, or maybe just leave it as it is. the first one I'd like to create is to get all the contacts. So here under the contacts tab, you can get every single user in your database. And then under the chats, you're gonna get only the chats that you have with other people, right? So just like this. Let's see how we can create them. This is going to be slash contacts. And then we are gonna run a method called get all contacts. Okay, let's duplicate it. This is going to get all the chats. Again, a get request. Let's say get chat partners. Then we're gonna have one more get request, which is to get the messages. So here I'll say slash colon ID. You're gonna see what that is. Let's say get messages, and that's it. You know, actually, let's say something like get messages by user ID. So we are gonna pass a user ID to this endpoint, and it's gonna give us all the messages between us and this user. So to give you an example, let's say you click to this chat, you are gonna pass this user ID to the endpoint, and it's going to give you all the messages between you and this user. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Otherwise, how can you get the messages between you and this user or this one, right? You need to pass the ID of them specifically to get the messages. This is what we are doing, and this could be anything. That's why we put colon, so it is a dynamic value. And then finally, this is going to be a post request. Let me delete the controller, where we want to send a message, right? So here, this is going to be sent, and then the user that we want to send the message to. So we're gonna put the ID, and let's say send message. Okay, so these are all the endpoints that we are going to have. For now, I'm just going to comment all of these, okay? I'll just have the contacts. So we're gonna build them one by one. Let's go into the message controller file. I think we don't have it. Let's create it. Okay, so the first one that we are going to create is this function. Let's say export const get all contacts. Let's say this could be an async method. And let's import the message model. Message from this file, and just make sure to put the extension at the very end. And also just make sure to import the user model. I'll duplicate this. Let's say get this from the user.js file. Now, how can we get all the contacts? Well, let's create a try and catch block first. In the try, let's first get the const logged in user ID, which is going to be coming from request.user.id, or you can also put underscore ID. Both of them should work. Now, we would like to get all the users in the database, but not ourselves, right? We don't really want to see our account here under the contacts. So that's why we are going to filter this out. Here I'll say const filtered users, and here I'll say await user.find, and I think AI suggests us correctly. So we would like to basically fetch every single user, but the one that is not equal to the logged in user. So it says find every single user, but extract this ID. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And we can just say select the minus password. So we don't really want to send the password back to the client. And let's say res.status 200, and here is the filtered users. Under the catch, I'll say something like console log error in get all contacts and status of 500. So let's try to save this file and test it out immediately. Here under the API messages, and from let's say from contacts, this is going to be a get request. Okay, I think we are not running the backend. Is this correct? Get all contacts is not defined. Let's see. Here we need to import it, put the .js at the end, and take a look at the terminal. No errors. Okay, let's test it out. It says server error. Let's see once again. Get all contacts, cannot read. Okay, so why this is the case, can you find the issue? Here we are calling get all contacts, and from here we would like to get the user object, which is undefined. And from undefined we are trying to get something which breaks our application. Now to be able to access to the request.user, we need to make this a protected route, right? This is something that we have talked about in the past. Now if user is authenticated, the user object will be under the request, because in this method we added. Okay, now let's test it out. Okay, here we go. It fetches all the users in the database other than ourselves. So currently I am logged in as this user, okay? And it fetches all the other users than us. If you don't add this filter, so if you remove this, it's going to get you 3 users. So currently it is 2, but now we have this user as well. Okay, but I'm just gonna put this back so that I don't really fetch my own profile. Okay, so let's move on with the next function. Here it's going to be the get chat partners. Now this is a little bit more complicated. I mean, it is kind of long, so for that reason I'm going to skip this and get into this one. And I think at the very end we are gonna build this function, this controller. Okay, for now let's copy this name and create it right here. Export const get messages by user ID. Let's say async request and response. Create the method and let's import it. Okay, now let's say try and catch block. Now in this controller, I would like to find the messages between me and a user. So let's say first, let me grab my ID, which is the request.user._ID. This is the authenticated user ID. And then we can get the ID from the request.params. So here we just say ID because this is what we said. Here if you said IDX, then you would get it as IDX, right? Here this is the user ID and it's going to work in this way. Let's say user will send a request to /API/messages and it's going to pass, let's say, ID of this user. So basically it says give me all the messages between me and this user. So we're gonna grab this from the URL from params and let's make it a little bit more readable. I'll say user to chat ID. Okay, now I'll try to find all the messages between us. I'll say await message.find, open up an object, and here I'll say the OR operator, and you're gonna see why in a second. Here I'll put one object. I'll say sender ID is equal to my ID and receiver ID is equal to user to chat ID, and just duplicate it. This time sender ID is going to be user to chat ID, receiver ID is going to be my ID. Now you might be asking, what does that mean? So this basically says find all the messages between me and this user, and there is 2 cases for this. So either I am the sender or I am the receiver. Now let me give you an example. Let's say me and you are messaging, right? So there are 2 different possibilities. Either I sent you the message, right? Or you sent me the message. So in this case, if I send you the message, sender is me, right? And receiver is you. But if this is the case, you are the sender and I am the receiver. So I hope that makes sense. For the very first time, if you see something like this, it might look complicated. So that's why I wanted to give this example. Okay, so that's gonna get all the messages between these users, and we can say res.status of 200 JSON and send the messages back to the client. And then, okay, this should be messages. And then here I'll just put the classic console log as well as the internal error. Now that we are done with this method as well, we can get started with the send message controller. So let's try to copy the name, create it right here, async request and response, and I'll basically import it. Okay, and once again, you would like to make this to be protected. Only authenticated users can fetch the messages, and same for the send message. If you're not authenticated, you shouldn't be able to send a message, right? Here I'll have a try and catch block. Now, since we already understand how most of the things work, I can basically speed up the process a bit by copying and pasting. So from the users, from the request.body, we are gonna get the text and the image. Here I would like to get the user ID. Again, it is coming from URL, right? This is the receiver ID. And then I will get the sender ID, which is us, right? The authenticated user. Now again, if user wants to send a message, there are two different options, which is it could be either an image or just a text. So if there is an image, we'd like to save it to Cloudinary, right? So let's check for it. First, I will create a variable, let's say image URL. We do it with let because we are going to reassign it. And then here I'd like to give you the if statement. I'll say if user wants to send an image, we would like to upload it to Cloudinary and then get the secure URL and assign it to the image URL, right? Let's import the Cloudinary from this file, and then we are just going to create the new message. So here I'll say new message. Here is the sender, the receiver, text, as well as the image URL. Finally, we can say await new message dot save, right? Save it to the database and res.status of 201, which means something created successfully. And here is the new message. Okay, so here I'd like to have a to-do. So later in the video, we would like to implement real-time functionality. So we don't really want to just save the message to the database, but in real time, we would like to send this to the other user, right? So I'll say send message in real time if user is online. But this is a to-do that we are going to implement with SocketIO later in the video. Okay, in the catch, let's put the console log as well as the status code, and we can immediately test it out. Okay, just before we do it, I'd like to see my terminal if I have any errors. Looks like I don't. So again, I am logged in as my own account. I'd like to send a message to John, okay? So copy their ID, paste it to here, and say something like post request API messages / send, and then the user ID. Now for the body, we can say text. For now, just ignore the image. Okay, for the text, I'll say, hey, John, how's it going? Okay, I'll send the request. Looks like a message has been created. Now let's take a look at the database. So under the messages, looks like we have a message that says, hey John, how's it going? This is the sender and this is the receiver. And let's try to call this endpoint to get the messages, right? So here I'll go ahead and say messages, not send, but just a get request, messages between me and this user. Okay, so that's the message that we have. Let's try to send another one. Here I'll say another message. And let's try to fetch them again. Okay, so here we can see now we have two different messages. That means everything is working as expected. Now finally we can add this endpoint and make sure that you have them in the same order that I have. Because if you put this one above this is not going to work because this is dynamic, right? It can match with this one. So you want to make sure that it's in the same order that I have. And then let's make this to be protected. Then we're going to copy this, save this file, and create that method. Get chat partners. Okay, so this function is going to be, I think, a little bit complex if you are using it for the first time, but I'll try my best to explain it. So we would like to fetch only the chats that we have. So in the database, under the contacts, we have, let's say, 100 different users. But let's say we have only messages with these 2 users, right? How can we fetch only these and display them under the chats? So basically, we are going to say, in the database, we would like to find all the messages where either we are the sender, right? Let's say sender is us, or the receiver is us. Okay, so we are going to find all the messages that is related to us, right? And then from those messages, we are going to extract the users. So let's see how we can implement it in the code. Here, first I'll have the try and catch block. Under the try, let's get the logged in user ID from request.user._id. And then I'll just put a comment. Let's say find all the messages. Where the logged in user is either sender or receiver. And I can just copy and paste it. This is something that we have done. So find all the messages, and here's our filter, right? But now this is not enough because we just fetch the messages, but instead we would like to find the users, right? So I'll say const chat partner IDs, and here I'll say something like, let me give a little bit space. I'll say from the messages, let's say do a map, and let's grab every single message and run this case. So here I'll say if message the sender ID is equal to logged in user ID. If this is the case, I would like to get the receiver ID. But in the else case, I would like to get the sender ID. So this should be message.receiver ID and message.sender ID. Now this looks a little bit complicated. Let me try to explain. So we fetch all the messages. Now from every single message, we would like to say, if the sender is me, I would like to get the receiver because I'd like to fetch the other user, not me. I'm gonna get the other user profile and display it here. So for that reason, we will just try to get the other user's ID. I hope that makes sense. And then, just to make this work properly, we can say toString because it might be an object. So I'll copy this, paste it right here as well. Let's do here and here. Okay, so we just take the IDs and convert it to be a string. Now I would like to remove the duplicates. So I'm going to wrap this with a new set. Let's say new set. And then I would like to make this to be an array. Here, let's go ahead, wrap this with an array, and I would like to spread this 1, 2, 3. And I think this should be right here. Okay, so there could be some duplicates. For that reason, we said this is going to be a set, and then this is going to be an array, so we can just spread this. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, finally, we can say const chat partners. So we got their IDs. Now we can fetch them. I'll say await user.find. We're gonna pass the underscore ID field. Let's say if it is in. Okay, sorry, I just made a mistake. Let's delete this part. This is going to be an object as well. Let's say if it is in under the chat partner IDs, we can just basically fetch all these users. And then I'll say select minus password. Okay, let's say return, res.status of 200 JSON and then the chat partners. Okay, so this is going to fetch all the partners that we have and then handle the catch case as well. So let's save and give it a go. we are going to send a request to /chats. Let's import it. So get request to API messages and chats. We got the profile of John because we sent the messages to this user only. Now let's try to send a message to someone else, like let's say contacts, get the Jane's ID and send a message to Jane. I'll pass the Jane ID and let's say, hey Jane, send the message. Now from the chats, right, from the chat partners, we should get the John as well as Jane. So that means this is also working correctly. Now let's go here and just try to optimize our code a little bit. So here you can see we are duplicating this protect route method a couple of times. So instead I'm going to delete all of them. And if I want to implement this to every single one of these methods, I can just say router.use and call the protect route middleware, right? First, this is going to run and then these. Now I also want to run the rate limiter Arcjet method, right? So here I'll say Arcjet protection. First, I would like to run this one. If it is done successfully, we're gonna run protect route. And if this is run successfully, then we can call the specific method. I hope that makes sense. Now this makes our code a lot more cleaner instead of having duplicate methods. And here I'll just add a comment. Basically it says that these middlewares would run in order, right? So first the request would get rate limited and then authenticated. And this is actually more efficient since authenticated requests get blocked by rate limiting before hitting the Auth middleware. Okay, I'm really sick. I can't even talk properly. Hopefully it's not really annoying. With that, I think that's the entire section, right? We don't really have any errors. We have implemented the messages. Although we have a to-do for the sent message, we are going to make this to work in real time. Currently, it doesn't work. We just save it to the database. Okay, so let's kill everything and toggle the status bar. I'll create a new branch. Let's say message routes. Okay, I'll commit, publish the branch, and let's try to create a pull request. And as always, I'll just wait for the code suggestions before we end this section. So here are all the features that we have introduced in this section. Basically, these are the things that we have under the message routes. We can have direct messaging with the text and image attachments. We can see the entire conversation history. We can get the list of contacts as well as the chat partners, right? And we exclude our own account from the contacts. Okay, so these are the files with the specific changes. The sequence diagram that you can take a look at. Basically, before every single route, we are going to have the Arcjet protection with rate limiting as well as the protect route middleware, just to make our functions, to make it authenticated. Okay, then let's scroll to the bottom and see if we have any suggestions. Okay, so here it says you should check for the text and image. At least one of them should be provided. And then you cannot send message to yourself and then receiver if it is found or not. So let's actually copy it. I think this is a good suggestion that we can add into our code base. Under the message controller, let's say just before this let, I'm going to paste this in. Let's get rid of the plus. Okay, so if there is no text and there is no image, throw this error. And if this is the case, say cannot send message to yourself, basically if sender equals to receiver ID, right? And here you can see. Then let's scroll and see if we have anything else. Here it says the maximum length could be 2000. Okay, this is something that we could add. Let's actually do it. I'm going to copy it as well, paste it under the message.js. Okay, so we have added this one as well as the maximum length. Again, you can optimize the queries by adding an index and check like at least one of these fields should be provided. This is a little bit too advanced. I'm going to skip that. In here it says validate object ID. Again, it is a little bit advanced. I'm going to skip this. Now let's try to add one more commit. Let's say message routes optimized. Okay, let's scroll to the top. We should be able to see 2 commits now. Okay. And I'll just scroll to the bottom, try to merge the pull request. And let's get into the master and try to sync this up. Okay, so now our code base is up to date with everything that we have done in this section. So I believe we are done with the backend section. The only thing we are missing is the socket server just to make everything work in real time. Now I will leave it for later sections because I don't really want to make it any more complicated. We are going to build the front end with all the functionalities. Once you are done with it, we are going to basically implement SocketIO from both backend and in the front end. And just before we end this section, let's take a look at the .env file. We have a couple of different things that we didn't add into our deployment environment, right? So go under the overview or the deployments, right? Let's actually go here from the applications, select it, environment variables, and we would like to add a couple of different things, which are all these environment variables other than Arcjet environment. So you should add it in development, but not in production. So for that reason, I'm going to skip that. Let's paste everything, Arcjet key, Cloudinary secrets, and let's say save. And we would like to deploy the changes with the latest environment variables, right? So this is going to take a couple of minutes. Once it is done, we should be good to go. And under the dashboard, you can see your usage. In my case, I have been using it for a month now, and my total cost is like $4, which is really good, right? And this basically means they have transparent and easy to understand pricing. And also there is no seat-based pricing, which is a big deal for teams. So if you're building it with your friends or with your colleagues, this platform is definitely worth checking out. And you have $50 credit. So this actually is something that you don't pay, right? Okay, so I hope that makes sense. It's been deployed successfully. Let's take a look at it. Under the deployments, the latest pull request has been merged, and it just like it is live without any issues, I believe. Okay. So with that, we are going to leave this section right here, and in the next one, we are going to get started with the front end. So I'll see you there. Now let's jump into the front end folder. So what I'll be doing is to open up my terminal, cd into it, and just say npm run dev, and just see the end result. Okay, so this is what we have currently. It is the basic React boilerplate. So I'll go ahead and maybe clear this up. We can delete the dist folder. We don't really need it at this point. Here I'll delete the assets. Let's delete the app.css. And under the app.jsx, I'll delete everything and I'll just say rfce. So this is a snippet that I can get because I'm using this extension. Let's say ES7. Okay, so if you have this extension as well, you can get the same kind of snippets that I have. Okay, I'll just imagine as if you have installed it. So we can save this file and see the end result. Okay, now I'd like to go ahead and set up the Tailwind CSS. So I'll say tailwindcss.com. In this video, we'll be using version 3. So select this version 3 from the drop-down. Now, the latest version is 4, but this is nothing like old. You shouldn't be using it. No, not at all. This is still pretty valid version. And most of the code bases still has version 3. So this is what I'll be using. Let's just go under the documentation. And from here, I think you should select framework guides, select Vite, this is what we're using, and using React. So we already have a Vite application. Instead, we're going to get this command, paste this into the terminal. Let's kill the front end, paste this in, and then next we are going to copy this, paste it under the tailwind config.js file. So this is what we have. I'll delete everything, paste this in, and then we are going to get these, paste it under the index.css. Okay, let's delete everything, paste this in, and hopefully now everything should be working as expected. I'll copy this example and just see if it is going to work or not. Let's run the front-end app and just see the end result. Okay, so we got all these styles thanks to Tailwind CSS. Let's say something like text red 500. And it is working as expected. So this is how Tailwind CSS works if you haven't used it before. Instead of going into the CSS file and creating your classes like card and saying something like padding of 10, let's say 10 pixels, and then doing something like border radius, you get the point. Instead of giving a lot of different styling here, you don't really need to create the class name. Instead, you would just go here and add everything that you would need, like flags, items centered. Let's type this out. Justify centered. Okay, so it's really cool, and this is what we're going to be using. Now we can delete this example. On top of Tailwind CSS, I would like to use a library called DaisyUI. Let's visit this as well. Now the latest version is 5, but we are going to be using version 4. So go ahead and select this one. It's going to take you to the version 4 documentation. And DaisyUI is built on top of Tailwind CSS. So if you're wondering what that does, let's say if in Tailwind CSS you want to get a button like this, you had to write all these classes. But if you use DaisyUI, you'll just say something like button and button primary, you'll get a similar button, right? And there's another example. So if you want to get this kind of an output, you need to write all these CSS classes. But if you use DaisyUI, this is like what you're gonna get with only a couple of classes. I hope that makes sense. So we're gonna be using this to make everything super fast. Let's say how to use. Okay, let's try to copy this. Now it says the latest, but I think this is incorrect. It should be 4.12.24. So let's say npm install. Basically, I'll paste this in, but instead of latest, we'll use 4.12.24. Okay, that's going to install it. Then it says go under the tailwind config.js and paste this in under the plugins. So under the plugins, I'll just say get the DaisyUI. So I'll just use the import syntax instead of require. So with this, everything should be working out. Let's try to put a button, and I'll say class name btn primary, and let's say my button, and run the application. Okay, so here we can see we can get a primary button just by writing these classes. So that means Tailwind DaisyUI is also set it up, right? Now I'll clear up the front end, and let's try to install React-router. Now you can also install this as React Router DOM. They basically merge them together. In this case, I'll go with React Router because why not? This is the latest version. Now here, let's try to set this up so that we can have a couple of different pages, like sign up page, login page, and then the chat page. to be able to set this up, we need to wrap our application with something called browser router. And we need to import it from React Router. Okay, now just by doing this in our entire application, we can use all the components coming from React Router now, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and set up a couple of them here. But first, I'd like to go and create some pages. So under the source, I'll say pages, and we can create some components as well. Okay, so the first page that we are going to have is going to be signup.jsx. Let's have login.jsx as well. And then I'll have the chat page. I think I should say login page.jsx, and same for this one. Okay, now let's say rfce, save, close. Same for this one and this one. Alright, now in the app.jsx, I'm going to delete everything. I'll say wrap everything with the routes component. And then we are going to put specific routes. So the first route that we are going to have, let's say this is going to be self-closed, and path, let's say path, and let's import it. So if user visits the homepage, we are going to show them an element, which is going to be our chat page, right? Let's import it. Okay, and let's duplicate this twice. If they visit /login, we are going to show them the login page. And let's do the same thing for sign up. Okay, let's test it out. If you're in the, I think we need to refresh the app, rerun it. Okay, so we are in the chat page. Let's go to login page, as well as the sign up. Okay, so that means everything is working correctly as expected. And there is one thing that I'd like to add to every single one of our pages, which is going to be this grid background, as you can tell, right? And then this, like these decorators, this purple one, and then this blue one. So this is what we have in the login page, in the sign up page, right? As well as in the chat page. So we don't really want to type this out 3 different times. Instead, we are going to put it under the app.jsx so that every one of these pages has those styles. So I'll create a div and wrap them with it. And for the class names, let's say class name minimum height is going to be screen so that it is taking the entire height. Let's say background slate of 900. Let's say relative flex item centered justify center, and let's say padding of 4, as well as overflow hidden. Okay, so that's the very first thing. Now I'll just say decorators, which are the grid background, and let's say glow shapes. So head over to the source code. Under the app.jsx, you're gonna see this comment, and right below it, you will see a couple of lines of code. Go ahead, copy it and paste it. So this is something that I have generated. Basically, these are the glow shapes, and this is the grid background. Okay, so we don't really want to type this out because it looks really complicated, and if I have to be honest, like if you delete this part and tell me to type it out again, I cannot do it. I have generated this with AI, and I don't really need to memorize it, right? This is something that you are not gonna do it by yourself. Okay, so if this is something that you feel like, how am I going to memorize this? Well, you don't need to, because I don't know either, right? And let's see. All right, so this is what we have. Looks pretty cool. Grid background, the glow shapes, and the content is in the middle of the screen. And this is happening in all of our pages, like in the login, sign up, and even in the chat page. Okay, so I think that's it for now. I'd like to show you another setup, which is going to be for Axios. So let's go ahead, open up the terminal. Again, under the front end, I'll say npm install Axios, which is going to be a replacement for Fetch API. So instead of using fetch, we'll be using Axios. It is a lot more convenient. Under the source, I'll have lib, and then here we can just say axios.js file. And to set this up, all we have to do is just importing the Axios from the Axios package. And I think this should be imported in this way, or is it a default export? Let me check. Yeah, okay, we import it in this way. Now we will create an instance. So I'll say export const Axios instance, and we are going to be using it whenever we do a request. So you're going to see it in the upcoming sections. So for now, let's say axios.create, which is going to create an instance, and let's put the configuration. So the base URL is basically going to be our backend URL. Now, if we are in development, let's say this is how you can access to it: import.meta.env.mode. You can just say if it is equal to development or if it is equal to production. So go ahead, cut this, paste this in. If we are in the development mode, that means we are going to send the request to our backend, which is localhost 3000/API. But if we are in production, we will say whatever the URL is, just put /API at the end. Okay, because we don't really know what will be the deployed URL, right? In this case, this is what we have. But here we are going to just say it should be dynamic. And also, since the backend and frontend are deployed under the same domain, we just say, send the request to the same domain, but /API. I hope that makes sense. And when we send the requests, we would like to include the cookies so that we can handle the authentication. We'll just say with credentials should be equal to true. So this is going to send the cookies with the request. Okay, so just go ahead and save this. This is something that we're going to be using a lot later in the video. And then the very last thing that I'd like to set up is Zustand, which is the state management library that we're going to be using. Let's first install it and then I'll explain it in detail. So let's go under the front end and then just say npm install Zustand. And for the specific version, we'll go with 5.0.3. Okay, so now that we have installed it, you might be asking, why do we use it in the first place? Let's first run the application and I'll try to explain it in detail. So let's say we are in the app.jsx file and we have a state here. So I'll say something like my name, something like this. Let's import the useState and let's say value is something like John. Okay, so let's say we want to use this state in both, in all these pages. What can we do is to send a prop, right? Let's say my name and then send this one by one. So you would copy it, paste it one by one, and to be able to use it, you would go under those pages, grab them, let's say my name, and now you can use it. But let's say this has another component, right? Let's say something like form, and you need to pass this into here as well. So it would be really annoying to do the same thing again and again. Instead of doing it in this way, let's actually delete it. So we're gonna say, instead of creating it in the root and passing it into different components, we can create it with a store, and specifically with Zustand store. Okay, so this is the problem that we have. If you want to have a state that is global, we always need to create it in the parent component and then share it with the children. And then if you need to share it again, it gets really annoying. So let's say login page. Okay, now let's try to see how we can fix this. I will delete these props and go under the source. I will create a folder like store and let's say use Auth store. This is our very first store that we can have, and you can create a couple of different store. It doesn't really matter, you don't have to have only one. Okay, so once again, let me try to explain with a diagram. So we will create a Zustand store, which you can think of like a box, and here you can create a couple of different states, like some states, let's say a loading state, your name, I don't know, like a function, right? It could be anything. You would just store a bunch of different things, and in your application, you can use it in any place, either in app.jsx or in one of the children. It doesn't really matter, right? We can just use it pretty easily. And let's see how we can create a store in the first place. So the first thing that you would like to do is importing the create function from Zustand. And we'll go ahead, let me kill the AI, it is kind of annoying. Just snooze this for like an hour at this point. Okay. So here you would like to create a hook. Let's say export const use auth store. And then we'll call the create method. This will take a function, okay? So we'll just have this function and we would like to return an object. So I'll open up the braces and then curly braces within that. Now this takes the setter as the first argument and then the getter as the second argument. Now most of the time you will be working with this one, but in this tutorial we'll also work with the get. For now I'll just get the setter just to keep it simple. And now you can create all kinds of states. So let's say something like auth user. And let's say this is a user with a name called John. Let's say ID of 123. Age, let's say 25. Okay. Then we can create another state. Let's say is loading, right? For now, let's just say false. And then you can create functions. So let's say login. This could be a function. And here I'll just say console log, we just logged in. Okay, now let's try to save and try to actually use these states in any of our components. So if you want to use it in like in those pages, in the app.jsx, all you have to do, just go ahead, say use auth store. And from here, now you can destructure all these values, which are these ones, right? So auth user is loading and login. So let's say auth user is loading. And I think we had the login method. Let's try to console log the auth user. Let's say I'll duplicate this. Let's say is loading as well. Okay, now are we running the application? Yes, let's see. I'll open up the terminal. Here we can see we got the auth user is loading. It is really easy to access to these values, right? We just create it in a centralized place and we can call them just by doing one line of code. So now we can copy this, use it here as well, right? It's the same thing, like super easy. You don't need to pass props, you don't need to destructure them. All you have to do is just importing them with the hook. Okay, so I hope that makes sense at this point. Now, one more thing that I'd like to show you is that you would like to use this setter so that you can update the state. So let's say is logged in. Initially, let's say it is equal to false, okay? Actually, I'll delete the loading state. Here, let's say once you click to the login, once you call the login method, you would like to update this to be true. So let's say set, and we would like to update this state is logged in. Now it's going to be equal to true. So this is how we can use the setter method to be able to update your states, right? Here, let's try to test it out. I'll just put a test button. Let's say button login. And if you click to it, I'll say on click. We'll just call the login method. And we are not using the loading state. Let's delete that. Instead, we are using is logged in. Okay, let's say is logged in. Initially, it is equal to false, but once we call the method, okay, so let's see, I'll refresh the page. Is logged in is initially false. If I click to this, okay, for some reason I cannot click to it. The Z index might be, so we cannot see the button. let's say class name z index of something like 10. Okay, now we can click to it. Let's see. If I click to it, as you can tell, now it is equal to true. So this is how you can update the state. These are the basics of Zustand, but I hope you get the point. You create some kind of a box where you can store all of your states that are going to be global, and you can use it in any of your components. And just one more thing, let's say if you had the loading state, which was equal to, let's say, false, you can update it as well, so you don't really need to pass only one thing. This is just an object, you can put your key value pairs. So let's say is loading is going to be equal to true as well. And then you would do, let's say, some function calls here, right? You would do a couple of different things. And then you can, again, just say set, you can call the setter method and call, like, make the values different. So all I'm trying to say is that you can call this multiple times with a couple of different key value pairs, right? Okay, so I hope everything makes sense at this point. We can leave this section right here. We just set it up the Tailwind CSS, DaisyUI, and the routes, as well as some decorators. On top of it, we have set it up the Zustand with the Axios instance, right? So we're gonna be using all of them, I promise. For now, let's keep it simple and just try to commit our changes. I'll go ahead, open up this status bar, and let's say open up a new branch. Let's say Frontend Setup. And we can stage all of our changes. Let's say something like Frontend Codebase Setup. Okay, commit, publish the branch. Let's visit the source code, which is this one. Compare and open up the pull request. And then we'll just wait for some code suggestions from CodeRabbit, and then we should be able to merge the pull request. So here are the new features that we have introduced, which is the client-side routing with pages for chat, login, and sign up. Then we have added a login action to update the authentication state, but this is just for testing purposes, as you can tell from the code base. Right? We are going to absolutely update this. This is just testing. Like, I just tried to show you how Zustand works in the first place. And then you can see the rest of it. So we have migrated styling to Tailwind CSS and added DaisyUI on top of it. Here is a quick summary of every single file with the changes, the sequence diagram, and here is basically how our application works. User first loads the application, the render, we render the root, which is main.jsx, and then browser router gets started so that we can define our routes, which are homepage, login, and sign up. Okay, and then this is the login method, how that works. Basically, we just update the state with Zustand. And then let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you should use React DOM, this version. For React Router DOM. I think we can skip this because this is a recent change where you can basically use React Router instead of React Router DOM. Maybe CodeRabbit is not aware of it at the time, which is fine. Then we can scroll to the bottom. Again, it just says import them from React Router DOM. This is not going to work, but it actually works. It is just a recent change. Okay, so I'll go ahead and maybe merge the pull request. And then we'll go ahead, switch to the master. Now let's try to sync them up with the actual latest changes. Okay, so that's it. That's it for this section. In the next one, we can get started with the sign up page with all the functionalities. So with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so let's get started with the sign up page. Just before we build it, let's try to get rid of these this button and these imports. For now, we don't really need it. And just before we get started with the signup page, we have a problem. Let's try to see it. If you try to visit the home page, you can visit this, right? But we are unauthenticated. So it should immediately take us to the login page. It says like you are in the login page, you cannot visit the home page because you are unauthenticated, right? If we try to go here, we should be navigated. So how can we make this work? Well, basically, we are going to add a check auth functionality. And I'm going to add this under the auth store. So let's see. I will actually delete everything that we have here. We don't really need it. Let's say we are going to have a state for the auth user, and this is going to be null initially. Once we check if user is authenticated, we can set this state with the user object. And then let's add a loading state like is checking auth. And initially it's going to be true because as soon as you reload the page, we will be checking for this, right? Once we check, we will say, now this is going to be equal to false. And then let's put a comma and have a method called check auth. And let me turn the volume down. Okay, so this is going to be an async function where we'll have the try and catch block. Under the try, we will say const give us a response, and we are going to call it the Axios instance first. Let's try to import it. From, we'll go one up, I believe, under the lib Axios, we are going to get this instance. Now by using this, we can send the get request to slash. Now you might be thinking, why don't we say something like HTTP localhost 3000? Like we don't have to because this is already here, right? This is prefixed. So slash API slash auth, we will just say slash check, right? Because in the base URL, we already have this part. So we don't really need to put this again. I hope that makes sense. So we'll just say auth check, and then this is going to give us a result back. So we can say set call the auth user state, and this is going to be equal to res.data. But if we have some errors, let's say console log error in auth check, and then we can say the set auth user is going to be equal to null because we just failed to actually fetch the user state. So if we have some errors, that means user is not authenticated. And then finally, we can just say the loading state is going to be equal to false. Let's say is checking auth will be equal to false. So either we succeed or fail. Eventually, this state should be equal to false, right? Now let's go under the app.jsx, call use auth store, and import our values, which are the check auth method and is checking auth. And we would like to call this method, right? If you think about it, we just created this, but we are never calling it. So we can create a use effect. Let's give a little bit space. And within this, I'll just say check auth, call the method, and we should be good to go. Now here it says you should pass the check auth, which is fine. And then let's say console log something like the auth user state. Let's also get that. So I'll just put the auth user into the terminal. I'll try to refresh. Okay, so we cannot send the request because we are not running the backend. Let's say cd into the backend, npm run dev. I think we are gonna get an error again. That is going to be the course error, right? It basically says you cannot send a request from this domain, from this domain to backend. Let's try to fix it. We will go under the backend server.js, and do we have, did we install the course package? Looks like we didn't. So under the backend, I'll try to kill this. Let's say clear, and we will install the course package. So go ahead and install it. It is done. we can go under the server.js and we will just set this up before our routes. Okay, so before here, maybe we can just come here and say app.use. We'll call the course. Let's try to import it. Call the method with an object. So the origin is going to be our client URL. So I'll say env.client URL, and then the credentials, let's say, is going to be equal to true. So this basically says allow frontend to send cookies to our backend, right? Okay, now if you save this and run the backend, now we shouldn't really get this error. Let's refresh. Okay, so it says internal error. Let's see. Invalid signature. Okay, so I think previously I had the JWT in my application for localhost, like under the application. I'll just scroll to the bottom. I'll delete this JWT. Okay, so under the cookies, select localhost if you have the same issue, but probably you're not gonna have it. Just refresh now. We got 401 unauthorized. So user is not authenticated, and here we can see auth user is equal to null. If user is not authenticated, we should take it to the login page. So let's try to do it. We'll go ahead, kill these, and shrink the left hand side. Sorry, let's say if user wants to visit the home page, and if it is authenticated, let's say if we have the auth user, okay, they can visit. But if they are not, we should take them and navigate them to the, let's say, login page. And you would import navigate from the same place. Okay, let's do the same thing here. Let's say if user wants to visit the login page, if they are not authenticated, they can visit, right? But if they are authenticated, we are going to navigate them to the home page. Just pause the video, try to read it, you're going to understand. And let's do the same thing for sign up. If they are already authenticated, they cannot visit the sign up page. We will just take them to the home. Okay, so I'll try to go to home page. I cannot, I'm just in the login page immediately. And we can put some loading check, right? Here I'll say if is checking auth. In this case, we can return a page loader component. And let's try to create this under the components. So I'll copy the name and let's say loader.jsx. And in this file, we are going to be using an icon. Let's go under the front end and try to say npm install lucid react. So this package is going to give us a bunch of different components for icons. Let's say here we'll have the class name of flags, item centered. Okay, why we cannot get the auto suggestion? So I just added item center to justify center. So I have just added item center, justify center, and then the hide screen so that it is taking the entire page. And then we'll say import the loader icon. Let's put some classes as well. I'll say size is going to be equal to 10 and animate of spin. Let's try to import the loader icon from Lucid React. Okay, now we can run the front end. Let's save, go right here and try to import this component. Okay, so for a split second, as you can tell, we have the loading state. If you just say true, you can see it. This is the end result. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now with this check, we have the authentication state working correctly. If user not authenticated, they will be redirected to the login page immediately. And if they are authenticated, they will be in the home page, so they cannot visit login or sign up pages. Okay, perfect. Now we can close everything and go under the sign up page and just get started with the actual functionality. Under the signup page, we need to have 3 different states, one for the full name, one for the email, and for the password. So let's try to create it. Instead of doing it separately, I'll just create it under the form data. Let's say set form data, and this is going to be an object. Let's say useState, and for the initial state, we can say full name will be an empty string. Let's kill the left hand side and do the same thing for email and for the password. Okay, then we're going to have a method so that we can, submit the form. I'll say handle submit. This is going to take the event and we'll do it something in a bit later in the video. Then we need to have the actual sign up method. So let's say we're going to get the sign up as well as the loading state, which is signing up. We will grab this from Auth store. Okay, let's try to import it. Okay, I just imported it. Now let's try to create these under our store. So I'll have the loading state is signing up. Initially, it's going to be equal to false. We can shrink this and have the sign up method. Let's say it'll be an async function. We're going to get some data, which is the full name, email, and password. And we're going to do something within this function, right? Okay, so let's say we'll have the try and catch block. Before we try to do anything, let's set this as the true, right? I'll say set is signing up. Oops, let me just copy it. And I'll say this is equal to true. And finally, it's going to be equal to false again. So I'll copy this. Okay, now under the try, we would like to send a request to our endpoint. And this time it's going to be a post request, right? Here we just said get request. This time it is post, and we're gonna send the data so that we can sign up. And then we're gonna get some response back where we can update the Auth user with it. Because if you take a look at the Auth controller in the sign up method, let's see where that is. This is the sign up method. Okay, so I think we are not sending the user, I was going to say, but here we go. Once user sign up successfully, we send the user back, right? So we are taking this and updating our state with it. I hope that makes sense. And then here we can show a notification with toast. Let's see what I mean. There is a package called React Hot Toast. And basically they have these kinds of beautiful notifications, for success, error, promise, and you can customize it with emojis, all kinds of stuff. So we'll be using the success and error most of the time. Let's try to import it first under the front end. Say npm install React Hot Toast. And then let's run our application again. We will go under the app.jsx. To be able to use it, you need to import this component in some place, right? So here I'll just put it after the routes. And let's try to import it from the package. I think it should be something like this. Poster from React Hot Toast. Okay, now we can basically say something like toast.success and just put your message, something like account created successfully. And you need to import the toast just like this. Okay, in the catch, you can put a console log, but I'll just put toast.error, and here I'll say error.response.data.message. So this is how we can access to the error in Axios. Okay, let's just try to test this out. This is the method that we have. We are updating our loading state, send a request, update the auth state, show a notification, and eventually set the state to be false. So we are going to call this method under the sign up page once we submit the form. But first, let's try to build the UI. So here we will have a div with some classes, which is with full flex, item center, justify center, so that everything is centered correctly. Give some padding from all directions, and then we'll be using this background slate of 900 color, right? Then I'll have one more div, again with some classes, which is going to be this one. So relative with full maximum width of 6x large. So it cannot get larger than this. If you take a look at the end result, so it has a maximum width, right? It cannot go larger than this. We don't really want this to happen. And it has a maximum height as well. Here you can see this is the maximum height and width. And this is the class name it is coming from. So here we say if we are in the medium screens and above, height should be 800 pixels. But if we are in smaller screens, height should be 650 pixels. So this is how we can make responsive design with Tailwind CSS. You can add even more things like large breakpoint, X large, things like that. I hope that makes sense. And right after this, I would like to put the animated border container. So here, as you can tell, there is this border that is just going like animated. It goes from here all the way up to, it just moves the entire rectangular, right? And we have this in the signup page, in the login page, as well as the chat page. So we don't really want to build this 3 different times. Instead, we are gonna build a component just once, and we can use it in all these places. So I'll say border animated. Let me give a little bit of space. Container.jsx. And before I built this, I just did a quick research and found this website. You can find this from the source code. Let's try to visit. Okay, so basically this is the example that I take a look at, and you can see the tutorial if you really wanted to. This is what I have done. I just see the code example and try to integrate it to my code base. So basically we need to import this and put it into our CSS file. So go ahead, find your index.css, paste this in. You can grab this from the source code, by the way. And then under the Tailwind config, just copy this entire theme. And we are just going to paste it in this file. So for this theme, we just extend by adding an animation for the border and a keyframe. Okay, so now we can go into this component. Again, you can grab this from the source code. This is what I'm going to be doing. Just copy it and paste it. It looks really ugly. If you delete it and tell me to do it, I cannot, I swear. I just get it from the example. Okay, save. Now we are going to wrap this children with the actual component. So let's create a div and we're gonna see the end result. I'll say class name with full flex column, but in the larger screens, it's going to be in the row direction. So here, this is a large screen. We see it in the row direction, right? We have something on the left, something on the right. But if screen was smaller, we would not see it, right? We would only see this part. I hope that makes sense. And then let's try to see what we're gonna have within this. First, we will have the form column, which is the left side, okay? Once we build the left side, we're gonna have the right side, which is the image. So I'll have a div. Again, let's give some classes. Now, this is not a CSS course. For that reason, I'd like to just paste it and walk you through it. So we have the width, which is 50%, padding 8 from all directions, flex, item center, justify center, will give the border and a color, which is border slate 600. Now, I don't really know why Tailwind CSS auto suggestion doesn't work. I'll say Command Shift P and reload the window. Hopefully this should fix it. Sometimes VS Code is kind of annoying. Okay, now it is working. So this is the solution if it doesn't work in your case. Just type reload window and run this. Okay, Now within this, I'll have a div with the class name, width of full, maximum width of medium. And then I'll have one more div, which is going to be for the message circle icon. So let's see. Okay, basically we're gonna build this part, message circle icon and the title. Okay, so let me grab this, paste this in, 4 lines of code. We have a take center, message circle icon from Lucid React, and heading 2, as well as a p tag. Okay, I'll just get the message circle icon from Lucid React, and we'll be also using these icons. So just go ahead and import every single one of them. And just to make this look a little bit more beginner friendly, I'll just put some comments, like let's say the heading, let's say heading text. Right after this, we can put our form, right? So I'll say form. We're gonna create this form element. It doesn't need any actions, but on submit, we can call the handle submit method that we have created above. And then I'll say class name space y of 6, so that every single element has some spacing, right? So this is space y, 6 here, and here as well. Okay, now we're gonna build 3 different input elements, one button and one link. So the first one is going to be a div for the full name input. So I'll have a label element, and let's say the class name is going to be, now we will do the same label 3 different times. And instead of doing, something like this, so just follow along with me. So we're gonna have this class for the label, let's say, and later we will have the same label again, and then again, then again. So we don't really need to type this out 4 different times. For that reason, I will create a class called Auth input label. Okay, so this is the reusable class that we can create in a second, and this will say something like full name. And right after the label, we're gonna put a div. Let's say this will have the class name of relative, and then it'll have the user's icon, just user icon coming from Lucid React. We can give some classes, let's say auth input icon. Again, this is reusable. Then we'll just have the input element. So let's say type will be text. Let's say value. Value is going to be coming from form data, and specifically the full name field. Then on change, let's say on change, we will get the event. Again, AI is kind of annoying, but let's say we will keep everything as it is, but just update the full name field. We can add a class name like input, which is coming from DaisyUI, and then for the placeholder, I'll just say John Doe. Now let's try to create these classes. For this, we will go under the index.css, and let's see how we can create reusable classes with Tailwind. Basically, you would give the name, let's say dot auth dash input dash label, right? So this is the name that we have given. And then for the styling, you would say add apply. And we are going to apply all these Tailwind CSS classes. So what we have just done, instead of typing this out 3 different times, right? So let's say input label. So we just put this, okay, instead of here, we just put it right here because we are going to be using it a couple of different times. So go ahead and get the input as well. So this is what I have for the input class. For the input label icon, basically we will have a couple of different of them. Just get it from the source code, okay? Just paste this in, this should be good to go. Alright, so let's try to zoom in, save, and test out the end result under the sign up page. Okay, so this is what we have. This is the animated border. It works really nice. And I think the input also looks pretty cool, right? Now let's try to put a comment here. I'll just say full name. And I think we can copy this, paste it, and call this as email. So it'll be the same thing. Let's say email input. For the label, we would say email. And for the icon, I'll use the mail icon this time. If I can type correctly. Okay, type is going to be email. Form data would be email, as you can tell. Again, class name is just going to be input. For the placeholder, let's say johndoe@gmail.com, and just give it a go. Okay, so I think it looks pretty cool. Now let's do the same thing for the password. I will basically duplicate this. Let's say password input. Let's try to update it pretty quickly. Password, let's say password. Type is going to be password as well. Here we can just put a couple of different, let's say asterisks. Sorry, actually, let's just say, enter your password and just see the end result. All right, now we would like to put this button, and this is going to say create account. But if you click to it, we are going to be in the loading state. So we can say something like is signing up, or we can show some kind of a loading icon, right? So let's try to do it. Here, right after the password input, but still within the form, we will create a button. Let's say submit button. Okay, for the class name, I'll say auth-btn. Type is going to be equal to, let's say submit. Let's say submit. And this is going to be disabled if you are in the loading state. So is signing up so that user cannot click to it multiple times. If you are in the loading state, as I said, I will show an icon. So if you are signing up, see the loader icon with these classes, but else just say create account. Okay, save. And right after the form, we are gonna have this link so that it would take us to the login page. Okay, so right after the form, paste this in, 4 lines of code, import the link from React router. Okay, not from Lucid React. Say import from React router, just like this. And once you click to it, it would take you to the login page. Here is the class name. Okay, so I'll click to it. I am in the login, and let's try to sign up. I'll open up my database so that we can check it out. Okay, I just logged in. Under the users, we have 3 different users, right? Now let's try to sign up with a different account. I'll say something like Bob. Let's say Bob Doe. And this is the email at gmail.com. For the password, I'll just put 123. Okay, so I think it did not work because we forgot to say event.prevent the default, right? We are gonna add this so that it doesn't refresh the page. And we also forgot to call the sign up method. So we're gonna pass the form data. Now it should actually work. Let's do it again. Okay, I'll just say 123, and it should throw us an error, right? This is coming from the backend. Now let's put 456, but don't put email. All fields are required. Okay, perfect. Now let's say create account. Account created successfully. We are navigated to the home page, by the way, right? And let's try to refresh. We should be able to see 4 different users. And this is the one that has just been created. And you can open up your DevTools and under the application, and by the way, this is how you can open this. You could just say inspect, select the application. Under the cookies, select localhost, scroll to the bottom, you should see something like JWT, right? We just set the cookie, as you can tell. So it is working completely. So the only thing that we are missing in the signup page is this, it is this kind of like the right hand side, right? So now how can we log out? Because currently if you try to visit the signup page, you cannot. So we don't have the logout functionality, but you can go under the cookies, you can delete it, and if you refresh, now we are not logged in, right? Because it is the token that keeps you logged in. Okay, now let's try to put the image, and I think that would be it for this section. So let's go into the VS Code, and under the public folder, you're gonna see a couple of different images from the source code. Okay, so just go ahead, see the source code. You will have 3 different images. You can copy them and paste them right here, which is the avatar, the login page image, as well as the sign up. And then you're gonna have a folder for the sounds. Okay, so we have the keystroke, which is like keyboard sound. Okay, you have mouse click and a notification sound. So we will be using them, but for now we would like to use the signup.png in this file. Let's scroll to the bottom. Right after this left side, okay, just shrink this. We're gonna put another div, let's say form illustration. Basically say this is the right side. Okay, so let's create a div with some classes. I'm going to paste this in. So this is going to be hidden in smaller screens, but medium screens and above, we are going to see it and it'll take the 50% of the width. It'll be flex, medium screens and above, but else it would be hidden, right? And here are some background gradients just to make it look nice. Here I can zoom out so that you can see it clearly if you want to type it out. Then we are going to have a div with the image. So I don't want to waste too much time on the styling. I will just paste this in around 10 lines of code and you can pause the video, type it out if you really wanted to. We are using the signup image with these classes and then one h3 with some badges. Okay, let's save and take a look at the output. This is what we got, the image, the title, as well as the badges. I think this looks pretty cool and clean, right? And it is responsive as well. So once you hit this endpoint, like breakpoint, it has just gone. You can only see the actual form. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing for the login page in the next section. For now, we can commit our changes under a new branch. So just before we commit our changes, let me pretty quickly walk you through it what we have done in this section. So basically, we created a sign up method so that we can sign up the user, and if everything is done successfully, we are going to update our auth state and show a success message, right? Then we have a loading state. So under the sign up page, we have a form data. We are getting these methods as well as these states, and we are calling them once we submit the form, right? And the rest is just UI. There is nothing special here. That's what I believe. When you type into the input, we basically save the state, and basically that's it. There is nothing else. And if we are in the loading state, we just disable the button and update the UI accordingly. Okay, so I think that's pretty easy to understand. You can just pause the video and go through the code base. I'm 100% sure that you will understand it. Okay, so let's close everything. I can just zoom in and just try to create a new branch this time. Let's say sign up. Okay, we already have it. Let's say sign up, Frontend maybe. Stage all of our changes and say something like sign up implemented on the Frontend. Commit and publish this branch. Let's go into the source code and create the pull request. Okay, as usual, I'll just wait for the suggestions and then we should be good to go. So here are the new features that we have introduced in this section. We have added the cross-origin support to enable authenticated requests from the client. We have implemented the Auth check, right? And then we have introduced a full screen loading state with the page loader component. Then we also implemented the sign up flow that is working perfectly fine. So you can pause the video if you really wanted to see the summary. Same for the sequence diagram. This is basically where we have the auth check, like what is happening. And then same for the sign up. Okay, let's see what we have for the suggestions. It says you can add the with credentials equal to true, but we have it in the in the Axios file, right? So we have it as a global option, so we don't really need to add it. Here it says you can fix the errors, make it a bit better. I think that's fine. And then we don't really need to add this one because we have it in this file once again. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and merge the pull request. And then we can basically switch to the master and sync things up, right? Okay, so now our code base is up to date. In the next section, we can implement the login page. Now we are going to get started with the login page. Just before we build the page itself, let's go under the Auth store and try to create the login function just like what we have here. So I'll basically duplicate the signup method. If you wanted to, you can type it out, but I'll just create this login based off of the signup method. So again, we're going to get some data, which is the, let's say, like it is the email and the password, right? If user wants to sign in, they need to send these details. So we're going to grab this as the data, and let's try to have a state for is logging in. And initially this is going to be equal to true. We are going to send the request to auth login. And if everything is done successfully, we can just say, logged in successfully. Okay, and I think I'm going to delete the exclamation point. And eventually we will say set the state, the loading state to be equal to false. Alright, so that's the entire method. Let's leave it as it is. Then you will go into the login page. So the content is almost the same with the sign up page. What I'll be doing is copy the entire return statement and paste this in. We're going to fix it, I promise. And let's try to get the same logic. Okay, in the form data, first let's import the use state and auth store. We don't really need to have the full name, and we don't really want to get the sign up, but instead, let's say we're going to get the login and is logging in. Let's put the login. Now we can scroll to the bottom. Here, let's instead use is logging in. Okay, now for the content, instead of create account, it should be something like sign in, right? Or login. And for the link, we will say, don't you have an account? Like, don't have an account, go ahead and sign up. If they click to it, this would take up to the sign up screen. And let's scroll to the top. We can delete the full name, right? So this is the full name, just go ahead, delete that. For the title content, we are gonna put welcome back, log in to access your account. Say welcome back. Your account, let's say. Okay, so let's see what else we need to update. These are gonna be the same, email, password. I think that's it, right? Maybe the very last section, connect anytime and anywhere. Okay, so believe it or not, we are done with the login functionality. So let's try to test it out. Here, why do we have an error? Let's see. I think we don't have the imports. Okay, so it says you don't have this import. And I think we don't have the icons as well. So let me copy all of these, paste it right here. We are not using the user icon, the log icon. Let's see if the icons are correct. We have something else. Let's see, link is not defined. Okay, let's get the link as well. Okay, so here icons are not correct. Let's see. This is the password and this is log in. Let's see, mail icon. And here in this one, let's say log in or log icon. Okay. Now this is looking correct, but we are unauthenticated. So let's try to log in. I'll say we had the account jondo@gmail.com. Let's put the wrong password, invalid. Okay, let's say 456, which is the correct one. Now we are logged in successfully and we are in the home page. And just for testing purposes, I am going to put a logout button into the home page under the chat page. Let's say button logout, and let's try to actually implement it. But of course, later in the video, we are going to put the logout button, into the header. But for now, let's just try to test it out. When we click to this button, we would like to call our logout method, right? So we're going to destructure the logout from our hook, and we don't have this method. Let's try to create it. Let's say logout, and maybe you can just pause the video and test it out if you can build it by yourself, right? So we'll have try and catch block. Logout is really fast, so we don't really need to have a loading state for this. I'll just say await Axios instance post method to our endpoint, and then if this is done successfully, we can just say toast toast.success log.successfully, and just before that, let's set the auth user to be null because we just logged in. Sorry, we just logged out. And then in the catch, we can say error logging out. If you really wanted to, you can console log this. Okay, that's it. Now let's go here. We got the logout on click. Let's say we're going to call this method. And I think we cannot click to this button. I'll just say class name, something like z index of 10. Okay, now if I click to it, we are logged out successfully. We are in the login page, and this is what we have for the sign up page. And I just realized that these icons are not correct. Here we should have the log icon. Let's fix it under the sign up page. We have the import, but we are never using it. In the password import, this should be log icon. Okay, so once again, logout functionality is really easy to build. All we have to do is just adding the method and calling it once you click to a button. And since we are updating this state to be equal to null in app.jsx, one of these is going to run and we will be redirected to the login page. So we are in the home page, right? We just logged out. This is going to be equal to null and you will be navigated to login. Okay, so this is how that works. Everything is in place. We have the errors, success state, everything works as expected. Here I think we can update the image for the login page. This is one more thing that I just realized. Let's see the right hand side, and here this should be login.png. Okay, now we can commit our changes. I'll create a new branch. Let's say login frontend. Stage all of our changes. Let's say login and logout implemented. Okay, so I'll just commit this. Let's publish it and create the pull request. So as usual, I'll just wait for the suggestions from CodeRabbit. So the new features that we have introduced are the Signup Page as well as the Logout functionality. You can take a look at the quick summary that we have here as well as the sequence diagram. It looks pretty clean and crisp, like when you send the logout request, you would clear up the auth user state and show a success message. And behind the scenes, this would clear the cookies, right? And let's scroll to the bottom to see some suggestions. I think we have a typo under the login page. Let's try to fix it. Like in login state, I am missing the G keyword. So let's go under the login page. Okay, this should be is logging in, just like what we have here, right? I'll copy this and scroll to the bottom and fix those. And what else we have? It says you can add a state for the logging out, the loading state. I think that's fine. I'm not going to add it because it is happening super fast. Now, since we have a change under this branch, let's try to commit this. I'll say fix typo, sync this up, and we should get this as a new commit, right? We have 2 commits. Now we can basically merge this pull request. Okay, let's go back into the master and get the latest changes. Okay, so with that, everything is up to date. I think that's it for the login page as well. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next section. Now it is time to get started with the chat page. Just before we write any code, I'd like to show you the states that we are going to need in this page. Okay, so the first state that we are going to create is the active tab. That's either the chats or the contacts, right? If you click to the contacts, that would be active, and we would like to keep track of the state. And we would like to have one more state to be able to store our contacts coming from database, and the same for the chats, right? The other state that we are going to need is if the sound is enabled or not, right? That's going to be a boolean value. And then one more state if we have any selected conversation, right? So if you click to this, UI is going to update and you're going to see the messages between you and this user. Okay, so I think we will have some loading states as well, but I think we just got the point. So let's go under the source, right? Let's just go under the front end, source. Under the store, I will create one more store that is related to be chats. So we have one store already, which is related to authentication, right? Now we'll create one more that is related to chats. So I'll say use chat store.js file. Okay, let's try to see how we could create a store. So if you remember, we need to import the create method from Zustand, right? And then we'll go ahead, say export const use chat store, and I'd like to kill the AI so that it's not really annoying, right? Okay, so here I'll say call the create method, and this is going to take a callback function where we would like to return an object. Okay, so this is the signature. Just go ahead, memorize this so that you can have an easier time to just follow along with the tutorial. It's completely fine to memorize this. Basically, you call the create method and then pass a callback function where you return an object. Okay, now let's try to put our states. So I said we are gonna have one state for the contacts. So you say all contacts, and this is going to be an array. And then we are going to have one more for the chats. These are going to be our chat partners. And then for the messages, initially they're going to be empty arrays. Once we fetch them, we are going to update the state. And then the active tab, let's say by default it's going to be the chats, right? If you refresh the page, you would like this to be active initially. Okay, so that's why we will go with this value. Let's say selected user initially it's going to be equal to null. Then I think we will have the loading state. Let's say is users loading. Initially it'll be false, let's say, and then is messages loading. And once we use them, I think you will see this in action. For now, let's say false as well. Now, one more thing is sound enabled, which is going to be either true or false. Now, how can we decide this? Well, we will get the value from local storage. So I'll say local storage.get item, and you can pass any key. I'll say is sound enabled. Let's say if this is equal to true, then this will be equal to true, right? Otherwise, if this is not existed, or if it is equal to false, this will be equal to false as well. Okay, so these are all the states. Now we would like to create some functions. Let's make the first one, let's say toggle sound. So when you click to this button, you would like to toggle the state. If it is true, it's going to be equal to false, and if it is false, it would be true. Here I'll say this is going to be a function. So let's go ahead and say something like, first update the local storage and make sure to put a comma here. Let's say set item, and let's pass our key is sound enabled. And then we'll say, just negate the value. So we are going to take this value, let's say get the set. Let's get the set as well as the get, okay? So here I'll say first call the get method, and from here we can select any of these states. So I'll get this one, and we are going to say whatever the value is, just negate it, okay? I hope that makes sense. And then within this we'll say set. Now we would like to update this state. So I'll say is sound enabled, and again we will just do the exact same thing. Okay, so once again, first we updated the local storage, right? And then we also update the state so that we can update the UI immediately. Now we are going to save it to the local storage so that if user refresh the page, we should still keep track of the state, right? Or even if they leave the website and then come back in like 2 days later, we should still want to have their preference. So that's why we are using local storage in the first place. And then let's say set active tab. This is going to be the setter method. User is going to pass a tab that is either chats or contacts, right? We are going to call it the set method, and we'll say the active tab is going to be equal to this tab that user wants to have. Okay, so let's do the same thing for set selected user. User is going to pass a selected user, and we'll say selected user will be equal to that value. And since they are the same thing, we can just shorten this. Okay, so these are pretty basic functions. Once we use it, I think they will make more sense. And on top of these, I'll just put 2 more functions. So one is going to be to get all the contacts, right? Let's say get all contacts. And this is going to be an async function. Let's try to just initialize it for now. And then the other one is to get, I think I have a typo by the way. Let's say get all contacts. And then this is going to be get my chat partners. Okay. Now let's try to build it. It's actually pretty simple. You can basically pause the video and try to build it by yourself. You need to update the state before you do anything else. So since we have done similar thing, I'd like to just copy and paste it and walk you through it. So we have, we are updating the state to be true initially. Then we have try, catch, and finally blocks. So here we would like to import Axios instance and then send a get request to this endpoint. Then we are going to update our state with the response from the backend. And if we have any errors, we can just show a toast as an error, right? And then finally, we are going to set the loading state to be false. Now let's do the same thing for this one. Again, you can basically build it by taking a look at this one. But since I don't want to waste any time, I'll just paste this in, 5 lines of code. We update the state, send a GET request, update the chat's state, right? And then just have the catch and finally blocks. Alright, so that's the entire thing. Now we can go into the chat page and get started with the UI, and then you are going to be calling these functions as well as the states. So first, let's try to delete this button, delete the content, and this is going to take the relative, let's say width full, maximum width of 6x large, and then the height is going to be 800 pixels. Okay, so if you want to give some custom values, this is how we can do it with Tailwind CSS. Now I'd like to wrap everything with the border animated container. Let's try to import it. Let's say import this component from, let's go one up under the components and get this one. Okay, so within this, we are going to have the left side as well as the right side, right? So here I'll say left side. Here we'll have a div with these classes. Let's say width of 80, background of slate, let's say 800, and we can update the opacity with 50. Here I'll say backdrop blur of small, flex, and flex of column. So this is basically the sidebar that we are building. The first component that we are going to have is going to be the profile header, and then we are going to have the tab switch, and then the, like this is going to be the container that we will display either the chats or the contacts. So let's get started with this one. Here I'll say show the profile header component, and right after this we will have the active tab switch, and then here I'll have a div, let's say class name of flex1, overflow y of auto, heading of 4 from all directions, and let's say space y of 2. So here we will say something like if the active tab is equal to chats, we're going to show the chats list. This is a component that we are going to create, but if it is not equal to chats, we will show the contact list. Okay, so let's try to get this state from not auth store, but from use chat store. Okay, so I think this should be equal to use chat store, and then you will get the active tab. Okay, let's try to save this file and create all these components one by one. So I'll copy this name, let's say .jsx, get rfce, save it and leave it as it is for now. Let's do the same thing for this one. And this one. And then finally for the contact list. Let's say .jsx. Okay, now let's try to build the right side as well. Just go outside of these two divs, create this comment, let's say right side, and we'll have a div. Let's say class name is going to be flex of 1, flex of column. We'll have the background slate of 900, and I'll update the opacity. Then finally backdrop blur of small. So within this we will say if there is a selected user, and let's grab the state from here. Okay, so we'll say if there is a selected user, then we can show the chat container. This is a component that we are going to build, and like if there is no selected user, right, we would like to see this kind of a placeholder where it says select a conversation to be able to start messaging. If a user selected, this is the chat container. Okay, so let's say no conversation placeholder. Let's try to create these components. RFCE, and let's do the same thing for this one. Oops, let's say cancel. Okay, so now we can import every single one of these components. Okay, so basically I have imported everything from the components folder without any issues. And I just realized here in the chat store, this should be chat store, right? Not Auth store. So this is something that I just realized. I think I just had a typo. Here, let's fix it. Save. Now we shouldn't really have any problems. Okay, so if you refresh, we don't really have any errors other than unauthorized, which is not really an error. It basically says you are not authenticated. Okay, let's try to log in. I'll just put this account, say jondo@gmail.com. Once we are logged in, this is the UI that we can see. Okay, so we're gonna build all these components one by one. But I think we can get started with them in the next section. So for now, I'd like to keep this section sweet and short, right? We have created the chat page basics, right? We just put the layout with all these components, as well as the chat store where we have a couple of different functions as well as some states. Okay, so let's close everything. Now we could create a new branch. Since this is pretty basic, we haven't really done anything related to logic. I'll just go ahead, commit my changes, right? Under the master. If you wanted to, you can create a branch. At this point, you know how to do it. Here, let's actually do it. I don't know, just to make everyone happy. Here, I'll say the branch name. Let's say chat page setup. Okay, so I just created the branch. Let's say add them to the staging area. For the commit message, let's say chat page layout setup. Commit and publish the branch. Let's go into the source code. And we are going to create the pull request. Now, if you wanted to, you can wait for the code suggestions that are coming from CodeRabbit, but since this section was pretty easy, I'll just go ahead, merge the pull request without waiting for the code review. Okay, so let's try to sync this up. I'll go into the master and let's try to get the latest changes. Okay, so it is done. Everything is up to date. Let's take a look at it. These are all the components that we have created in this section, right? Now in the next section, we can get started with the sidebar component. Okay, so hopefully I'll see you there. Now let's get started with the profile header component, which is going to be this one. So here on the left hand side, we will have the user image, username, the online text, and then these buttons. So when you click to this image, it should allow you to upload an image from your laptop. So let's see how we can build this. And if user doesn't have any images, this is the default image that we are going to use, which is coming from the public folder. Okay, so it is this one. Now let's go into the profile header component and just try to build it. So first I'll get a couple of different imports. Let me just copy and paste them. It is 4 lines of code. We are going to get useState and useRef from React. We will get some icons and our stores from the store folder. Now from the Auth store, we are going to import the logout, Auth user, and update profile states. Then from the chat store, we are going to get the state for the sound and then the method to be able to toggle the state. And then I will have one more state, which is to check if user has a selected image or not. Initially, it's going to be equal to null. And then we will create a ref as well. We'll say const file input ref, and let's say use ref, you're gonna see how to use it. Initial value is just going to be null. And right after this, I will have a function, let's say const handle image upload. Okay, so for now, it is just going to be an arrow function that is going to take the event and we'll build the logic in a little bit. So first, let's try to build the return statement. Here, this is going to take a couple of different classes, like padding of 6, let's say border dash bottom, and let's give the border color, which will be slate 700, and we are going to update the opacity, let's say it'll be 50. Okay, then we'll have one more div. Let's say the class name is going to be flex, item centered, justify between. Okay, now we'll have one div. So this is the left hand side. Let's say class name, flex, item center, and then gap of 3. Now we're gonna put the avatar. So I'll just put a comment. And if you don't want to type this out, basically you can just copy and paste from the source code. So here we'll say, give us a div. Here is the class name, which is avatar, and let's say online class, right? Now, these classes are coming from DaisyUI. Let's go ahead and check this out pretty quickly. So we are using the version 4, and here you can go under the components. Now you can search for the avatar component. Okay, so this is what we are going to be using. And you can see the code if you are using React. In our case, yes, we are using. So you can see like you just have the avatar class and it works out. Then for the online status as well, I think, is it here? Okay, so like this is the online and offline statuses, right? You can go here, you can see like this is the class for online and offline. Okay, so just keep this in mind, like this is where it is coming from. So I'll just scroll a little bit. Now let's try to create an input element. Type is going to be equal to file so that we can select files from our laptop, right? From our machine. And we'll say this should only accept images. So I'll say anything that starts with image. And then let's say class name, it is going to be hidden, but for now, let's just delete it. I'd like to show you something. Here, I'll just give the reference. Let's say it'll be file input ref. And then on change, like once we select an image, what do we want to do? For now, let's just call it the empty method. So this doesn't do anything. But now let's see the end result. Here, as you can tell, like this looks really, really ugly, right? We don't really want to see it. Instead, I'm going to hide this, okay? So let's say this should be hidden. Now we don't really see it, but it is still in the UI. Basically, when we click to this image, behind the scenes, we are going to click to this input, okay? So let's see how we can make that work. Let's say button. This is something really, really common. So if you have never seen it, you should learn it, okay? So let's say button. I'll give some classes, and I am too lazy to type this out. I'm just going to paste this in. Okay, super simple. And on click, let's say once we click to this button, in the background, basically, we would like to click to this input. So here, let's say file input ref dot current dot click. Okay, so that's why we are using the file input ref in the first place, so that we can basically click to this input when we click to the button, right? Okay, I think that's it. Now we're gonna put an image. Let's say the source is going to be, if we have a selected image, we should see that. If we don't, we can say get the auth user.profile pic. If user doesn't have it, then we can use the avatar.png. So this is gonna be coming from the public folder, right? This is the default image. Let's say user image. So for the alt text, we are gonna say user image, and let's say class name is going to be size of full, and let's say object will be cover. Okay, so we can save this. That's the image. Now I'll put one more thing. Maybe before that, let's see the end result. Okay, so we have this. If we click to it, so when we click to it, it's going to open up the file explorer so that we can select images. But now what I want to do is just add a hover effect. Here, let's go ahead right below to the image. I'll have one div, and let's say the class name is going to be absolute. And again, I'll just copy and paste so that we don't waste too much time. So super simple thing. You're gonna see what this does. Let's say we'll put a span element. Class name is going to be text of white. And let's say text is going to be x small. And this is just going to say change. Now, when we hover over this, we would like to make it visible. So once I hover over that, you can see we have the change text, right? Okay, so this is that effect that we can get with this basic div. Now, right after this, we can scroll to the bottom after the input, and after this div, we are gonna put one more div. This is going to hold the, let's say, username and online text. So let's say we will have an h3. This is going to have the auth user, the full name, and we can give some classes like text slate of 200. Then we can say font is going to be medium. I'll say text of base. I think, let's see what this does. Font size and line height is basically going to be resetted. And then let's say maximum width is going to be something like 180 pixels. And I'll say I'll just say truncate if we go less than this width or longer than this. How do we say? Yeah, I think if the width is longer than this, it's going to truncate the text. Right after the h3, I'll say p tag online, and let's say class name of text slate 400. Okay, then we're gonna say text of x small. Let's save and take a look at the end result. Okay, so this is what we just built. Now we would like to build the buttons. So after the p tag, after these two divs, just go below and put a comment like buttons. Then we'll have this div with the class name being flags, gap of 4, and items centered, right? Now we are gonna put the logout button first. I'll just say logout btn, and I'd like to copy and paste. There's 3 lines of code. So this is the class name. Once we click to it, we are gonna call the logout method, and it has this logout icon. Okay, so that's the end result. Now let's try to put the sound icon, or the button I should say. Let's say sound toggle btn. Now once again, I'd like to copy and paste it. So it is like maybe 5 lines of code. Let me paste and I will walk you through it. Just save this code and I can zoom out. Okay, so we have a button with these classes. That's the easiest part. Once you click to it, we are going to play a sound, and we are going to import this in a second. And like, I'll just walk you through it in a second, I promise. Then if sound is enabled, we are gonna see this icon. If not, we are gonna see this one. Now let's try to import this sound, which is gonna be coming from the public folder under the sounds. It is going to be this mouse click. Okay, so it's this one, and I have already provided the sounds. Let's scroll to the top and just try to import it. So right below to the function, I'll say mouse click sound, new audio, and get it from the sounds. Just put the exact path for this one. Okay, so once you click to it, basically we would like to play it. But just before we play that, we would like to reset to the start so that we can have the best effect. Here we are also calling the toggle sound method so that we can update this state. So let's just see. Too much talk. I think we should just save and test it out. By default, this is off, right? We don't have anything in the local storage. But if I click to it, now it is open. And even if I refresh, since it is in the local storage, okay, so this should be actually true. Let's see why this is the case. Do I have any typo? Let's see. Is sound enabled? I'll go into the chat store. So is sound enabled? So maybe we should say something like json.parse because it might be string. Let's test it out. I'll have it open, refresh. Okay, now this is working. Previously, we didn't use json.parse, so that was just getting it as a string, and string true is not equal to the boolean true, right? So that's how I can debug it. All right, now this is working correctly. Like if it is turned off, you refresh. This is still turned off. If it is turned on, you'll leave the website and come back again. It is still turned on because we are keeping track of it under the local storage. So let's see. It is this one, right? Now it is true. Let's make it false. Okay. So I just have to explain it in super detail because maybe you have never worked with local storage. Now everything works as expected, but the most important thing doesn't work, right? If we want to change our profile image, so here I'll go ahead, select something, like it doesn't update the UI and it doesn't upload it to Cloudinary or to our database. Let's try to fix it. We will go under the, let's say, profile header. Here, once we select an image, this function is going to run. Because we said on change, just go ahead, run this method. And then we can take the event. So from the event, we can get the selected file. I'll say event.target.file, actually files. This is an array. We're going to get the first one. So this is the selected image. Let's say if there is not a file, just return, don't do anything. But if we have a file, then we can create a file reader. So I'll say new file reader. This is a JavaScript API that we can use. So I'll say reader.read as data URL, and we are going to pass the image as an argument. Okay, so this is going to allow us to display the image nicely on the UI. And then we just need to do one simple thing. So we'll say reader.onLoadEnd. Basically, once the image loaded, we're going to have this function, let's say async. So this is the callback function that we would like to run. Okay, so let's say we're going to get the base 64 image, which is the image format, but it is in string. Okay, so our image will be converted into a string. So let's say reader.result. And then we are going to say set selected image to be equal to base 64 image. Now, if you are using it for the very first time, I completely agree that this looks a little bit weird, but this is something like pretty common, okay? So you'll be using it a lot of the time, so you better get used to it, right? If this is confusing, that's good because that means you are learning something new. Okay, so we have the state. Now we would like to also update it to our Cloudinary bucket, and to be able to make that work, we need to call a method that is going to call our backend. So let's go under the Auth store and try to create that method. First, I will, just shrink this. Let's say update profile. Let's say this will be an async method. And we are going to get some data. And this data is basically going to be the profile picture that user wants to upload. So here we'll have a try and catch block. Let's say we're going to get a response back by calling the post method to our endpoint, which is /auth/update-profile. And let's send the data to the backend. Okay, now let's say set auth user with the response.data, and we can show some toast for the success case, like profile updated successfully. And then for the catch, I'll just put the error case, just like this. Okay, so we would like to call this method right here. So I'll say await update profile, which is going to be coming from auth store. Here, let's say we are going to pass the profile pic, which is the base 64 image. Now let's test it out. So here I'll go ahead and try to upload a new image. So this is what I just selected. Let's say open. Okay, it looks like we got an error. Let's see. It says 404 not found. What do you mean? API auth update profile. Let's see, don't we have this endpoint under the routes? Okay, so this should be put, right? That's correct. So we'll go ahead, instead of post, we'll say put because we are updating something. Okay, let's refresh and do it again. So I will select the same image. Let's say open. Okay, so I think this has been uploaded. We got the notification immediately. We could have a loading state, I think, but I will leave it as a challenge for you. So you would go here, create a state, like is updating profile image, right? Here you would say it's going to be equal to true. Finally, it would be false. And then here in the UI, you would show some kind of indicator, right? I think that's a perfect challenge for you to test it out. Alright, so that's pretty much it for the profile header component. Even if you like refresh, you're still gonna see this image because now it is stored in your Cloudinary bucket. Just go ahead under the assets, you should be able to see it. And then this URL, like it has a URL, right? It is stored under your database. So go ahead, find this user. I think we are logged in as, let's see, it is John. So here you can see profile picture is coming from Cloudinary. So this is that secure URL that Cloudinary gives you. So here is what happens behind the scenes. Once you upload the image, first we save it to Cloudinary, and this has a URL, and it just get that URL and save it to the database under the profile pic. So this is how we can display it nicely. Okay, so I hope it is not really confusing at this point. That's it for the profile header component. Let's try to close everything. Go under the chat page. So just go under the chat page. We're gonna get started with the active tab switch. So it's going to be a pretty basic component. It is just going to allow us to switch these tabs. And again, they are gonna be coming from DaisyUI. So they have a component called tab. Okay, so it works in this way. Like in this example, we cannot switch this, I believe, but you get the point. This is a similar kind of thing that we are going to be using. Okay, so let's open up the source code. Here, I would like to get the active tab from use chat store. Let's say we're going to have the active tab. Let me zoom in. As well as the set active tab method. Okay, so here in the return statement, I'll have a class name. Let's say tabs boxed, background transparent, and I'll say padding of 2, margin of 2. So once again, they are coming from the documentation if you wanted to double check. Here we'll have a button that is going to say chats. We're going to have another one, it'll say contacts. So if you click to this button, let's say on click, we are going to call the set active method, and we'll just pass the chats as the argument. And here I'll copy it, paste it. This time this will say contacts. And if you take a look at this method under the chat store, like this is what we are doing, right? So set active tab wants you to pass a tab, and it's going to set it with our state. And this is exactly what we are passing. And then we're gonna pass some classes. Now let's say instead of typing this out, I'll provide this. So it'll always take the tab class. But if it is active, it is going to take this background with this text so that we can highlight it in this way. But else it would take these classes. So this is exactly what we are doing. Let's save. And we're going to do the exact same thing for this one. Okay, so this is just going to highlight that if it is selected. Now let's save and test it out. Both of them are selected. Let's just refresh. Okay, so I think this should be equal to contacts. We just copied and pasted. I forgot to update it. Okay, now this is active. If you click to this one, it is active, UI updates. So everything works as expected. So just pause the video and take a look at this file. I think you will understand everything. Alright, now that we are done with this component as well, in the sidebar we just left two more components. Let's try to build them pretty quickly because they're going to be easier than what you think. Let's get started with the chats list. So first I will create two different components, one for the loading state. So I'll say users loading skeleton.jsx, and this is something that I'll copy and paste from source code because it doesn't have any logic at all. It is just 20 lines of code, and let me show you like how this will look like. Okay, so just wait a couple of minutes, copy and paste this from the source code, we are going to see it, and then I can explain the code in a couple of minutes. Okay, so once again, super simple, just UI, you can just copy and paste. Then the other component is going to be, I think, something like no chats found.jsx. And again, you can find this from the source code, just copy and paste 30 lines of code. I promise I'll just walk you through it. Okay, so for now, let's go under the chats list and try to build this component. First, I will import the, let's say, chat store, and then I'll get the use effect. So basically, we would like to call this method get my chats. Is this what we have? So we said get my chat partners. And then we have the chats, the loading state, and then the setter method. Okay, so under a use effect, I'm going to call this method, right? So let's say use effect. So this is something that we have done in the past. That's why I'd like to just be fast. And we're going to pass this right here. So it's going to call this method to get the chat partners. And let's say if we are in the loading state, we can just return that skeleton. I'll say users loading skeleton, and I'll say if chats.length is equal to 0, then we can say return no chats found component. Okay, so let's see. I'll just make this to be true so that we can see the UI. Okay, so this is the skeleton, like kind of like loading state. Since we have this class called animate pulse, it is going to have this pulsing effect, right? It just fades in and fades out. And we have a circle, a long div, and then a like smaller div, right? So this is how we can make that work. Just take a look at this. Like this is the circle. I don't know how to explain it, sorry. Like this is the circle, this is the longest div. It is this one, and then we have that one. Okay. So I hope you are happy with this code. We have like 3 different times going through these items. Let's bring this back and let's make this one true so that we can see this component. Okay, so this is what you have under here. The exact same content. Once you click to this, it's going to take you to the contacts because we just say set active tab on click to be the contacts. Okay. I hope that you're happy with this code. Now we'll go under the return, like return something. For now, it's going to be a fragment. I'll just say get the chats, map through it. For every single chat, we're gonna return some kind of a UI. So here we'll have a div. Let me zoom in. Okay, this div is going to have the key. Let's say chat._id. Then we can give some classes. At this point, I'll copy and paste. Okay, then on click, we will say this should be the selected user. Just pass the chat into it. Then we are gonna put one div, like it is 5 lines of code. Let me walk you through it. We have the avatar with the chat profile pic. If this is null, we're gonna put the default and then the username. Okay, so let's save and test it out. Under the chats, okay, it looks like we have a chat because this is the one that we created in the previous sections. So we have some messages, between John and this user. So we can see it here, right? So this is the avatar, the username. Now we always have this state as online. It is coming from here, but we are going to make this to work actually from the socket server. So I'll say to do fix this online status and make it work with socket. So this is for later sections. But yeah, other than this, I think that's the entire component. Again, super simple. We are just calling our method to get the chat partners because we are under the chat list component. We have the loading state, not found state, and we are just displaying every single chat partner that we have. So you can copy the entire component and paste it under the contact list and just update the state with it. So maybe you can pause the video and do it as a challenge. It'll be the exact same thing. Instead, you're going to fetch all the contact list in the database. Now let's go ahead and do it together, right? So here I will import a couple of different things. So from the chat store, we will get all these things that you can see basically. The method to fetch the contacts, the state, setter method, and the loading state. Let's import the use effect, call the method, and here is what we have for the loading state. And for the return statement, I'll basically copy and paste it. It is the exact same thing. There is no need to type this out. We are going to map through it for every single contact. We will basically return a div with the image and full name. If you click it, it would be the selected user. Okay, let's save and give it a go. Looks like we have this import. Let's say import this. Okay. Now these are all the users that we have in the database other than us. So we have Jane, this user, and Bob. And if you try to click one of them, this should update. Okay, so it shows us the chat container. So I hope it wasn't really annoying because I just copied and pasted a little bit of code in this section, but these are the things that we have done so far, like multiple times, and we are, I think, 5 hours in. It should be fine to copy and paste a little bit of code. Again, we can add a to-do. Let's say, make it work with socket later in the video. Okay, so with this, we just completed the sidebar on the chat page. In the next section, we can build the chat container where we have the messaging functionality. For now, I'll open up the status bar and create a new branch. Okay, let's say sidebar and go right here, stage all the changes. Let's say sidebar completed. Commit, publish the branch. Let's go into the source code and create the pull request. And as usual, I'll just wait for the suggestions just to check if we have any potential issues or not. And then we can merge the pull request. So here are all the features that we have included, basically the entire left-hand side, right? Here, let's go ahead and see if we have any suggestions. So you can take a look at the sequence diagram. I think I'll just skip this at this point. We are 5 hours in. Let's not waste any time. So here we have a suggestion that says you could create a variable. I think this is like super niche. We don't really need to do it. I don't think so. Let's scroll to the bottom. Okay, it says you can create another ref, but ours is also working without any issues. So I'm going to skip that. Here we have a potential issue. It says you should probably optional chain this. Well, that's correct. We could do it. I'll just leave it for the upcoming sections. Basically, here we would like to, let's go into the chat store. So, if one of them is like undefined, getting the other thing is going to break the code. So you would like to put these question marks, right? Optional chaining, this is what we call it. But for now, I'm going to skip that. We have the same thing here. Other than this, we don't really have any issues in our code base. So I'm going to merge this. Once this is done, we can go into the master and sync this up. Okay, so I think our code base is up to date now, right? We have everything. Okay, so it is just working as expected. We can end this section right here. And by the way, you can take a look at the live application every single time. So it is actually working. Like, this is not on localhost, but it is just deployed application, right? So let's try to log in. This time we can log in as, I think, Jane, right? So I'll say Jane under the login, of course. Say janedoe@gmail.com. Let's put the wrong password. We have loading state invalid. Okay, now let's put the correct one. Okay, so we just logged in. For some reason, wait, why we couldn't see the latest version? Okay, so I think it was in the cache. Now, if you refresh, you're gonna get the latest changes in production. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this section. Hopefully in the next one, we can build the chat container. So I'll see you there. Now it is time to get started with the chat container component, which is going to be under the chat page. So we're going to get into this, but first let's build this placeholder that is going to look like this one. Okay, so if there is no chat selected, we are going to display this. We'll just say select a conversation. So as you can tell, there is no logic at all. It is just a UI, like we have one icon, one title, and then one p tag, right? So instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead and grab this from the source code. You can do the same thing, go under the components, find this file, and just copy the content, paste this in. It is like 10 lines of code. Okay, so we got one icon, one title, and the text. Okay, let's save and test it out. If there is no chat selected, this is what you're gonna see. But if you click to one of them, you're gonna see the chat container. That is going to be looking like this. So we are going to have the header component, message history, and then one input where we can send text or image, or both of them at the same time. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with UI. But again, just before we get into it, we would like to build some functionalities under the chat store so that we can basically fetch the messages. So here I will shrink every single of these functions so that it is not really confusing. Let's try to build the method. So I'll say something like get messages. And let's actually say get messages by user ID as the AI suggests us. So we are going to pass the user ID, which is going to be like whatever user that you click. If you click to this one, this would be the user ID that you would send. If you click to this one, it would be this user's ID. So you get the point. Okay, so you can pause the video and actually test it out. At this point, you should be able to build it by yourself just by looking at these functions. So first, we would like to update the loading state for messages. Then we will just send a GET request to our endpoint. Okay, so I'll say set is messages loading is equal to true, right? Then try, catch, and finally blocks. Here under the try, we'll say const response, and let's say Axios instance get, here is our endpoint. And then we'll just say set the messages array is going to be whatever we have in the database. Okay, now for the catch, we can just say toast.error. And here we can do optional chaining. And we can say if this is undefined for some reason, we could do something like, let's say something went wrong. Okay. And then finally, we would like to set the loading state to be equal to false. So that's the entire method, okay? So get messages by user ID. We are just updating this state. Now let's go into the chat page under the chat container and get started with this component. So first, I'd like to get the chat store because from here we will get a couple of different values. So I'll get the selected user. I'll get the get messages method, which is this one. Okay, so I'll just copy the name, get messages by user ID. Let's get the messages array. I think that's it for now. Later in the video, we'll add more things, but for now, let's get the auth user as well. You're gonna see why. And let's import this one as well. Okay, now I'll just have a use effect so that we can call our method. Here, I'll just say, let's call the get messages by user ID, and we are going to pass the selected user's ID. Okay, so just put underscore ID. Here, let's say if selected user updates, as well as the method. Okay, so whenever this change, this method is going to run again. And then we can jump into the return statement. Let me give a space. Here I'd like to return an empty fragment. Here I'll have a chat header component. So first let's try to build it. Then we're gonna build the rest of the component. I'll copy this name, go under the components, create that, and let's try to import it in this file. Then we can build it. So I'll just go ahead, visit this file. I think this will be around 30 lines of code. So let's try to get the selected user and the method from our hook. So you're gonna see why. We are getting the state as well as the setter method. And then I think we can just have the return statement. So here I'll have a class name with the flags justify between item centered. Now, if you're wondering why this is justify between, you can take a look at the end result from the diagrams. So we have something on the left, something on the right, and we have some between gap, right? So justify is between so that they are spaced out. Okay, so let's say items centered. We can say background is going to be slate 800, and I'm going to update the opacity. I'll just say 50. Then let's say border -b. Let's give a bit space. Then I can say the border color is going to be slate 700. And let's say 50% opacity. Then maximum height is going to be something like 84. Let's say 84 pixels. Heading X of 6. And let's say flex of 1. Okay, now let's save. Get into the div. I'll have another div. Let me just copy and paste the content. Like it is going to be, sorry, the classes. So flex item center, and we will give gap between the x direction. Then I'll have one div. Let's say class name is going to be avatar. Let's say it'll be online. Later in the video, we will make this to be dynamic once we have the online users. Then I'll have one more div. This will have the image. Let's say source is going to be selected user dot profile pic. If this is undefined, we can put the avatar placeholder, right? And I think for the alt, we can just give the selected user dot full name. For the classes, width 12 and rounded full so that it is a circle. Let's say rounded -full. Okay, so let's just save and see the output. So if you select a user, you will see the header component, right? Let's keep building. Now we need to get the full name. So go under the image, under one div and two divs. We will create one more div. It is not going to have any class names. Let's say h3, and we will have a p tag. Okay, so here I'll say class name, text slide of 200. Then I'll have font medium. For the content, we are going to put the full name. And then here for the p tag, I'll just say for now online. Let's say class name, text, slide 400. And then I think I'll just say text small. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go outside of these two divs. At the very end, we'll just put a button, which is going to be the close button. So I'll say X icon is going to be the content, which will look like this. And let me just give you some class names. So here are the classes that I just copied and pasted. This change the text and hover state as well as the size. Now when we click to this button, we would like to say, let's say on click. Basically, we would like to set the selected user to be null. Okay, so it should be looking like this. Let's test it out. this user is selected. If I click to it, now selected user is null. Let's test it out with this one. Now it is Jane, this user, and this one. Now one more optimization that we could add is if we press to the escape keyword, it should like close, it should make the selected user to be null, right? So let's try to implement that. I'll go under the chat header component. Let's have a use effect. Let's initialize it first. Okay, so here I'll say window.add event listener. Let's say key down, and we're gonna call this handle escape, let's say key. And this is a function that we can create. Let's say const, it'll be super simple. Let's say we will get the event. Let's say this is an arrow function, by the way. Okay, so I'll just say if event.key is equal to escape, then what do we want to do is basically reset the state, right? So I'll say set selected user to be null. Just to make this a little bit more performant, I'll add the cleanup method, cleanup function. Let's say return window.remove event listener, and we'll pass the same thing. Okay, now let's say if selected user. Okay, so basically it says you're using some dependency. You should add it into this array, which is this one. Okay, so let's save and test it out. I'll select one user and I'll press escape. As you can tell, state is just getting resetted. So this is one optimization that you can add, and your users would thank you for this. Okay, so I think that's the entire chat header component. I'll delete this empty space. And we can get started with the next component right here under the chat container. So let's go under the chat header and have a div. I'll give the classes, let's say flex of 1, heading of, let's say padding x of 6, overflow y auto, padding y of 8. So we are going to display all the messages. So I'll say if messages.length is greater than 0. In this case, we would like to run this part, else we're gonna run something else. So this part. Here I'll say no chat history placeholder. So this is a component that we can build right now. Under the components, I'll just paste this in. So find the source code, then find this file under the components, just get the content. It doesn't have any logic, just UI. One thing that I'd like to pass is the username. So I'll say pass the name as a prop. And I think this is kind of annoying. For now, let's just say return a p tag, let's say some messages. Okay, so we're gonna pass a prop called name, and we can say selected user dot full name. You're gonna see why. Just save this, go here, again, get this code from source code. So we are getting the name, and we'll say something like start your conversation with whatever the name is. Okay, so let's save, import it, and see the end result. If I click to this chat, here we can see it says you don't have any conversation with this user, right? Go ahead and start it. So this is the component that we just pasted. But if we have some messages, we are going to see some messages. Okay, so it's going to look like this, of course. If message is sent from us, we're going to see it right here on the right hand side. But if it is from the other user, we will have it on the left hand side. So how can we build this? Well, we are using DaisyUI, and they have a component for this. So under the version 4, let's say components, they have a chat bubble component, which look like this, okay? So we are going to use either on the right hand side or on the left hand side. And if you take a look at the code, they have chat end and chat start. So if we send it, we will use chat end. Okay, so let's see how we can build it. I will go under this p tag. Of course, we are going to update it. This is not going to be a p tag. Let's delete it. It'll be a div. Let's turn this off or close this off. Here I'll pass the key. Let's say, okay, so I think I just did a mistake. this is not gonna get key, so let's delete the key. This will have the class name. So let's say maximum width of 3x large. Then we're gonna put mx auto so that it is centered. Let's say mx auto and space y of 6. Let me kill the AI, by the way. Okay. So within this, we will get the messages. Let's say messages.map for every single message. Oops, let's say give me each message, and I'd like to return something, which is going to be a div, and it'll have the key. Let's say message._id. Then we can give the class name. This is going to be dynamic. So let's open up the backticks. I will say this is always going to get the chat class, but we would like to determine if it is going to get chat end or chat start. And for this, I'll say something like if message sender is me, then it's going to be chat end, but else it's going to be chat start. I hope that makes sense. Now we are going to have one more div with some classes. Again, this is going to be dynamic. So here I'll open up the backticks. Let's say open up the backticks. We will have chat-bubble. We will always have this class as well as the relative, but then we would like to do something dynamic, which is going to be related to background color. So if we send it, it's going to be in this background as well as, if we send it, it is this background. If other users send it, it'll be this background. So let's go ahead and add this class. Again, I'll just copy and paste it. If message sender is us, this is the background, but else it is this one. And then for the message content, we have two different options. It could be either a text or an image, right? So here I'll say if message has an image, display the image, and if message has text, display the text. Now, if we have both of them, we're going to see both of them at the same time. It is not a problem, right? Okay. So now let's just save and take a look at the end result. Okay, so here we can see this user sent us two different messages. And this one has nothing, but we can fetch the messages for this user. And on top of this, we can add the message created at time, right? So I'll go ahead and I'll say create a new date with this created at, right? And just format this lbit. So let's save and take a look at the end result. Here we can see this is when we sent the message. So we use the timestamps in our message model. Let's take a look at it. So thanks to this, now we are able to access to the created at field. And that's the entire component. Now let's scroll to the bottom. Just before this fragment, I will have a component called message input. And let's try to create it. Under the components, and I'll just import it. Okay, so let's take a look at the end result. We have the message input. So we are going to build this in the next section that is going to look like this, and it is going to allow us to send send messages. And just before we end this section, I'd like to add a loading state. So here, if I click to this one, we should see some loading states before we fetch the messages, right? So let's do it. Here we already have our state called is messages loading. So let's copy this name and import it. So here I'll say if messages length is greater than 0 and if we are not in the loading state, right? So if we are not in the loading state, okay, go ahead, show the messages. And just before we say no placeholder, right? No chat history placeholder, here I'll say if is messages loading, then we would like to return something. But if we are not in the loading state, then you can return this part, right? So let's say if this is the case, we can just have message, let's say something like messages loading skeleton. So display this component. So I know that this might look a little bit weird. Basically, we got the loading state. We say if we have some messages and if we are not in the loading state, okay, then you can display the messages. But if we are in the loading state, display the messages, If not, go ahead, show the placeholder. Okay, so let's copy this name, create it under the components, say .jsx. You can find this under the source code. Just go ahead, copy the code and paste this in. So it is 10 lines of code where we have some, let's say, skeletons. So I'm going to save this and import it. And let's see the end result. Okay, so here, if I click to one of these chats, we're gonna see the loading state for a split second until we fetch the messages. So let's do the same thing again and again. Okay, so I hope that made sense. You can just take a look at the source code, pause the video. I think you'll understand what is happening here. So with this, we can end this section right here. I'll close everything. In the next section, we are gonna build the message input. For now, let's create a new branch. Here, I'll say something like chat container setup. Or what should we say? Like chat container, I don't really know. Let's just say chat container setup. I think this should be fine. Add our changes. Let's say chat container setup done. Commit, publish it. And under the source code, let's go ahead, create the pull request. And I'll just wait for the reviews from Codebase. So here are all the features that we have introduced in this section. You can pause the video and read it if you would like to get a quick summary. Then you can take a look at these files as well as the sequence diagram. Then we can take a look at the code suggestions. So here it says you should add an if statement to the chat container under the use effect. So let's pretty quickly see it under the chat page. So we have chat container. Now we don't really need to add an if statement for the selected user, because if we don't have selected user, we are not going to see it in the first place. If this is null, we are going to see this component. So for that reason, I'm going to skip this. Again, if you wanted to, you can add this if statement, but it is not really important in this case. And here it says instead of doing this, you can sort them, but I think we don't need to. Messages are already in the sorted order. This is how MongoDB sends us. So I'll skip this. Here it says you can make this a little bit more clean. Again, I think this is working fine. I'm going to skip this. Under the chat header, the same suggestion, we don't really need it. For the class name, again, we can just skip those. Same for this method. Like it says if this is undefined, right? If this is null, just go ahead and handle it differently. But I'm going to skip that. We don't really need it. Okay, so let's say merge the pull request. Confirm. Once this is done, we can basically switch to the master. And let's try to get the latest changes. So let's say sync this up. Now our code base is up to date. Okay, so with this, in the next section, we are gonna build the message input where we can send messages. So I'll see you there. Now it is time to get started with the message input component. So let's go into it. And it's going to look like this. At the end, we are going to have one input, one button to be able to upload the images, and one so that we can send the message. Okay, so let's get started with it. The first thing that I'd like to do is creating a hook. So under the front end, under the source, I will create a hooks folder. And within this, I will create a custom hook called use keyboard sound.js. So this hook is going to allow us to play a random sound when we press a key. And these sounds are going to be one of these. Okay, so we will randomly select one of them. Now let me shrink the left hand side. Let's try to first set up our audio. Okay, so we have keystroke sounds. It is an array of audios. Okay, so we're just importing them. And we are going to select them randomly. So let's create our hook. Let's say use keyboard sound. And within this, I'll say const play random keystroke sound. So this is our function. Let's say it'll be an arrow function. Okay, so we'll get into the content in a second, but basically at the end of the day, we would like to return this function out of this hook. So let's copy the name, paste this in, and let's say export default this hook. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead here, just call our hook. So I'm too lazy to type this out. Let's try to import it. And this is going to give us the function. Okay, so we'll just destructure this, and we're gonna be using it whenever we press to a key. Now let's try to build the logic. It is actually easier than what you think. So we would like to select one item randomly. And here is how we can do it. We'll say go into this array and randomly select one of them. So this is the random sound, and we would like to play it. So I'll say random sound.play. So that's actually it, but I'd like to optimize it a little bit. I'll just say under the catch, if we got some errors, basically I would like to just console log it to debug it. I'll say audio play failed, and let's just put the error. Now one more optimization, you would like to say random sound dot current time is equal to 0, and I will show you why this is the case. So here I'll say this is for a better user experience, definitely add this. And later in the video, I'm going to delete this line and show you what happens if you don't add this reset. Okay, so I think that's the entire thing. We can save and get into the component. So we are gonna have a couple of different states. The first one is to store the text, right? The message text. And then user can select an image. We would like to show the preview before they send the image. And then we will have an input ref. You might be asking why. Then we can go into the chat header component. So this is what we have done, I believe. When we, okay, so not chat header, sorry, let's say profile header component. So we had the file input ref, and we are using this so that when we click to the button, behind the scenes, we are going to click to this input element. So it is the same thing. When we click to this icon, behind the scenes, we are going to call an input element. So that's why we are using this ref. Let's give a little bit space. Okay, then we can get the chat store imported. From here, we would like to get our method, which is to send a message as well as is sound enabled state. Now I think we don't have this method, so I'll copy the name, save this file, and let's try to create it under our store. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom, paste this in. This will be an async function that we are going to create now. So if user wants to send a message, they should send us the message data, right? This is going to have the text as well as the image. And then we can get into the try and catch block. Now under the try, we would like to say, give me a response, Axios instance.post, and we're going to put our endpoint, which was /messages/send, and then the user ID. So if you want to send a message to this user, we need to send their IDs, right? And this is the selected user ID actually. So whichever user selected, we are going to send their ID to the endpoint. So let's say this is going to be selected user dot underscore ID. But how do we access to this selected user state? So it is right here under this hook. We can call the get method so that we can fetch this value. Here I'll say const destructure something, and then we can call the get method, call this. So we'll just get the selected user field. Okay, so now we can access to that value. So that's the endpoint. We would like to send the message data. Okay, so that's our entire call. Then we can say something like just update our messages state. Let's say messages. Now this is going to be equal to, let's say messages dot concat. We're going to concatenate it with the res.data. So again, we would like to get access to the messages because we would like to get the all the previous messages, and on top of it, we are going to add the latest message. So let's say messages. Okay. And then in the catch, we could basically show a error with the toast. Here I'll say error dot response dot data dot message. And let's optional chain this. And I'll just add a fallback, like something went wrong. Okay, so that's the entire method. Basically, we're gonna get these states that we have above because we will be using them, and this is how we can access it. I think we have seen this in the past as well with the get method. We are going to send, pass our endpoint with a post request, and we're gonna pass the message data. And then we would like to update the state. So basically, the latest message will be added, it'll be added to the end. Okay, so that's the entire method, and we're gonna be using it in this component. And just before we build the UI, let's create all of our functions so that we can have an easier time in the next couple of minutes. So first, we are going to have a method called handle send message. This is going to get the event, and this is basically the submit form. First, we would like to say event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page. Right after this, I'll say if there is not a text, and let's even trim this down, and let's say if there is not an image preview. So if user didn't select an image, or if there is no text, we'd like to just return, and we don't want to do anything. And then I'll say if sound is enabled, if is sound enabled, I'd like to just play a random keystroke sound. And then I'll have the send message method. Let's call this. We're gonna pass the text, which is text.trim. This will get rid of all the spaces that we don't really need. So if user sends a message like, hey, in 10 different spaces, we would like to basically trim this down. So this is what we are doing. And then we're gonna pass the image, which is the image preview. Okay, so this is going to actually do the magic, but we would like to reset the UI. So once you send the message, let's say you type something, once you send it, we would like to reset this state. So let's go ahead, say set text will be resetted, and let's do the same thing for set image preview. Okay, finally, I'll say if there is file input ref.current, we would like to say this should be equal to null as well, right? I'll say file input ref.current.value, it'll be resetted. Okay, so that's the entire method. Pretty simple. We just prevent the default, check for these, send the message, and reset the state. Then one more function where we can basically upload an image. I'll say const handle image change, and this is going to be pretty similar to this one that we have created in the profile header component. So here actually I'll just copy and paste it from the source code. It is 5 lines of code. If the selected file is not an image, we are going to throw an error with the toast, and we'll just return out of this method. But else we will basically create a file reader and then update our state with the result. Okay, so one more function, and this is the last one, I promise. Let's say remove image. Let's say this is going to be an arrow function. Basically, once user selected an image, we're gonna see a preview here, and there will be like X button. If they click to it, we're gonna remove the image. So this is that function. Let's say set image preview to be equal to null, and again, we can copy this, paste this in so that we can get rid of this value as well. Okay, so that's the entire function, like 3 different functions that we're going to be using. Let's get into the return statement. We will have a div with some classes. Let's close this. And within this div, we will have a couple of different more. First, I'll say if we have an image preview, if there is an image selected, we can basically display it. And let me copy and paste it. It is just UI, no logic at all. So this is what I just pasted. You know, some classes display the image with these styling and an X icon, okay? If you click to it, we will basically remove the image from this state. Let's actually test it out. So I think, do I need to log in? Let's do it pretty quickly. Say johndoe@gmail.com. So I just logged in. If we click to it, now we cannot really see anything because we cannot select the image. So for now, let's keep going. I'll just shrink this code. Let's go right below to this. We are going to have a form. And this is not going to have any actions, but on submit, we would like to call the handle send message method. And then I'd like to give some classes like maximum width of 3x large, and then mx auto, flex, and some spacing. Then I'll get an input. This is going to be type of text. We're gonna pass the value, which is the text state, and on change we're gonna do something. Let's say on change, create this function, get the event, and here I'll say basically set the text with e.target.value. Then we would like to say if sound is enabled, we will basically play a random keystroke sound. Then let me give some classes as well as a placeholder. So I'll say type your message as the placeholder. Then I will have one more input. This is going to be for the file, and it's going to be hidden. Once we select an image, this function is going to run. So just keep this in mind. Let's see how we can add this button, this one. So let's go into the VS Code. Right after this input, I'll basically paste this in. So we have type of button. Once you click to it, it's going to, behind the scenes, click to this input. Here are some classes. If an image is selected, this is going to be the text color. And this is the image icon that we are using. Let's import it from Lucid React. Okay, so I'm going to save this and actually test it out. Okay, so first I'll just send a text message like, hey, how's it going? Or let's just say, hey, I'm doing great, because I said, how's it going? Send the message. Here we go. Okay, it's been sent. If you press enter, it's going to submit it because this is under a form. Now let's try to select an image. So I just selected this one. Let's say open. Okay, this crashed. Let's see. Image icon is not defined. X icon is not defined. So let's go ahead and get the X icon. Now let's select it again. So I will get this once again. Okay, so this is the image preview. If you click to it, it has been deleted. Let's select it again. I'll get this one. And we can add a caption, like this is the caption. Send the image. It says something went wrong. So let's see. What do you mean we have course error? So let's take a look at the terminal under the backend. It says the request is too large, right? The payload is too large because the image is, you know, the size is big. So we can go under the server.js and fix this. So this is something that I have explained in the backend part. I said I will show you the error, and this is the error. Payload is too large, and let's see how we can fix it. We will basically say the limit that is coming from the front end could be, let's say, up to 5 megabytes. Okay, so let's save this and test it out once again. I'll select the exact same image, which is this one. Let's say open. This is login page, or let's say this is caption. Send the image. So we have, I think, a loading state. Why we couldn't see it? Okay, so it took a little bit of time. Once it is uploaded to Cloudinary, we can see it right here. It is coming from the database. Now we would like to get rid of this loading state because it takes too long, right? So as soon as I press enter, I'd like to see the message immediately. And this is what we call the optimistic updates. And we are going to implement it in a second. So just keep that in mind. We'd like to get rid of this error so just keep that in mind. We'd like to get rid of this effect where we have a loading. So once I send the message for 1 or 2 seconds, we need to wait until we can see the message right here. So this is something that we're gonna build. But first, let's put the send button into the UI. So right after this button, we will have another one. You can copy this from the source code. So just go under the form. Right after this button, this is what I'll have. Copy and paste, a little bit of too much classes, but that's fine. This is the submit button. Let's import the send icon and just give it a go. Let's say send from the button. Once I click to it, okay, message has been sent. And if you don't have any content, it is disabled, so you cannot click to it. Alright, now let's try to add the optimistic updates. So once again, once we send the message, immediately we would like to see it on the UI. So here we'll go under the chat store. Currently, once we send the message, we need to wait until we get a response, and then we are updating UI. But we would like to update it even before we call the backend method, right? The backend endpoint. So here we will first get the authenticated user state, which is going to be coming from here. So how do you access to a different store value in a different store? So you can say use auth store, call this, and then just say get state. So we're going to call this method. Then here, let's go ahead, say const. Now we can get any of the values. So I will get the auth user state. Say auth user. Okay, so with Zustand, this is how we can access to different values in a different store. So first I will create a temporary ID. Let's say const, let me give a little bit space, temp ID. Let's make it with backticks. I'll say something like temp dash, and let's do date.now. Okay, so you're gonna see why. Now we would like to create an optimistic message. Okay, so we will have the underscore ID. Now here, this is as if we are creating a mockup message in our database. So we'll say temp ID. Here the sender ID is going to be auth user dot underscore ID. Then the receiver ID will be selected user ID, right, from the selected user. Then the text message, it is going to be coming from message data. Let's do the same thing for the image, created at, and one optional field is optimistic. So this is optional. If you wanted to, you can add it, or you don't. So let me say optional. Okay, so we have this state. We have this object. Before we send the request, we would like to update the UI immediately. So I'll just say set, have the messages state to be get all the messages, right? And on top of them, add the optimistic message. Let me add a comment. Immediately update the UI by adding the message. Okay, so let's save and take a look at the end result. Here, I'll just send a message like 1, 2, 3. As soon as I press to it, like we can see it is in the UI. And now let's do it once again with a different user. Okay, I'll just say ABC. Once I send it, it is right here. Now what happens if it fails? We already see it in the UI. We can remove it, right? So here I'll go under the catch. We'll say if it fails, we will just say set the messages state to be just previous state, right, to the messages. So without concatenating it, right? So I hope that makes sense. Let's see. Like we will basically get rid of the optimistic message. Okay, so we can test it out. Here I'll say, but how can we fail? I forgot. Let's say send 1, 2, 3. Endpoint is wrong. Now this is going to fail. I'll say failed message. First we can see it, and then once it is wrong, like it is just going to get rid of, like it'll just be gone from the UI. Once again, let's do it. Once again, it's going to fail, then it is not in the UI. So this is what we call the optimistic updates, something really, really important. This is the kind of functionality that you would like to always implement in your chat application. So absolutely important that you have to learn, and hopefully you just learned it in this tutorial. All right, so I'll go ahead and just add a comment. If you're reading the source code, you can see what we are doing. Basically, we are removing the optimistic message on failure. Now, one more thing that you might be wondering is that when we send a message, like, do we have to scroll automatically? Like, do we have to scroll manually? Let's try to fix it. First, I will get rid of this error that we have under the chat store. Okay, so the endpoint is correct, but now let's make it in a way that it scrolls automatically, right? It doesn't stay here. We will create a use effect under the chat container component. Let's say chat container, because this is the one where we have all the messages, right? So after all these messages, I will put a div. It is not going to have any content, so let's make it self-closed, and we will say this will be the reference to the message and ref. So we will scroll to this every single time. Let's create that reference. We'll say const message ref, use ref. Initially, it could be a null value. And basically, with the use effect, we can scroll to it automatically. So I would like to copy and paste 5 lines of code. So we have a use effect. We will say if we have this reference, just go ahead, scroll into view, and make the behavior to be smooth. And whenever the messages updates, go ahead, run this again and again, so that we are always scrolling to the very latest message. So let's see. I'll just kill this, open this up, like it is scrolling immediately. And let's send one more message. As you can tell, it is just scrolling. Let's say 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it is always going to scroll to the very last message. And here I just realized this time is not correct. So let's try to fix it under the chat container where we have the message created at date. I think CodeRabbit told us this is not correct, but I said yes, it is correct. Looks like it isn't. So just go ahead and get this suggestion that we had from the CodeRabbit. Okay, so this is going to make it work correctly. This is my local time, like it is afternoon. I'll say ABC. The time is correct, 12 p.m. Otherwise, let me just do Control Z. This was not really correct. Like this is ISO time, but here this is the local time. So you will always see your local time right here. Okay, so that's it. Let me just put a comment here as well. If you're just reading the source code and not watching the tutorial, this is the scroll target that we created. So I think that's the entire section. Everything is working other than real-time messages. So currently we can send the message, but it is not in real time. The other user needs to refresh every single time so that they can see the latest message. But in the next section, we are going to implement SocketIO so that it is working in real time. So let's open up the status bar, create a new branch. Let's say message input. And we are going to stage all of our changes. Let's say send message functionality implemented. Commit, publish, and let's create the pull request. Okay, so let's wait for the reviews to check if we have any potential issues in our codebase. So here are the new features that we have introduced in this section. You can pause the video and read it. let's not waste any time. Here is the sequence diagram as well as the file changes. Then let's scroll to the bottom to see some suggestions. So here it says instead of using 5 megabytes, you can extend it for base for 64 images. So it says you can go with 10 to 15 megabytes. If you wanted to, you can do it. I'm going to skip that. So at least you know how to do it, right? Under the express JSON, you would add the limit field. Then here it says you could just return it if there is no file instead of doing it in this way. I think that's also fine. I'll just scroll. I'll skip this, but you can add it definitely. Here it again has some suggestions, not really a problem. Then it says instead of doing it in this way, you can make this code a little bit more clean. I absolutely agree, but let's not waste any time. I'm going to skip this at least, since I am creating the tutorial. You're watching, you can like copy it and paste it, make the code a little bit more clean if you really wanted to. Okay, so let's merge this. Then let's go here, just try to switch to the master and then get the latest changes. Okay, so now our code base is up to date, and by the way, you can click to this multiple times like nothing happens. The point of this is to sync the changes, right? Okay, so you can take a look at the end result, by the way. Since we just merged it, it's going to redeploy it again, and you can visit the application. Once this is done, you should be able to see the latest changes. So currently it doesn't have the message input, but once this is done, you should be able to see it. Alright, so in the next section, we are going to make the messages work in real time and hopefully complete this tutorial. So I'll see you there. So finally, we can make our application work in real time by introducing a Socket server. And for this, we will use Socket.io. Just before we write any code, let me walk you through it with some diagrams. So this is the current state of our backend. We have a REST API with Express that handles the HTTP requests, right? So we can update our profile, send messages where we can save them to our database and fetch them. But now we would like to make that work in real time by adding a Socket server, right? So we will keep everything as it is, and on top of it, we will introduce this new server. So it's going to work like some features are gonna work in real time. Let's say the online users is one of those features, and the real-time messages. Okay, now let's see some examples right here, how this is going to work in real time. So let's say we have two different users and they want to communicate in real time, and we have a Socket server that is going to handle this. So this user wants to send a message saying something like, hey, but it is not as easy as just sending the message. We need something in middle, right? The man in the middle that is going to handle it. So let's say this user will send a message to the server like hi, and this is going to take this message in real time and send it to this user. So whatever the content is, it is not going to be changed, it'll just be sent. And this user didn't request it, right? It is just listening for any incoming messages. So this guy didn't need to refresh the page without requesting anything, okay? Now this means we can listen for events. Let's say listen for events in the front end, and we can listen for events in the backend, right? In the server. Okay, so just keep this in mind. It is not like you can only listen for events on the server or only in the front end. Nope, you can actually listen in both of these places. And this is what we're going to be doing in this video. Now, just to be professional, here I'd like to give you some quick notes that you can pause the video and read it. Actually, this is what I'll be doing. So what is SocketIO in the first place? It is a powerful real-time communication library for web applications. It enables instant, bidirectional communication between web clients and servers, and it allows data to be pushed to clients in real time without need for the client to request it, right? It's really important. You don't need to request it without you asking. Data is just coming in real time since you just set up your code base. Now, why SocketIO? Please go ahead and read it. But basically, we would like to just focus on building features rather than thinking all these networking issues behind the scenes. And here are some examples. We can build a real-time chat app, real-time dashboard, collaborative tool, or some games. Okay. Now, there are two different packages that we will be using. On the backend, it is Socket.io, and in the front end, it is SocketIO client. Okay, so let's first get started with the backend. I'll open up my terminal. Under the backend, I'll say npm install socket.io, and this is the version that I'll be using, 4.8.1. So it is going to install those packages. We can go under the source, under the lib, and set up our socket server. So I'll say socket.js, and first I'd like to import a couple of different things. Let me please copy and paste them. So we'll get the server from socket.io. This is our socket server, and we'll get the HTTP. You don't need to install this package. It is built into the node. We will import Express and our environment variables. Now first I'll create an Express app, and you might be asking, why are we creating this again? Because we already have one here. Now that's correct, but we are going to delete this in a couple of minutes, and instead we will use this one instead, and you will see why. Here, let's say we would like to create a server by using this method, and we are going to pass our Express app into it. And then let's try to create a socket server. So I'll say socket server, and we'll just say new server. Okay, so on top of this, we are gonna put our HTTP server, right? So let's put this server on top of it. Now the convention is to call this as IO. So you don't really say something like socket server, okay? So you would just say IO. I don't know, like this is the convention that we use. So what we have seen here, what we have done here is the exact same thing that I just explained. On top of our Express API, Express server, we just introduced a new socket server, right? I hope that makes sense. Now we would like to configure this by passing an object. We'll say handle the coarse errors. Let's say this will be environment.client URL. And for the authentication, we'll just say credentials. Why are we having an error? I think this should be an object. Let me cut this part. Okay, so we're gonna pass this as an origin, and then we'll say credentials equal to true, so that from the client we send cookies. Okay, so once again, this is the same thing that we have done right here, but this is for our socket server. So we will be able to authenticate our socket clients as well. And let's actually do it. Here I'll say apply authentication middleware to all socket connections. And here is how we can do it. We'll say io.use. Just before you do anything else, go ahead and call this socket auth middleware, which is something that we are going to create under the middleware folder. So we already have one for the HTTP requests, right? Under the request, we are going to put the user if user is authenticated. Now we'll do the same thing, but this time for socket. So I'll say socket.auth.middleware.js file. And let's try to create this file step by step together. First, I'll get 3 different imports, which is this package, the JWT, user model, as well as our environment variables. let's say export const socket auth middleware. This will be an async method where we can get the socket as well as the next method. Now this socket is basically the user that is connected from the front end. Okay, so this is our socket connection. Let's save and try to import it. And let's keep building this method. So first I will have a try and catch block. Here we would like to first extract the token from our HTTP only cookie, right? Let's say grab this from our cookies. And here I'll just paste this in. This is how we can extract it. We will go under the socket, under the handshake, headers, and cookie. We are going to split that with these, I don't know how to call this, but we have a semicolon and space. We will find the JWT value, and this is going to give us the token. And then we can check if token is valid or if token even existed or not. So if there is no token, just say unauthorized, no token provided. But if we have the token, we would like to verify it, right? Here I'll say verify the token. And this is something that we have done in the past in this file, right? This is the exact same thing. And now we'll say if there is, if it is not valid, we'll say invalid. Now finally, we can find the user in the database just by doing this same exact thing. We are going to find the user by passing the user ID. Let's just say find the user from DB. If it is not found, just throw an error. But else we can attach this to the socket connection. So I'll say socket dot user is equal to this user. I cannot talk for some reason. And then we'll say socket dot user ID is equal to user. So I think I accidentally imported this use from React, but this should be user dot underscore ID. And let's convert this to be a string. Then finally, we can just call the next method. Okay, so here I'll put a console log just saying socket authenticated for this user. And in the catch, we can put a console log and handle the errors as we need. Okay, so this is almost the exact same thing that we have done right here, but instead of using the request, we will use the socket connection, right? So here I'll say attach user info to socket. And we are going to be using these in a couple of minutes. So this is the entire code that we have just written. Now let's go under the socket.js and build the rest of the code. Now we would like to store the online users, right? So I'll just create an object. I'll say user socket map. First, it'll be an empty object, and this is going to be in this format. So we will have the key as the user ID and value as the socket ID. And I can put a comment. This is for storing online users. Okay, now when a user connects, we can listen to it by doing this. We'll say io.on connection. So when there is a connection, we can call this callback method, which is going to get the socket. So this is the connected user, right? So we can say something like user connected. Let's actually do a user connected. And if you really wanted to, you can put the socket.user.full name. Now you're able to access to the user field because we have introduced our middleware, right? So under the socket, now you can get the user. If you didn't had this line, this would be undefined. So when a user connects, that means we can update the online user list, right? So first I'll get the user ID, say socket.user ID. Then we can update our online user list. I'll say user socket map. Here is the key, which is the user ID. It's going to be equal to socket.id. So we said the key will be user ID and value would be socket ID. Okay, now we just updated our list in the backend. We need to send it to every single user in our application. So just think about it. We have, let's say, 5 different users in our application, right? So let's say we have all these. Let me put them here and get the socket server. Okay, let's say we have 4 different users in our application, right? And someone just signed up. That means we have one more user that is just online. This server needs to send the event to everyone to say, hey guys, this user is just logged in or he is online now, right? So all I'm trying to say is that we would like to send this event to everyone in our application. And for this, we will use a method called io.emit. So say io.emit, and we would like to pass an event name of the event. I can say get online users. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with. And I'll say io.emit is used to send events to all connected clients. So this is the event name. We would like to send our updated list, right? So we just updated the list. We would like to send it by doing this. I'll say object.keys. We will basically send the keys in this socket map, which are the user IDs. So I'll say pass the user socket map. Okay, so this will take all the keys and send it back to the client. Then we can listen for the disconnections. So I will say socket.on. This is how we can listen for an event as well. I'll say disconnect. When someone disconnects, we can call this method. Just like this, I will copy it, paste it. I'll say a user disconnected, and we can put the full name. Then we would like to update our list. So I will say delete from the user socket map. Just delete this user ID because this user just disconnected. Then we would like to call the same thing so that we can inform the client. We will just say, hey everyone, just please notice here is the updated list. Someone just disconnected. So that's the entire code to handle online and offline users. I know that this might look a little bit weird if you're using it for the very first time, but as you do it more, I think this will look pretty easy to understand. I can walk you through it once again. So here we just try to create a server that is including our REST API as well as the socket server, right? So we can handle all the HTTP requests and the real-time events. We authenticated our socket as well, right? Our socket connections are also authenticated. This is something that you wouldn't see in other tutorials, even in my tutorials. So this is something really important that I just introduced for the very first time in my tutorials. And then for the online users, we are having an empty object, and this is how we called it. It'll take the key and value pairs in this way, user ID to socket ID. And we can listen for connections by doing this, io.on connection. When someone connects, we will take them as a socket. We can put a console log and update our list. Now we just updated the list only in the backend. We would like to let everyone know that here is the new list. And this is how we can do it with io.emit to send events to everyone at the same time. And then for the disconnections, this is what we'll be doing. And from here on out, just keep that in mind. Whenever we listen for an event, we will be using socket.on, okay? Both in the backend and in the client. So this is just one exception. Instead of socket.on, we are using io.on and listen for an event, because here we don't really have the socket, so we had to use the io. Once we have the socket connection, then we'll just use socket.on and listen for any events, right? Here you can add more events. Let's say socket.on. This could be anything. You would just give an event name, like whatever that is, and then handle your logic within the callback. Okay, so I'll just put a comment with socket.on, you, or let's say we listen for events. Since we are in the backend, we are listening from the clients, but in the client, if we use socket.on, that means we are listening for events from the backend. Okay, again, this should make sense as we go through this course. Alright, so at the very end, we can say export all these things, which is the IO, the app, as well as the server. Now we'll go under the server.js. We are going to delete this app, and let's say import this from socket.js, and instead of listening for this app, we will listen for the server. Okay, so just import the server from socket.js. So we still have our Express app where we are handling our API routes, and on top of this, we are listening to server so that we can have the socket real-time communication. Alright, so that's the setup for now in the backend. We are just handling the online users. Let's try to go in the front end, and let's, by the way, run the backend. I'll just say npm run dev. Now let's go into the front end, kill this app, and we would like to say npm install socket.io -client, and let's give a specific version, which is going to be the exact same thing, the 4.8.1 version. Okay, so go ahead, install it, and run our front end as well. Then let's try to kill everything. Go under the Auth store, and we will create one function. So first I will create a state called socket, and this will be equal to null. And let me kill the AI so that it is not really annoying. Okay, so we just created one state, which is a socket, and then I will have a method like connect socket. So let's say this will be an arrow function, and this is going to allow us to connect to our socket server. And we are going to be calling this whenever we sign up or whenever we log in, right? So here, let's say something like first get the auth user from the getter. So we need to get this get as the second argument, and by using it, we will get the auth user. So first I'll say if there is not an authenticated user, we can just return out of this function. We don't want to connect because user is not authenticated. And one more optimization, we can say get the socket connection. I'll say get dot socket, and I'll say if we are already connected, just return don't try to connect again. And let's optional chain this. Okay, now we can create the connection. I'll say socket, call the IO, and we are going to be importing it from our package. And we are going to create a base URL. So here I'll say if we are in the development, this is our backend URL, but else just use the same domain. Again, we have done this in the axios.js. I explained this in detail. Right here we are using the API, but in this case we'll just use the default, like only the root. Okay, now let's call the IO method. We will paste the base URL as the first option, and then we can say with credentials equal to true so that we can send the cookies in the request. Here I'll just give a little bit of space and give you a comment. So this ensures cookies are sent with the connection. We got the socket. We can just say socket.connect, call the method, and then we can update our state. So I'll just say set our socket state with this socket connection. And since they're the same thing, I can shorten this. Alright, so we just connected. Now we would like to listen for events that are gonna be coming from the backend. And let's say listen for online users event. And as I said previously, if you want to listen for events, you would say socket.on. And our event name was get online users. And then we are gonna get the user IDs. Then we can do something. So once again, I'll open up the socket.js. Here is the event name that we are sending from the server, and we are sending the user IDs. So just make sure this name is matching with this one. Okay, so we're gonna get the user IDs, and we can set our online users state with the user IDs. Now I think we don't have this state. Do we have it? No, we don't. So let's say online users. Initially, it's going to be empty. And then we will update it right here. Okay, so that's the entire method. We check if user is authenticated or not. If not, we'll just return. We are not going to do anything. But if user is authenticated, we are going to connect to it, call the connect method, set our state, the socket state, and listen for online users. Then we can create one more method called disconnect. Say disconnect socket. It's going to be pretty easy, pretty basic. We'll just say get the socket and call the disconnect method. So disconnect. Okay, so we are getting the socket state and calling the disconnect method. And I think I have a typo. Let's fix this. Then here I'd like to optimize this a little bit. I'll say if the socket is connected, only then try to disconnect. So I'll say get the socket state, and if this is connected, if this is equal to true, only then try to disconnect. Okay. Now whenever we log in, we would like to call this method, and when we log out, we're going to call this method. So here, let's say under the login, once we set our state and show the success toast, we can just say get the connect method, connect socket, and call this. And we are going to do the same thing when we sign up and when we check for the authentication. Basically, when you refresh the page, you're going to call the method. You're going to call this method, and if you're authenticated, you would like to connect to the socket. And when you log out here, you would like to say disconnect socket. Okay, so that's it. Let's open up the terminal under the backend and see if we have any connections. So we already have some stuff. Let me just clear this up. Oops, what am I doing? What the heck? What have I done? Let me kill this. Okay, so this is where we left. I don't know what happened. I'll open up the terminal once again. So it says a user connected, which is John Doe. Let's try to log out. It should say user disconnected, which is John Doe again, right? So let's try to log in with a different account. I think I'll go with this one at gmail.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just signed in. Okay, it says this user connected, and we are getting the authenticated console log as well. This is the user ID, and it is coming from the socket auth middleware. Okay, so it is coming from right here. Now this means online users are working as expected and we can update our UI immediately. So let's go under the chat list and first handle this online state. Currently we are just using the online class no matter what happens, but we have a to-do to fix it now. So I'll delete this comment and let's try to fix it. So first we would like to import the online users from our state from Auth store, right? So we got the online users and here we will add this class dynamically. So I'm going to delete the online class. We will say we always want to have the avatar, but this part is going to be dynamic. So here I'll say online users dot includes. If it includes this chat underscore ID, that means we can add the online class, but else we will add the offline. Okay, so that's it. We would like to do the exact same thing for the contact list. Let me get this line, paste this in, import the Auth store, and here again we have the to-do. Let's delete it. And I'm going to copy this entire line. Okay, so instead of chat, we call this as contact. I'll just say contact. If this ID is in the online users array, that means they are online. And now let's try to see. These users are offline, right? I will create another window. Now let's try to put them side by side. Like this, maybe. Okay, from here, I'd like to log in as John. So I'll say johndoe@gmail.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As soon as I log in, just notice here, it should be green. Okay, so that means it is working in real time. And if I try to log out, now this user is offline immediately. And there is one more component that we would like to make it work in real time. So this user is offline, but here in the header, we can see it says online. So let's go ahead, visit that and fix it, which is going to be under the chat header component. So from the Auth store, again, I will get the online users and we can check if the selected user is online or not. And here's how we can do it. We will say if selected user is in this array, that means that user is online. Now let's scroll to the bottom. Here, instead of having this class, let's delete that and make this to be dynamic. I'm going to wrap this with curly braces, open up the backticks, and then here I'll say if this user is online, add the online class, else add the offline class. Okay, so I'm going to copy the entire thing and paste it. Let's see where that is. So I think I will update this state. Here I'm going to delete it. Let's say if is online, have this text, else we'll just say offline. Okay, let's save. Put them side by side. Now it says offline. Let's try to log in pretty quickly at gmail.com. Now once I log in, it should both update here and this part. Okay, it is working in real time. Let's try to log out. Again, everything is updating as expected. So that's the online users feature. I hope it wasn't really confusing. Let me go ahead, kill everything and walk you through it once again. So first we set it up our socket.js file, and this is including our authentication middleware. So I have explained this. I'm going to skip that. So here is the important part for online users. We have an array, or we have an object where we store the users, and this is storing the user IDs. So here's the key, here's the value. When someone connects, we are updating the list, and letting everyone know that this user is online, right? We just say, hey everyone, here is the updated list. We just got a new user that is connected. And then when someone disconnects, we delete it from the map. And again, we just say, hey everyone, here is the updated list. Someone just became offline. And then under the Auth store, let's go here, we have a method called connect socket, where we basically connect to our socket server, update our state, and listen for any incoming events for online users. And same for the disconnect method. Then we are calling them whenever we log in. If we log out, we call the disconnect. In the sign up, and then in the checkout, we are calling the connect method. Okay, and we have an array for online users, and we are checking this in the, let's say, I don't know, contact list. We get the state, and depending on that, we update the class name or the text. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. It could be a little bit confusing if you're using it for the very first time, but other than this, that's the entire logic. Let's go ahead, commit our changes. I'll say create a new branch. Let's say online users. In the next section, we are going to implement the real-time messages, and then hopefully just complete the entire tutorial. So this is our new branch. Say online users implemented. Commit it and publish that branch. Let's create the pull request and then wait for the code review from CodeRabbit. So here are the new features that we just introduced in this section, and the files that we have updated, as well as the sequence diagram that you can take a look at. Now let's take a look at the code suggestions that we have. Now here it says, instead of using a map, like a JavaScript object, you could actually use the map, like new map coming from JavaScript. I think that's a pretty valid suggestion. We could do it. I'm going to skip this because it is a little bit more advanced, but definitely feel free to pause the video and try to implement this if you really wanted to. Again, it's a little bit more advanced. I'd like to skip that. Here it says make your code a little bit more safe by adding the conditionals. I'm going to skip that. Same for this one. So these are just some suggestions just to make your code not break easily. Okay, I'm going to skip all of them so that we don't really waste any time. Let's say confirm the merge. Once it is done, we can go back to the master branch and get the latest changes by clicking to this button. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. Here you can see we got all these files that we just created. And this should trigger a new deploy under the deployments. And then you can check the live app if it includes the online, offline users. And it is actually like, it should work absolutely. At the end of the next section, we are going to test it out completely. So we're going to test out the online users in the deployment as well as the real-time messages, which is something that we're going to build in the next section. So I'll see you there. Alright, so let's implement real-time messages. It is actually easier than what you think. First, we will visit the socket.js file, and here let me go ahead and create a function. So let's create it. It is just one line, and I will explain what that does. So let's say export function get receiver socket ID, and we are gonna pass the user ID as an argument, and it is going to return us from the user socket map. We will pass the user ID and it'll give us the socket ID. Okay, so we're gonna pass the user ID into this method, and it is going to give us the receiver socket ID. And we are going to be using this method. So let me put this as a comment. We will use this function to check if user is online or not. Okay, so we are having this object to store the online users, and we are using this method to check if the user is online or not. And let's see how can we call this. First, we will visit the message controller.js file, and here we have a to-do under the send message method, right? So here we have a to-do where we just said we are going to make it work in real time if user is online. So first, let's say give us the receiver socket ID, and we can get this by calling our method. So let's say get receiver socket ID, where we will pass the receiver ID, right? So this is the user ID that we're gonna pass, and it's going to give us the socket ID. And we can say if receiver socket ID, if this is existed, that means user is online, and we can send an event. So I will say io.emit new message. Now we just said if we use io.emit, this is going to send it to everyone. That's right. So we would like to send it only to this user, and we can say io.to and then emit, and the to is going to take an argument, which is the receiver socket ID. So now we are sending this event to only this user, right? Now we can call this anything really, like literally anything, but it should be something that makes sense when we read our code. So new message, this is what I'll be using. And then let's say we would like to send the new message. So this is the event name, and this is the actual thing that we are sending with the event. So that's the entire thing that we need to do. Just check if user is online or not. If it is online, send the message. Now we will go into the, let's say, use chat store hook, or the store I should say. Let's shrink everything, and we will create two different methods. So the first one is going to where we listen for any incoming messages. So I will say subscribe to messages, and also subscribe to the channel, right? Here, let's go ahead, create this. So this is going to listen for any incoming messages, right? As the name suggests, we will subscribe to message events. So first I will get the selected user and if sound is enabled or not. You're gonna see why. First, let's say if there is no selected users, just don't do anything, right? Just return out of this method. If there is no selected conversation, there is no need to listening for events. But if a chat is selected, then we can listen for messages so that we can update the state immediately. Okay, so here I will say give us the socket connection, and we can grab this from the use auth store, import that, and just say get state. And I think we don't need to call this method, just put the name and say get state, call this, and then at the very end grab the socket state. So this is our socket connection, and we're going to be using it so that we can listen for events that are new messages, right? We're going to listen for this event, and server is going to send us a message. So we can call this function and do something inside. So first I will get all my current messages in this chat. So I'll say const, let's say current messages, and we can say get dot messages. Basically we are getting our state. Okay, so these are all of our messages. Then we are going to update the state. So we'll say keep all the current messages, and on top of it, at the very end, add the new message. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Now there is one more thing. I'll just say if sound is enabled, we can basically play a notification sound. So here I'll say notification sound dot play. And as always, we would like to have this optimization where we would like to reset to the start. Let's import the notification sound at the very top of this file. Okay, so it is this sound that we have. Okay, so we would like to play this if sound is enabled. Okay, now let's save. We'll create the unsubscribe method as well. It is pretty basic and easy. I'll just paste this in. Unsubscribe from messages. We're gonna get the socket instance and we would like to just unsubscribe, right? So we'll say socket.auth, the new message. Okay, now we would like to call these under the chat container component. Let's scroll to the top, maybe shrink all of these. And here from our chat store, we will import the subscribe to messages method as well as unsubscribe from messages. First, let's save this. And I just realized this should be messages. Okay, so I just had a typo. Let me fix that. Then we would like to go ahead, create one more use effect. This is the very last one. Let's initialize it. Here we would like to, so I think we don't need to even create another one. So within this, where we fetch the messages, right after this, I'll say subscribe to messages, right? So this is going to listen for any incoming message. And then we can also say for the performance reasons, we can have the cleanup. I'll say return unsubscribe from messages. And let's try to pass these methods. Okay, so I think that's the entire configuration that we need to do. First, we are getting all the messages whenever we visit the chat container, right? We fetch them, and in the background, we are listening for the new messages. And let's try to actually see it in action. I will put them side by side. And I will log in as John, okay? So as this account. Okay, this user is online. Let's send a message. Here I'll say, hey. Okay, as you can tell, we are able to see it immediately in real time. Yep, let's say 1, 2, 3. Now this is getting like 1 second later. It is because we are using optimistic updates, right? Here I'll say, hey, another message. So notice how this will see it immediately. And once it is done, like once it is saved to the database, we will see it here as well. Okay, now I think I forgot to show you this feature, but basically when we type in, we should be able to hear the keyboard sound. So first let me turn off my keyboard sound. Now I'll type something in. So I don't know if you can hear it. Let's make this desktop sound a little bit more. So this sound is coming from the actual website, right? These are the sounds that we are playing from the public folder. Now let's say some more messages. Send it. And we should be able to hear the notification sound, but for some reason we cannot. Let's do it from here. Okay, so I don't know why, but this is not really working as expected. So for some reason we cannot play it. Let's open up the terminal. So I just paused the video and try to find the solution. Basically, here we'll go ahead under the VS Code. Instead of initializing it here, I am going to cut this, scroll to the bottom, and create it right here. Okay, so under the if check, we will get the sound and play it. Now let's test this out. So sound is enabled for both of these accounts. Let's say, hey, we can hear it, as you can tell. Let's send it from here. Again, it's going to play that. Okay, so I believe that's the entire thing. This is how easy it is to implement that. First, you would set it up on your backend. First, we created a method so that we can check if user is online or not. If user is online, we are going to send a message whenever we call this method, right? And in the front end, we are going to subscribe to these events, and we are going to unsubscribe once we, let's say, once we get rid of this component. So under the cleanup method. Now there is one optimization that I'd like to add. So here above the current messages, I will get a variable, and let me paste this in. So this is what we call if message is sent from the selected user. Okay, so this is how we can check that. If new message.sender ID is equal to selected user ID, that means this message is sent from that user. And I will say if message is not sent from this user, we can return, and we don't really want to do anything. Now you might be asking what this code does, right? So first let me comment this and show you the problem, then you're going to see why we need it in the first place. So I'm going to select the Jane here, okay? And I will get a message from John. So let's say John sends us a message. Let's go ahead. We log in as John and send a message like, hey, I am John. Now looks like Jane sends us this message, but it is not correct. Jane is offline, right? If you take a look at the John conversation, you're gonna see the message. And here now it is not there, but if you select it and if you get the message in real time, looks like Jane sent you the message. So for that reason, we will say if this message, so if message is not sent from the selected user, just don't update the UI, right? Return immediately. Now, if you save the code and take a look at it, I'm going to select and do the same thing. I'll say, hey, I am John, send the message. Now we don't really see it because this message is coming from John. Okay, so I hope you can see the optimization. This is really important. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Now I think we just completed the entire tutorial. I will see if we have any to-dos. Looks like we don't, and we can commit all of our changes. So I will go under the branches, let's say real-time messages, create the branch and stage all of our changes. And here is my commit message. Let's publish that. And then from the source code, as always, we will just create the pull request. So as always, we can wait for the suggestions from CodeRabbit, but I think in this section, I'll just go ahead and merge the pull request. Since we are at the very end, let's not waste any time. Since everything is working, I'll just skip this step. Now let's go back to the master and get the latest changes. Now this is going to trigger a new deploy. Let's wait for this to be completed and then we can check it out if everything is working in production as well. And by the way, let's see if we have any environment variables that we didn't add already. Under here, let's say environment variables, we have Arcjet key. Okay, so I think we have included everything. So we are not missing any environment variables under the Sevalla dashboard. Okay, so let's wait for the deployment to be completed. Alright, so looks like the deployment done successfully. Let's go ahead and test it out in production. So I will copy the URL and let's paste it here. And let's try to log in with this account. And by the way, under the contacts, we can see here are all the users, right? We have John, but we just don't have a message with them, right? It's not our chat partner. So let's try to log in with this account. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this user is online, as you can tell. Jane is online. Now we'll just send a message. Let's say, hey. Alright, so we can get it in real time. Now, since this is not localhost, there is a little bit more delay, but still it is working in real time, right? Okay, so let's try to open up the notification sound and say, hey. Again, we cannot hear it. Let's maybe refresh. Jane is online. This user is online. Let's send again. Okay, now we can hear it. Notification sounds are working. Now I'll try to log out as Jane, and notice here it should immediately update. Okay, now Jane is offline. So that means our application is also working in deployment as expected. So with this, I think we completed the entire tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. We went from backend to the front end to connecting both of them and deploying the application. So hopefully I'll see you in the next one.